Forward to all of the Maryland Million action still to come for the Maryland Breds. Acacia Pomona and Andy Serling here with you. And Andy, of course, looking forward to our card here in New York, but I know you, as do I, and many have a great appreciation for the Jim McKay Maryland Million Day, and of course his brainchild, the 40th edition.
And I think, Jim McKay is obviously so well known in his field, broadcasting, but also his important part that he played in racing down in Maryland. And he's really kind of the father of these special stakes programs that we have now, because the Maryland Millions was the first time. And at that time, Maryland was clearly the third biggest breeding state. And a lot of people may not know that Northern Dancer stood in Maryland at Winfield Farms. And that program started. Now we have all the New York Bred Showcase Days, California Bred Days. Those days are really fun to celebrate the state stuff. And it really started with Jim McKay and the Maryland Millions. And we send our Maryland bred down there, Maggie Wolfendale.
That's right, the one and only. She's going home over to Laurel. We'll hear from Maggie in a moment as we look at what's on tap today, Maryland's Day at the races. Of course, Fast and Firm will show you races 2 through 12, that Maryland Million Classic featuring the very likable Post Time coming up later on the card. 2 stakes on the turf today, Fast and Firm in New York. As always, today's race is presented by Claiborne Farm. We kick off the action with race 2 from Laurel in the Maryland Million Turf Sprint this day, as Andy kind of touched on. 4 state breds, kind of like a mini Breeders' Cup. You've got different distances, different surfaces. Huge scratch in this race, though, with Witty coming out, meaning had to have him, and When I Get to Heaven taking most of the attention now.
Well, When I Get to Heaven not only is one of the best horses in the race, but now becomes was the controlling speed anyway, so has an edge over Had to Have him. They feel like the only 2 major players.
Well, we will welcome in our Maryland bred there at Laurel Park. Maggie, I know it has to be quite special for you to go home on what is such a wonderful day celebrating all things Maryland.
And reminding me just how old I actually am, Acacia, as I grew up as a young child coming to Maryland Million Day. It was always a highlight on the calendar, and my dad actually winning a few of these Maryland bred stakes, including this one right here, the Maryland Million Turf Sprint. And as Andy just mentioned, the top 2 look like the right 2, as we'll begin with the speedy horse on the outside. That is When I Get to Heaven here for Nolan Ramsey, and he looks to control from the outside. I do wonder if he receives any sort of pressure from a horse like Noah Chance possibly, but he is one that, despite that early speed, is quite quiet in the preliminaries. Doesn't have himself revved up, isn't your typical turf sprinter from the mindset point of view or from the physical point of view. However, his main rival, who actually finished in front of him last year, that's number 1 in this rendition, Had to Have him, finishing 3rd in this Maryland Million Turf Sprint, I thought looked best of these, but I totally hate the fact that he's at a dynamic disadvantage because he does not have early speed. He was held up at the back last time 4 wide. He circled the field, powering home to win by 2 lengths. And a lot of times 2 lengths in turf sprints is almost the equivalent of 4 to 6 lengths in normal races, i.e. on the dirt. He looks spectacular here for John Salzman. We'll see what kind of trip he might be able to work out here, Acacia, but Heavy in Toledo, he does have his work cut out for him in trying to overcome his pace disadvantage.
See how it plays out. Maggie, thank you. Had to Have him, as she touched on. This horse won the Laurel Dash last time out, but he is that tried and true closing sprinter. Not a ton of confirmed pace, except for your real 4 to 5 favorite to the outside who might have a tactical advantage.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of handicapping 101. You've got 2 horses that feel like they have somewhat comparable talents, but one of them has a real tactical advantage. And I think, Had to Have him, is a horse that probably has shown more overall in his career, especially lately. But given the dynamics, When I Get to Heaven is supposed to be clear. Any ride that doesn't put this horse in front is rider error.
For J.G. Torrealba, who's been aboard the last 2 starts, including winning the Ben's Cat 2 starts back. What a cool Maryland bred that was. I got a chance to be there at Laurel several times, Ben's Cat.
Really?
Yeah,
really?
Which is awesome. I still have the Ben's Cat bobblehead on my desk.
Wow.
Yeah.
pretty impressive.
I know.
He was an amazing horse,
Yes.
Ben's Cat. He really was. I mean, he was one of those horses that just always seemed to show up with good effort. It's amazing. I think the turf sprinters, the good turf sprinters, are fun. You know, you guys having Big Invasion, a horse who's just been so much fun over the years. And what I like about him is I think there's a misnomer. People think that the good turf sprinters, they all have speed. Some of the best turf sprinters we've seen, Disco Partner, Big Invasion, horses that came from so far back.
4 to 5 on When I Get to Heaven, a horse who does have early speed for Nolan Ramsey. We'll try to take them every step of the way. Currently your favorite as we get ready to kick off our Maryland Million coverage, the 40th anniversary of Jim McKay's brainchild, purses totaling in $1 million for all different surfaces and distances, and the Maryland breds today. It's Maryland's day at the races. We'll kick things off here with the Maryland Million Turf Sprint. Dave Rodman standing by with the call.
When I Get to Heaven. 4 to 5, When I Get to Heaven. In the gate. Waiting for Tidewater to settle. Riders off for just a moment, getting back aboard. They're off of the first bet, Maryland Million Turf Sprint. When I Get to Heaven, Tidewater with a sharp break and Noah Chance going to mix it up in between horses too. Had to Have Him will settle back right off for speed, and great ideas in between horses as they move down the backstretch. And Katie's Notion is racing on the outside there as they head on now for the far turn run. And so down to the inside, it is Headstrong Tidewater, who's eager to go. Tidewater just in front. Tidewater, a length lead around the far turn. Noah Chances right there, and When I Get to Heaven sticking with a speed while 3 wide. In the meantime, Had to Have Him will have to come around them out toward the center of the course as they're into the stretch with a quarter mile to go. Great Idea and Katie's Notion. About 3/16 left to run. Tidewater willing, Tidewater driven. Outside Had to Have Him, When I Get to Heaven, willing for the battle too in between horses. So it's Had to Have Him now, and When I Get to Heaven to settle it. Had to Have Him with a momentum. Great Idea. Closing on the far outside for a share. Had to Have Him. Had to Have Him to win. The best bet, first bet, Maryland Million Turf Sprint. Had to Have Him.
Had to Have Him did get to come running late as your favorite on the outside. When I Get to Heaven ended up with a 3-wide pressing trip. So Helian Toledo and Had to Have Him and running late.
Fine job by the rider of the number 8 horse of not taking advantage of your given pace advantage. Always good to settle out in the stalk on a slow first quarter and allow the 1 to get in the race. The way the race was run, it was clear the 1 was going to win every step of the way.
Number 1 Had to Have Him for John Salzman in the first Maryland Million race of the day. The Maryland Million Turf Sprint gets the job done. We will have much more from Laurel Park still to come, but we head over to New York as we will kick off our program here, Belmont at the Big A, with a New York bred maiden special weight for the 2-year-olds coming up on a fast main track, going 7 furlongs. Right now it is the number 4 Top Player, who's 9 to 5, making his 3rd start for George Weaver. Let's meet the rest of the field, though, starting off with the number 2 Royal Riddle. Blinkers going on for Joe Sharp.
Finished ahead of the number 4 last time out, but probably had the better trip, not just in Top Player, breaking a little slowly, but I thought overall that one ran the better race, but obviously can win.
Blinkers going on as well for Hurricane Kaz, who hopped up at the start last time.
Yeah, she just didn't do any running afterwards, and she's going to have to improve a lot off of that effort.
There's Top Player making his 3rd start.
Yeah, I agree with the notion that this horse is the more likely of the 2. Just kind of ran a little bit of the better race for George Weaver.
Pride of the Union faced a good one in Arctic Beast last time.
Yeah, I'm not sure I'm ready to take the 2-to-1 on this horse, but broke slowly, then rushed, made a big wide middle move, and was not persevered with in the last 3/16 of a mile.
And Rumble, Young Man Rumble coming out of the funny side.
I'm embarrassed to say that I had to explain where Young Man Rumble came from to somebody on the set last time. At least you could say it's the first time in a dirt race against maidens.
Biggest price on the board right now at 10 to 1. Early pick 5 kicking off here is got a little glimpse of him there in the winner's circle, getting a look at horses. But champion jockey Richard Migliori here with us at trackside, checking out these 2-year-olds. Richie, what are you seeing?
Well, Acacia, I'm seeing a very well-behaved, classy group. They're really just doing everything right. We'll start down on the inside with the 2 Royal Riddle, who was beaten in those. Was second first time. I agree with Andy. He definitely got a better trip than the 4 Top Player, but from a physical perspective, he looks like he took even a step forward. Joe Sharp's horses tend to look very good, very well turned out for their races. This guy would absolutely get the appearance pick. Now, I went in a different direction, but he looks outstanding. The 3 Hurricane Kaz, I thought this horse ran sneaky good first time and adds blinkers. He didn't break well. He kind of jumped at the break a bit, and he rushed into what I thought was a fairly fast pace for 7 furlongs. I just think with blinkers on and the way he was warmed up by Sammy Marin, I think this horse is going to show improved speed today. And I went with the 5 horse who are trained by Jorge Abreu, Pride of the Union, who really caught my eye watching replays with that middle move wide, a trip you can't win with, and then he was wrapped up on, so he was beaten probably worse than he would have been. I love the way he warmed up. He's a beautiful mover. I thought he would be a bigger price as well than the 2-1, but he was the horse that lined up for me from what I saw from a physical perspective and what I saw handicapping the race.
Richie, thank you, Pride of the Union, for what it's worth. I said first time out, I loved the way this horse moved as well.
Well, the fact that he was eased in the stretch and probably could have lost by 5 or more lengths less makes his figure every bit as good as the horses that are the 2 and 4. And he made that little move. He's got to break cleanly today. He's the horse to beat, in my opinion.
Face Arctic Beast, who would win the stake at Finger Lakes with an 85 buyer next time out. In for race 1, 2-year-olds, Belmont at the Big A. Here's Chris Griffin.
And they're off. Top Player trying to flash early speed, and Pride of the Union now with a head in front. Top Player goes right with that rival. They're 1-2. Rumble, Young Man Rumble, is a well-settled third, is towards the outside of Hurricane Kaz, joins that one. And the trailer, Royal Riddle. They work up the backstretch here in the opener. Top Player's got the lead, and Pride of the Union a close-up second. Royal Riddle wants to go, is now held back here from Christopher Elliott, was just maybe a step slow, was rushing up and now backs off, is in the 4th position, passed to the outside by Hurricane Kaz. The trailer, Rumble, Young Man Rumble. They work into the far turn, 22 and 4 for the opening quarter mile. It's Top Player with a head in front. Pride of the Union ready to pounce, and the front 2 start to get separation. Royal Riddle is trying to get back into the bit here, is in third, starts to move forward. Losing ground there was Hurricane Kaz, and Rumble, Young Man Rumble, at the back of the field. 46 and 1 for that half-mile time. They get set to reach the top of the stretch, and Top Players trying to dispatch a Pride of the Union. Royal Riddle is trying to commence a rally out in the center of the racetrack now. Has got about 3.5, 4 to make up. Top Player at the rail. Pride of the Union continues the battle inside the final furlong. Top Player still holding off Pride of the Union. Late run here, Royal Riddle too far back. Top Player with a half-length advantage. Top Player almost there. Top Player gets the victory. Top Player over Pride of the Union, Royal Riddle, and Rumble, Young Man Rumble, 1 minute 24 and 4.
As we see the number 4 Top Player hold off Pride of the Union every step of the way. Just that little extra bit of experience, and Top Player, the favorite, able to dig in for the win.
Yeah, no reason to believe the rail's an advantage. It hasn't been unless things changed a lot today. I'm surprised the 5 lost. I thought on paper this horse couldn't lose. To be honest, they both broke well today after not breaking well in their first starts, and they bowed the whole way, and the 4 was able to prevail in the 2-horse race.
It really was kind of 4-5 throughout in the entire race, and Manny Franco aboard Pride of the Union doing everything he could to go by, but Top Player Ricardo Santana just having a little bit more in the tank there. So as you said, yes, they went 1-2 around, but they were also the 2 shortest prices on the board.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think there's anything happened here that's too compelling or interesting. I'm surprised. I thought the 5 was kind of a cinch in here and just wasn't able to get it done. No excuse unless the track's against her, which I don't have any reason to believe is the case.
Top Player holding off Pride of the Union 4-5, 2-6, 7-5 favorite getting the job done in the opener. Top Player ridden by Ricardo Santana and trained by George Weaver. That's a perfect segue. George Weaver could have a big day still to come on the card today in the Glen Cove coming up. George has 2 chances for another turf sprint score. One horse trying the turf for the first time and another stakes winner on the grass. We'll talk a little bit more about his runners in the Glen Cove after this.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you by America's Best Racing, making the sport easier to follow. Explore stories, betting tips, and race day insights at americasbestracing.net today. Did you carve your pumpkin yet?
Yeah. I was very busy carving
Did you go with a regular just pumpkin face, or did you do a cool design?
I did a few different ones. I did about
you?
6 or 7 pumpkins.
Oh, good.
I put them
I can't
outside
wait to
my
see.
apartment.
As race 1 went to the number 4 top player, holding off Pride of the Union, very game, making his 3rd career start, and he has just improved each time.
Somewhat of a 2-horse race on paper and a 2-horse race on the racetrack. And this horse able to get the job done. The good example of horses that did not break well in their debuts, both the 1st and 2nd finishers, they broke very sharply today.
Something we see so often with 2-year-olds too, that they just get off a bit slow and then they're just so much more professional out of the gate once they kind of figure out what this racing thing is.
No question about it.
Ricardo Santana aboard the winner, 7-5 on top player. Holds off Pride of the Union, 4-5-2. $4.80 winner in the opener. Race 2 coming up next, 6.5 furlongs on the main track. It's a claiming race for $32,000. And right now it is the number 3 10-cent Town for Ilkay Kentramachi, as this one taking a drop in class, 2nd off the claim.
Yeah, I think he's not only is he dropping, but he's running against a bunch of horses that are mostly moving up in class. So you've got sort of a double situation for him. And he's the horse to beat. If he's able to run as well as he did last time, he'll probably get it done. But he is a horse that's been a little camera shy lately.
More on that 2nd race in a moment, but still to come later on the card. We'll go with race number 10 today, as we have a jam-packed afternoon with the Glen Cove, one of the featured stakes on the program this afternoon. The main track only is coming out to the outside, as it looks like the rain avoiding us this afternoon on Saturday, which is always great news. And we'll take a look at the horses coming out of the Galway Stakes, as we'll get a chance to see some of them rematch. Here's where Pop Idol for George Weaver, off of a layoff, was able to wire the field pretty comfortably. Love Sever and Abiento both running behind her with outside posts. They were kind of up against it given how this race ended up playing out.
Well, yeah, there was plenty of speed signed on, but as often the case, one person went and everybody else grabbed, because that's a winning move to grab speed horses. Abiento probably ran the best race in finishing second in here, but, you know, once again, there is probably less speed signed on in this race than there was last time, so the possibility of Pop Idol getting loose really does exist, in which case she can win again getting here. Got to go the 6 today. I respect Abiento. I respect a lot of these horses. I thought many horses in this field could win, certainly including the 2 lost. Love Cervere. I picked Me Governor, who I think could be sort of trending in the right direction, but this is a wide open race.
Me Governor likely to kind of sit that good trip in there as well. Earlier on the card, we'll have our other turf stake, this one for older horses, going a mile in the Artie Schiller. This will be race 4 today. And Major Dude, a horse that's coming out of graded stakes tries. It's been a little while since he's won a race, but he has been keeping some very good company.
Yeah, he did have the run of the race in here. The rail was the place to be that day at Monmouth, but redistricting rode the rail also before angling out in the stretch. And redistricting's a better horse than these. He won the UN in his next start. He was second to Joe Hirsch in his subsequent start. Major Dude, I actually think the mile distance is very good for him, and he's just way the horse to beat. He's just getting probably needed class relief.
Has been facing good company. That was his 3rd place finish behind redistricting in the United Nations, going a bit longer as Lucky Score coming out from the rail. So we'll see how things do play out. Major Dude even money on the morning line. As we take a look at what's to come later on over at Laurel Park, the Maryland Million Classic will be later on the card. Mile and an 1/8 for 3-year-olds and up, and a lot of the focus, and rightfully so, around Post Time, who's 3 to 5 on the morning line. A very likable Maryland bred as we bring Maggie in for this conversation. Maggie, we've seen him on the biggest stage is against some tough company, but he is 10 for 10 at Laurel Park.
That's right, Acacia. He's definitely held his own against some tough company, an open company, I should say, second in that Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile last year for trainer Brittany Russell. And he is a likable sort because he has such a personality, too. He would often announce his presence when he stepped foot on track. He must be kept away from the ponies. He does like them a little bit too much. And while we just saw him up at Aqueduct, unfortunately 3rd in that 3-horse Woodward, he's coming back to his hometown here at Laurel Park, where he is undefeated. And while he has never run in a Maryland Million Day race, this classic looks as though it's his for the taking. With earnings of nearly $1.5 million, he is Maryland's hometown hero, at least as of now. But if you go back in history, it runs deep when it comes to famous racehorses that were sired or bred here in this state, including such as Gallaret, Native Dancer, even the Great Cigar, and in recent times, Mindframe, as well as Knicks Go. They're all sired here in the Old Line State. And Maryland is such an equine-rich state that when Jim McKay set out to create this Maryland Million Day, he definitely knew what he had. It is a celebration of everything equine and horse-related here in the state. As we just saw the pony races go by, Acacia, that's always an exciting spectacle here trackside. And we are celebrating Maryland racing all day long here at Laurel Park.
Absolutely love it, Maggie. And here's what's still to come as far as the Maryland Million Stakes schedule. And kind of to Maggie's point, I remember a few years ago when I was there, I got a chance to go over to Bill Boniface's Bonita Farm, and Bill was one of the co-founders of Maryland Million with Jim McKay, and he bred and raised Reputed Testimony, who won the Preakness, and kind of talking about how important the horse industry is to the state of Maryland as well.
As I said, they were the 3rd leading breeding state behind Kentucky and Florida a number of years ago. And while things have changed a little bit, it's still a big important part of racing. And I think there's a lot of things to look forward to as there's been a change in the state, people in the state running, and I think that's a positive step for Maryland racing, rebuilding Pimlico, a track that obviously needed to be upgraded. So I think there are reasons to be a little bit optimistic that things could move forward in Maryland with a change ahead hands as far as, the ownership especially.
And of course, we certainly hope for a positive future for Maryland Racing. So much rich history there and such a special day to celebrate today. Still to come, we'll see if Post Time can pick up the win a little bit later on. Talk about a good example of the positives of a Maryland-bred program. Here's a horse he's taken on, though, before, the horse that won that Woodward, Locked, as he's gearing up for the Breeders' Cup at Dirt Mile. Talk a little bit more about him and some of the other contenders after this.
Now $1,600,000, $1,600,000 bid today, $1,600,000 bid now $650,000, $1,650,000. Anybody else want $650,000 bid today, $1,650,000 $1,600,000. Thank you.
Saturday on America's Day at the Races, join Maggie Wolfendale on track live for the 40th edition of Jim McKay Maryland Million Day from Laurel Park. Back-to-back stakes races, including the Maryland Million Classic. Coverage begins noon Eastern on FS2. Weekends are for winners at Naira Bets. Opt into the Late Pick 5 hit and split bonuses to claim your share of $5,000 every Friday through Sunday. $5,000 hit and splits every weekend when you bet with Naira Bets.
Number 1 is Mo Donegal by Uncle Mo. And they're off in the Remsen. As they come on for the finish, and it's going to be tight here in the Remsen. Mo Donegal. Mo Donegal bearing down on the outside. It's Mo Donegal and early voting, and it is Mo Donegal to win the Wood Memorial. And it will be Mo Donegal to win the Test of the Champion, the Belmont Stakes.
You're watching America's Day at the Races, live coverage of New York and Laurel Park for Maryland Million Day. But we are also inching closer and closer to the Breeders' Cup World Championships, a lot of these big races that will decide a lot of the year-end honors for some of these big horses. But a race that has often been kind of a little bit more wide open, you get some sprinters stretching out or some other horses cutting back in distance, is the Dirt Mile. And here's a look at some of the probable contenders. We saw Locked win the Woodward here last time out and kind of getting back on track, Andy. As Maggie touched on, though, it was a 3-horse race. Yes, he won. We still haven't seen kind of that glimpse of brilliance that we saw from Locked back earlier this year.
And are they going to run here, or are they going to run the Classic? Obviously, it's less competition here, though Niso's probably the horse to beat, assuming he shows up. And that's an assumption I don't want to definitely make. I don't know. I know Locke won the Cigar Mile. He's a little better, though, with more distance. But listen, he's obviously a talented horse. I kind of agree, though. I don't think his Woodward, I think it was nice to see him go back to the winner's circle. I just don't think he's ever found a way to get even close to that huge effort he ran the Santa Anita Handicap. He could win. Seems like somewhat of an open race in here. And if he chooses to run here, he along with Nisos and maybe White Abarrio are the probable likely, favorites.
And White Abarrio training strong for Saffie Joseph Jr. We'll see what he can do cutting back to that Dirt Mile. As we bring Richie into this conversation, Richie, an intriguing horse is last year's Kentucky Derby winner, Mystic Dan, pointing to the Dirt Mile. He'll cut back after that win in the Lucas Classic.
Yeah, and I think it's probably just a good managerial move, right? You look at the depth of the Classic this year, and you go, man, I might have to run a race that I just have never been able to run before to be competitive, where the mile just looks like it could be, an easier spot. Not that any Breeders' Cup is easy. I also wonder if it's, a matter of that Mystic Dan just seems to be better at Churchill Downs than any place else. He seemed, obviously his Derby, where he benefited from an incredible trip and ride from Brian Hernandez. This time, Francisco Arrieta deputizing for the injured. And again, he's a horse that likes to run in close, run on the inside. He doesn't mind traffic. So the mile could suit well for him for being handy, but again, it's not at Churchill Downs, where I think he's just a little bit better than any place else. And I think a lot of it has to do with the depth of the Classic this year. This could be one of the best Classics, if not the best Classic we've ever seen.
It's stacked, that's for sure. Really looking forward to seeing how that Classic does play out. But again, here's some of the probables for the Dort Mile. Andy, you touched on Nysos. We saw win that San Diego last time out for Bob Baffert. He is a little bit of a horse that's had some trouble staying on the track, though, so we'll see what the future does hold for him. And it could be interesting to see which horses opt to take this route, as Richie touched on, avoiding kind of killers in the Classic this year.
Yeah, I think we have had, it's a very good Classic. We've had some pretty good Classics in past years, in the 40-plus years. This is what, the 42nd or 43rd Breeders' Cup. We'll see, can White Abarrio get back to some of his better form? What about Locked? If Nysos shows up, I imagine Bob feels he's doing well. Bob is not one to run them unless he thinks they're doing well. He's going to be favored in that bunch, and he's going to be the horse to beat. He ran a 108 Beyer last time. He's a very good horse, and the mile 2 turns should be fine for him. So Nysos the horse to beat if he runs. We'll see, though.
Looking forward to seeing how that Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile does play out. Back over to Belmont at the Big A. Race 2 coming up next. It's, again, a claiming race sprinting on the main track. That's a look at 10 Cent Town, who is taking that drop in class. And you know, it is tough as you kind of go through to get away from this horse who's just been facing much better. Not to mention, he also has some tactical speed. Should put himself into a nice trip no matter what.
Yeah, I'm not sure how close he'll be. Probably sitting 3rd or 4th in this race. It looms boldly as the speed, but he actually ran very well in here. On the other hand, he was almost 10-1, and today he's going to be almost even money, so you're not getting any value. I thought he ran well in this race against better horses. It's just a question. You look at them. Riyadh Moon beat a non-winners of 3 lifetime race. Loomed boldly, was heavily favored, and was 4th in a lower level claiming race. Great Richie M claimed out of a $20,000 claiming race. Loco Abarrio, yeah, he won a $40,000, but it was an off the turf race. And the horse who was 2nd is back in for $12,500 later today, and Gatsby was claimed for $12,500. So what you do is you have 5 horses essentially moving up in company, and 1 horse dropping down in company. So it's a double sort of whammy.
Yeah.
In other words, he's not just dropping. Everybody else is moving up. If he runs his race, he's the horse to beat. The only concern with him is he has not won a race this year, only the 1 win last year. He's not getting it done, and he has been a short price in quite a few of those races.
Well, the number 4 taking some attention is Great Richie M. Is Mig, I got to say, you are my favorite Great Richie M.
Well, thank you, Acacia. I appreciate it. Actually, the groom just asked me if the horse was named for me, and I had to tell him, no, alas, it was not. But he looks great, and he's in good form. He's stepping up in company. But he's the one horse in here that last time he has a habit of not breaking particularly fast. And last time he broke really awkwardly, and he was further back than normal, but he showed that, you know, he's capable of coming from well back. And I'm just seeing a race where a lot of horses, although I agree that the 1 looms boldly as a speed, should be in very close proximity to each other, and maybe he's the one who benefits from the kind of trip. I will say he looks like he's thriving on his work, carrying incredible weight for a horse coming off of 2 big efforts in a row. And then the 5, Loco Barrio, he would get the paddock check mark. He's a horse that should be forward. I like him turning back here for Rob Atras, and he was claimed for 40 off a winning effort, and now he drops down to the $32,000 level, but I couldn't get past how good he looks, guys.
Richie, thank you. As 4-1 right now, going out for race 2, 3-2 though on your favorite, and we will see how things do play out. Stepping onto the track though, and things will start in the post raid with a horse that has kind of one way to go and looms boldly. We know he's going to go to the lead.
Seen mixed signals from the notice. They've had a couple horses that they claimed that really improved dramatically, and a couple others that ran lousy. So I don't know. His last race was bad, but he is the controlling speed, and somewhere in there is a horse who can wire this field. He's a big price.
That's some back races to go on, that's for sure. The 2 Riyadh Moon went by. Here's your favorite 10 Cent Town.
Right, Riyadh Moon took advantage of a race that collapsed last time against Lesser. 10 Cent Town, if he runs his race, he's just the horse to beat.
There's Great Richie M.
Yeah, he's been in some pretty sharp barns recently, and he's moving up, but at least he's in decent form.
Loco Barrio first off the claim.
Also in good form, also been in some sharp barns lately. His last win is not really a 40,000 claimer, though. It was a much lower level off the turf race.
And Gatsby, another new claim stepping up.
Yeah, he's been claimed 2 times in a row for 12,500. He's just running against lesser horses, but he's been running okay.
That's the field for race 2. We'll get back to it in a moment. Heading over to Laurel Park, we have the 3rd coming up. It's a Maryland-bred handicap coming here for 3-year-olds and older, 7 furlongs on the main track. And right now you have a tepid favorite in the 6th pay zone, who's 3-1 on the board. A horse that has been in good form for Anthony Farrier, trying to stretch out and show that he can do it going the 7/8 with that early speed.
Yeah, it's hard for me to really have a handle on these races. I don't play Maryland races, and you've got horses that are running at Timonium and Charlestown, and I don't know if that form necessarily holds up going forward. I suppose this horse can win. He figures, though, to be part of a pace, along with, in all likelihood, at least on paper, the number 10 Irish Hero, that I think could be kind of on the quick side, and so I would go elsewhere. I'd be more interested in looking at 2 horses that are cutting back in distance, primarily the number 8, who I think is way too big a price right now at 10-1, and even the 9, Delise Vita, who's coming off a win at Timonium around a couple of turns, at least 2, maybe 3, for what it's worth. I think the 8 Bill of Rights, though, is an overlay. I know he ran badly last time, but I like the cutback for this horse, a horse that should get pace to run into.
Yeah, and to your point, I've always found it's a little bit tricky with that Timonium form. As you mentioned, it's a bull ring, so you have to go quite a few turns, and it's a very tight track, and some horses just don't handle it. So I always find if you have some better form to go back on, like Bill of Rights, like Dolice Vita do at Laurel, at Delaware, some other tracks, it's definitely something you can lean on. So 10-1 on Bill of Rights, cutting back in distance, a nice price here. 1.1 at Timonium, I believe, is 3 turns.
Yeah, I would guess it is.
So certainly one that has some form to go back on at a nice price right now. The 9-7-2 Dolice Vita.
And I think it's also a race where, you know, you look through, you've got a lot of horses that run kind of similar figures. So you got to find a reason maybe to find somebody at a slightly better price, because you got horses that in their days are very similar. I don't need to take a short-priced horse, and I'm afraid that Payzone just could get sort of caught up in what's too fast a pace, also stretching out to 7. And while sprinters like the 10 and the 6 stretching out to 7 can be very dangerous at those distances because the paces are slower, with the presence of both of them, it's hard to see this pace being slow, and I'm not really familiar. Are they aggressive down there? Maybe they're around here where one person goes and the other guy grabs. I don't really know, but it's hard not to think there's going to be at least some pace in this race.
See how it plays out, how much pace is on, and we now have 2 horses at 7-2. It's kind of one of those wide open races to come here in this 3rd race. Laurel Park. After this, we'll get back to Maryland Million races. It's the Maryland Million Turf coming up following this race. So still a lot of fun to look forward to, and some of the big names coming on a little bit later on, all about celebrating Maryland's Day at the Races. Are you a crab cakes fan?
Yeah, for sure. I'm pretty much a food fan. There's very few foods that I won't eat. I've spent a lot of time in Maryland, a lot of time in Baltimore, a lot of fun down there, good friends from down there. You know, I think it should be noted with Laurel, one of the reasons I'm a big fan of Laurel, and I've gone there quite a few times and always enjoyed myself. You know, unfortunately, with the landscape changing, mostly because of the Breeders' Cup, it destroyed what was one of the great races in America, the Washington, D.C. International, which I went to many times. But I don't know if people are familiar with the idea that Laurel is the first track that showed replays, that have a replay center.
That's right.
They put a replay center in the 80s, and they also used to have these 10 TVs where they would show replays over and over again of each race that had been run that day for you to take notes, but also you could use the replay center. So they were really ahead of the curve as far as doing things for handicappers, and I think that was Joe DeFrancis, his father, who was really, really good at finding those things that horse players needed and wanted. And, you know, replays, we take it for granted. It's so easy now. It was very different back then.
All about finding the edge as a handicapper. Great history there in Maryland. Loading in for race 3. We'll go 7 furlongs on the main track. Maryland Million Day continues. Track announcer Dave Rodman standing by with the call.
Little Lance, the Wolfman. the Wolfman. And they're off. Irish Hero most perfect, pays on with that usual early speed. On the inside, El Divino, Nino now moving along to third. So Irish Hero's just in front from Payzone, El Divino. Nino racing third. Little Lance is next as they move down the back stretch. And the Wolfman's not far from the front, only 5 off the speed. Now moving along to the 4th spot. Little Lance back in between horses. 5th most perfect is in 6th. Delete Savita racing 7th, about 10 lengths off that early speed. Daddy Yankee is racing on the inside. And next is Bill of Rights racing back of the pack, third last Alvy, and trailing the field is Formal Affair. About 17 lengths from front to back and to the far turn. Irish Hero pays on there on the outside, going a spry pace up front. El Divino, Nino is in third. Another 3, the Wolfman ridden along for a little more. 4th, 5 to close in now with 2.5 furlongs left to go. Dolitza Vita racing on the outside. The inside is Little Lance, who's next. And trying to whip around and Bill of Rights for a share under a drive. Top of the stretch. And it's Payzone resting a narrow lead from the weary Irish Hero. Center Tech, El Divino, Nino. Extreme outside. Formal Affair is coming alive. Here comes Formal Affair chugging along to the center of the track. Formal Affair for the back of the pack. Formal Affair and Yenset Hazelwood. They're clear at the end from Delete Savita. Bill of Rights was third. Close 4th there. Payzone trying to hang on to 4th.
Formal Affair gets the win, stepping up from a claiming race last time out. Comes running late. Now Journeyman won last time out. I should say have to run at equal weights. One is a 5-pound apprentice last time. Yenset Hazelwood keeps the mount and comes rolling late here.
Guessing this horse only 8-1 actually. This horse,
yeah.
My 8 got pounded late from 10-1 to 9-2, finished third, and race did end up falling apart. I could not make this horse, but can I tell you, on paper, this horse does not look like an 8-1 shot. It looks like a 18-1 shot.
Trained by Jose Corrales gets the win there. Back over Belmont at the Big A. Horses approaching the gate for race 2. On board with the favorite here, Andy?
I picked the favorite. I'm not, I don't love betting 7-5 shots. It's more a case of I couldn't make a real case for anybody else. Though I think the one at 10-1 is a little bit interesting. I'm worried his career is kind of over and he's not the horse he once was. But he should be the controlling speed here in a new barn, and I think he'd do worse if he wanted a long shot. But I'm not against the favorite, even though he's not really a winning type. I just didn't find anybody that really caught my fancy here.
Race 2 coming up next as they load in even money on 10 Cent Town. Chris Griffin standing by.
Loco Abadio. Gatsby to the outside. Goes in. All set. Movement from Gatsby. And they're off. Gatsby was unsettled but broke quickly from an outside draw. Is right out to the front, is up by a half length. Here's 10 Cent Town to apply pressure. Now will take back, is content to sit in second. Wants to get out of there. Might move towards the outside for Dylan Davis and does. Moves to the 2 path, is getting over to the rail. That's Gatsby. Gatsby secures the front. Now running up on heels, looms boldly. Nowhere to go, is in the purple cap, is in third. Out wider comes Loco Abadio, who's in the 4th position. They're followed here, a red cap from Great Richie M and the lone trailer, Riyadh Moon. 23 seconds flat for the opening quarter mile. The leader is Gatsby. Gatsby, trying to take him all the way, is up by 3/4 of a length. In pursuit is 10 Cent Town. 3 wide, here comes Loco Abadio, who's in pursuit and back into the bit here at the rail. That's looms boldly. Just had to wait for some room. Now is more settled and running after the leader. The leader is Gatsby. Gatsby with a quarter mile left to go, 46.27 for a half mile time, and taking no prisoners right now. Manny Franco says, let's win it. It's Gatsby who's up by 3-4 lengths here, trying to fend them off. Up on the outside, Loco Abadio. Riyadh Moon is trying to rally on, but Gatsby reached the top of the stretch and opened up inside the final 16th. This is a great effort here. Gatsby geared down. Impressive. Riyadh Moon second, then came Great Richie M and Loco Abadio in 1 minute 16.09 seconds.
Gatsby gets the win. First time in the winner's circle in a long time. Not only did he win, but he was much the best here, Andy.
He was. As you said to me during the race, the other Cantamachi or his 10 Cent Town, he can't run at all anymore. He was terrible in this race, and really it ended up being a one-race horse affair. I mean, this horse won, and nobody else did any real running. I am now starting to wonder after these 2 races if we might actually be dealing with an inside bias. Sort of drifted a little in the stretch, but I'm starting to wonder a little bit. We'll see as the dirt races go on.
Something to keep an eye on the main track, as he was able to control, because Looms Boldly, for whatever reason, has no speed anymore, and he was not on the front end, and so that left Gatsby there to get comfortable and dictate things.
I mean, he was a tough horse to make in front. Obviously, you thought the 1 would be, but when the 1 doesn't have any speed anymore, this horse was able to clear. He was the 2nd quickest horse early, and he just destroyed this field. I mean, not impossible, but he is a horse coming out of $12,500 claiming races, and he won as though he was coming out of better races.
6-2-4-5. Gatsby gets the win with Manny Franco aboard. Much the best at 5-1 in race 2. Prices and more when we come back.
Drain the Clock will win and win by as much as he wants. He'll win by 6 in the end.
It is Drain the Clock who will bound home the winner in the Bayshore. Drain the Clock, Jackie's Warrior, a terrific finish in the Woody Stevens that goes to Drain the Clock by a head.
Well, we've been here since 1910. Started here with my great-grandfather. They moved the operation from Virginia to present-day Claiborne in Paris, Kentucky. Long lineage between my grandfather, Bull Hancock, who was really influential in importing European stallions. And those stallions ended up kind of transcending the American bloodstock, and they're still evident and prevalent throughout the pedigrees today. My father, he had Mr. Prospector. He brought him up from Florida. He's had Danzig. Obviously, Secretariat was his first stallion that he ever syndicated, so he caught lightning in a bottle right off the bat, and I'm trying to do the same thing now. Certainly, we've come along and been really lucky and gotten some really good stallions along the way. Warfront's obviously in the sunset of his career. He's been unbelievable for us. We're looking for someone to fill his shoes, and we're excited about Mindframe. We think he can be that next big horse for us. Annapolis has had his first foals on the ground, and they're looking unbelievable. Certainly Prince of Monaco, he has his first that are in utero, and we're looking forward to those foals in the spring. We've really put an emphasis on our September sale this year, more so than years past. We're feeling confident that we have a really good group, and hopefully the sales results will prove that. We've had a lot of wonderful clients over the years that have really supported us and backed us, and that's been one of the main reasons why we've had the success we've had. We couldn't do it without them. It's hard to be in business for 115 years if you're not doing things the right way. Our motto is do the usual and usually well, and we've always felt like if you take care of the horse is going to take care of you, and we've certainly been lucky in that regard.
And our program brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm, 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well.
I did that pumpkin, actually.
It looks great. You did a really nice job.
Yeah, it took me a while. So
I can imagine
you, but I
it did.
appreciate this.
Randy's been hard at work. Race 2, Belmont at the Big A. It looked on paper like it all revolved around one horse. That turned out to be the case, just not the horse you anticipated, as it was Gatsby, much the best in here.
An aggressive move up with this horse worked, so it's a good sign. They've moved him up off the claim, and once the one just can't run anymore and has no speed, he got clear on the front end and he got comfortable. I don't know that the race did collapse behind him. I don't know that we're seeing a lot of evidence it's an inside speed track, but I think we're seeing some. So I want to keep an eye on that, but I don't want to get carried away with that.
Something to watch moving forward. $13.40 winner late rally from Riyadh Moon into second. Race 3, New York bred maiden special weight for the 2-year-olds sprinting on the turf coming up next. And True Legend, speaking of George Weaver, no surprise this one taking attention as he was beaten just by a nose on debut.
Yeah, he's probably the horse to beat. He broke a little bit slow in there. I thought he hung at the end, and I don't like the horse that he lost to, but he did run the best race. He got a very good trip after breaking slowly. He makes a lot of sense. George looking for his second win in the card, as is Manny. I have the horses with experience. I prefer Chummers. He's obviously not going to be the 12-1 that he is in the board, 11-1 right now.
How about the money that 2 is taking? 20-1 morning line, 7-2 right now. First time starter,
wow,
Baby Meanie.
That horse is a significant longest shot on the board in the doubles. So I don't know.
Float
is somebody betting the name in here? We'll see.
Second dam actually ran well on the turf.
Yep.
So
Yep.
we will see what takes place in race 3. New York bred maiden special weight still to come. Horses making their way over. There's the current favorite, True Legend, for George Weaver, looking for his second win on the card. More on race 3 when we come back on America's Day at the Races.
Prince of Monaco's Too Good for Moose, an impressive winner of the Best Pal. Miramondi's All Hot, but Prince of Monaco Too Good.
Prince of Monaco, standing at Claiborne Farm.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
As they say,
Book 'em, Dano. Prince of Monaco in between. It's going to get very close. Book 'em, Dano.
if you can make it here,
Book 'em, Dano in a thriller. Book 'em, Dano wears him down. Book 'em, Dano under a perfect ride from Paco Lopez to win the True North.
you can make it anywhere.
It's Book 'em, Dano in another stellar display, winning the Alfred G. Vanderbilt going away.
Bucaro, proudly standing in New York at Iron Horse Stallions.
Zacchio, Flatterer, Flat Top, McDynamo, Goodnight Shirt, Snap Decision, legends that have defined steeplechasing's finest hour. For over a century, the Far Hills Race Meeting has set the gold standard for racing. On October 18th, the tradition continues at Moreland Farm. Come be a part of the pageantry, beauty, and excitement of steeplechase racing's biggest day. Tickets are available now at farhillsrace.org.
race 3, then we're back on America's Day at the races. Race at 3 coming up next. Belmont at the Big A. New York bred maiden special weight sprinting on the turf. And True Legend currently the short priced favorite at 4-5. Was there anybody else with experience that you thought was interesting? You mentioned Chummers, Andy. This horse is 10-1 right now, and he ran very well when getting onto the turf last time too.
The betting here right now is ludicrous. Well, it was a George Weaver horse that didn't look that exciting here a couple days ago that went up around even money, and it did win. So maybe they know when this barn's live, but geez, I don't think his race was that good that he should be a heavy favorite here. Chummers ran well, and there's no fault of Christopher Elliott. This horse kind of drifted on him. The rail was very good at this point, and it's not that he was off it as much as it allowed the winner to come up the inside and just nip him. I thought this horse ran fine in a race that I think the figure holds up, and I don't see any reason that Chummers is significantly less likely to win than the number 3 True Legend. They're similar prices in multi-race bets. Not similar. He's a clear-cut second choice. So I don't think he's going to stay at this price, but they're just going insane for the number 3 True Legend, who on paper to me is maybe the horse to beat, but I don't. Am I missing something here?
I did not think there should be such a disparity between the two horses that ran so well on the turf, and between Chummers and True Legend. I know that True Legend is George Weaver with a 2-year-old sprinting on the grass, and that seems to have been kind of the magic formula, but Chummers I thought ran exceptionally well. You saw that. It was a tough beat there with him getting onto the turf for the first time, and as far as a buyer speed figure goes, he ran faster than the favorite.
Yeah, 3-5 is inexplicable. And the favorite hung like a chandelier last time in what I think was actually a pretty weak field. And yes, he broke slowly, there's no doubt. But after that, he got an absolutely perfect trip. So there's good and bad.
True Legend 3-5 right now for how he's doing in the paddock. Let's check in with Richie.
Yeah, Keisha, he's doing good. I mean, all of these young horses, sometimes you come in the paddock, young, 2-year-olds are a little bit out of sorts. Everybody seems just so comfortable. And sometimes it's a young horse that's never run will be a little worked up, or they'll go the other way where they're just not clued into what's going to happen. And then you got to watch second-time starters because sometimes that first race will kind of shake them up. Everybody's acting really well, including your favorite, the 3 True Legend. He broke a little slow on debut, but then he worked out a really good trip. George tends to have his horses ready to win first time. Obviously, he's a major player, but I thought there were a couple other interesting horses, including the 4 Brilliant Fury. Very well turned out for Dave Duggan, first-time starter by Violence. He is a half to Karakatsi, a stakes-placed winner on the turf, so there's turf pedigree there. Good sharp gate work, 3-back, and I like when they have all their gate work done. And then a couple of maintenance works, almost kind of lets them settle down more into the gate. I find horses are better gate horses when their last works aren't out of the gate. And then the 8 horse, another first-time starter, Kid Rich, Kevin Rice, he's winning at 20%, 50 winners on the year. When he ships horses here to New York, they come with a purpose. Loved interviewing him recently, and he talked about just having horses happy and comfortable, and that's when they run their best. Horse comes in off of good works on synthetic by Central Banker. I thought he was very interesting, looks extremely fit, and we know that Kevin Rice is more than capable to win with a first-time starter.
Shown that, Richie. Thank you. As Kid Rich have to be the boss, who is more of a dirt horse, but also Turbo Drive, who was very good on the turf, even took on hurdles after.
Also Colonel Tom, who was an extremely good turf sprinter. I think George Weaver had that horse, and it's not like he had a huge turf stallion sire. And that's a concern because Central Banker is an 8% turf stallion, so he's not as good as he is as a sire. He's not great with his sprinters, but there's enough with turf horses on the dam side, and as Richie was talking about, and I agree, Kevin Rice, Adam Rice, shipping in horses, they're very, very dangerous. I picked Kid Rich in here because I don't think either the 3 or 7 are that good that a decent firster couldn't beat them in here, and they seem like the right 2 horses based on their experience.
5-1 on that first-time starter, Kid Rich. Jose Lascano going to be aboard, the son of Central Banker. There's your favorite, though, True Legend. More on him and this race 3 field when we come back on America's Day at the Races.
16-2, a big black colt. He's a horse that is built for speed. With Practical Joke, it really is a case of like father, like son.
It's Domestic Product kicking clear and opening up here in the stretch.
When he ran that speed figure of 106, we were under no illusions that we had a very exciting prospect on our hands.
Domestic Product just in front. Domestic Product.
When you see horses like that who are capable of replicating the success of their fathers, that have the look that Domestic Product does, it gives you great confidence.
We're back on America's Day at the Races. Glad to have you with us as we continue our live racing coverage from New York and Maryland. It is Maryland Million Day over at Laurel Park, and we do have the Maryland Million Turf coming up next. And here's a look at the field right now. 1 1/8 miles on the turf for 3-year-olds and upward. It's currently You Know Nothing, who is a 4-year-old filly, taking on the boys. That's the favorite. She's been running against some pretty tough company.
Well, she's the best horse in this race, and if she runs a race, she's the horse to beat. The problem with her is that she's better at longer distances, and with the 9 getting in off the also eligibles, a speed, who has some quality, she's her biggest threat. The AE getting in hurts her chances.
We'll meet the field, kicking off with the 1 Davy Jones. Here's the 2. This is very Maryland. Crabs and Beer.
Yeah, you know, you look at these horses, and Crabs and Beer isn't bad. I mean, his run figures that are okay, but just doesn't seem really that competitive.
Goodbye note, getting back on the turf for Hammy Smith.
Yeah, I mean, once again, the turf races aren't terrible, but they're not nearly as good as the kind of race that the 7 was running.
Jorge Ruiz will be aboard at the number 5, Magical Mondays.
Yeah, she's a long shot for a reason.
Going out for Tim Woolley, 20-1 right now. There's Jack Sledge in the 6.
She's in good form, coming off a win. Can she keep going forward? He is, yes. Excuse me.
All of these are he's, except for this one. You Know Nothing, who's the filly taking on the boys.
Well, I certainly don't need to remind that I know nothing. Here's a horse that seems to, though, improve with more distance. Can she be as effective at 1 1/8 miles?
There is Zevon, the Zevon, excuse me, the 7-year-old.
Break your phone like I broke Greg Wolf's phone over Warren Zevon, one of the greats of all time. Not good enough, this horse.
There is Coringa getting in off the also eligible major player.
Yeah, she is. She's going to be forward. She can be the speed, and she's the biggest threat to the favorites, the board suggests.
Gelding to the outside with plenty of speed for Mike Trombetta. That's the field for the Maryland Million Turf. Let's check in with Maggie.
Miguel just had to put a filly in against the boys to mess Andy up through that entire post parade, didn't he, Acacia? I'm kidding. As we'll check in with that filly, number 8, You Know Nothing. Now, last time it was at Kentucky Downs, and as we often talk about, what happens at Kentucky Downs stays at Kentucky Downs. I also feel like throughout that meeting, it paid to be down on the rail, and she was for the most part. Now, she'll add blinkers today, just kind of a shortcut cheater blinker. She's very well behaved in the paddock. My biggest criticism of her throughout her career is that she's just a little bit of a lighter framed type, and it was certainly accentuated as she faced some male counterparts here today. But otherwise, I think she makes a good deal of sense. She has enough tactical speed before the blinkers. I would think that, they're just trying to find another gear with her, not necessarily wanting more speed, but just get her to engage and kind of run by horses more willingly. So all things good for her, on her toes now out on the racetrack. To her inside is one that was definitely on his toes throughout the preliminaries. Number 6, Jack's Legend for Kenny Cox, who won the Maryland Million Classic a couple years ago with the Beer Can Man. I thought his last race was very good. I know it was a little light on Beyer speed figures, but on the sheets, it was quite fast, and as fast as You Know Nothing's last race, too. He moved closer kind of on the backside. He went up to challenge wide around the turn, and he really kicked on well. He was full of himself in the paddock, definitely the most aggressive type, as he'll stretch out even further here, going the mile and an eighth. We'll see, has he expended too much energy? Is he too sharp to extend that kind of running style? Now, he looks as though he can handle it, and he's really well turned out, very healthy overall. So I do like what I'm seeing from him. Can he take that next step forward? As obviously he has run okay in a second start in this race, going back to 2 years ago. Moving on to number 9, Coringa. Boy, for a practical joke, he is a tall glass and drink of water. He's very leggy. He's definitely an atypical son of that sire. And he's run 2 of his 3 last races have been very fast. Now, he has often been the beaten favorite, making good on that, though last time heavily favored and controlling from the start, but he's going to have to do it from the far outside post today. He definitely doesn't act like a horse, though, that is a forward type. He's so laid back in the paddock here from Mike Trombetta and out on the racetrack, too. So it's an unfortunate post position for him, Acacia, so we'll see what kind of trip he's able to work out from that outside, if he's comfortable and can be effective stalking here today.
See how the pace does play out, Maggie. Thank you, Coringa, son of Practical Joke, as we're doing the Aqueduct Post Parade. All right, we're going over to Belmont at the Big A. We'll meet the field. We'll be back to Maryland in a moment. A little bit of tap dancing here. Let's meet the field for race 3, Belmont at the Big A. New York bred turf sprinter, starting off with first-time starter Baby Meanie.
Well, she's drifted up, or he's drifted up, excuse me, and a lot of it because the 3 continues to take an inordinate amount of money.
There is that number 3, True Legend.
I have no idea what makes somebody think this horse is a good bet at 1-2. They may win, but they're not getting a good price.
Brilliant Fury, first-time starter for Dave Duggan.
Yeah, there's a little bit of turf pedigree on this one, and Violence is an effective turf stallion for turf sprinters.
There is Thirsted getting onto the turf for the first time.
I wish Violence was the sire of this one, because there's a lot of damn side pedigree.
Son of Frosted. There's Hoity Maroney at first-time turf.
This one would be a massive upset.
Chummers ran well in the grass last time.
Yeah, but the lack of support at the windows is a little bit discouraging.
Yep. And 7-1 first-time starter Kid Rich.
Yeah, I stuck with the Kevin Rice's horses, and the Rice's shipping in seemed to be pretty good. So I took this one. I think the 3 is massively overbet, win or lose.
Quickly back over to Laurel Park. The Maryland Million Turf coming up. They're loading in. It's 3-5 on You Know Nothing. The filly taking on the boys. Dave Rodman standing by for the call.
And they're off of the John Deere Maryland Million Turf. Good break for Davy Jones. Karinga on the outside, now moving forward up to grab a narrow lead. Here's Goodbye Note settling right off of speed in third. Jack's Legend travels in fourth. Zivon is in fifth in mid-pack. And Magical Mondays Racing Rail. You Know Nothing is one horse beaten. That's Crabs and Beer, who's last of them all into the first turn run. Karinga at a controlled clip. Karinga going to try to slow it down around that turn. Karinga leads from Goodbye Note, and Davy Jones on hold in third to the inside. Jack's Legend up close there in fourth, only 4 lengths off of Karinga. Magical Mondays on the inside. Zivon, You Know Nothing, and Crabs and Beer last. A dozen lengths will cover them as they move down the backstretch now with about 5 furlongs left to go. Karinga, as Goodbye Note tries to quicken that one up from the outside. Karinga, Goodbye Note. Davy Jones 3.5 off them, and Jack's Legend out in the clear, ready to pounce on them from fourth. Jack's Legend now trying to draw in a little bit closer. Another 2 to Magical Mondays. Inside is You Know Nothing. Zivon and Crabs and Beer is trailing the field heading into the far turn. Karinga from Goodbye Note. Davy Jones, Jack's Legend patient on the outside. Then on the inside is You Know Nothing. Still has 6 lengths to make up. You Know Nothing trying to work out a trip. One off the inside and roll on in between horses. Magical Mondays 3 or 4 wide top of the stretch. Crabs and Beer and Zivon. They make the turn for home, and it's Karinga trying to stay on. Jack's Legend on the outside trying to grab Karinga, but Karinga no intentions of stopping. Karinga let loose to the final furlong. It opens up 5. Jack's Legend is second. Then outside is You Know Nothing, just picking up third and trying to run into second. But it is Karinga and Michael Sanchez nursed all the way to whole sway to win a length and a half from You Know Nothing. Then Jack's Legend, Magical Mondays.
A tale of 2 trips. Karinga in off the also eligible list, forwardly placed, and got the jump on You Know Nothing, who did come running late.
Yeah, she was able to control in the front end. No surprise. We predicted that. I can't believe she ended up favored 6-5 to me. And
Karinga
I'm not
ended up
sure,
favored.
that the second horse couldn't have won if she hadn't gotten completely blocked trying to move around the turn at a pivotal time and allow the 9 to just get away from them. It would have been close, but the 2 favorites run in order.
Karinga with the win in the Maryland Million Turf. Back over to New York. Horses on the turf for this third race. New York bred maiden special weight coming up. There's your favorite, 1-2. Wow.
The 1-2 and the 3 sort of says to me that people think the 7 has no chance. So they're saying, well, the 2 that ran, I don't know how they know, because it's crazy that these horses have this disparity in price. Because Chummers' race is every bit as good as this horse's race first time out. Doesn't make any sense. They're betting as though Chummers isn't going to run. Now, I'm still going to take the 8, Kid Rich. I like the right horse done, and I think that you're obligated to bet something in this race because True Legend may win, but 1-2 is absurd.
Very short price on that second-time starter, Fort George Weaver. We have New York-bred 2-year-old sprinting on the grass coming up in race 3.
Compared to that horse yesterday, that second-time starter that paid almost $480, that led off the pick 6. A horse on paper that kind of couldn't lose.
The Kelly Breen horse.
And this horse is 1-2, and that horse paid almost $480. This is a massive underlay.
We'll see how it plays out. Race 3 coming up. Chris Griffin has the call.
Hoyty Maroney, 2 out. Chummers. Kid Rich to the outside. Kid Rich goes in. All set. And they're off. Hopping in the air at the start was Brilliant Fury. The speed from Hoyty Maroney right to the front, and Hoyty Maroney with a head advantage, but here comes True Legend at the rail. True Legend takes it right to Hoyty Maroney, who doesn't want to give up the lead, and these two hook up in a pace duel. Hoyty Maroney is now pushing True Legend, who wants out of this pace duel. It's going to take back here. Manny Franco backs off, takes second, it's going to move to the outside. 22.58, the posted opening quarter. Hoyty Maroney took it right to True Legend, who's back for more up on the outside. Then comes Thirsted. Purple Cap is in pursuit from third. Chummers is all in here from fourth. Trying to make up some ground is Kid Rich. The 2 at the back, that's Baby Meanie and Brilliant Fury. Hoyty Maroney trying to get out here at the top of the lane, and Hoyty Maroney with True Legend ranging back up on the outside, had to work to do so. Here in pursuit, center of the course, traveling as a pair. It's Chummers to the outside and Thirsted in between horses. True Legend, but Chummers, and Chummers on the grandstand side has now put a neck in front. Still battling there is Thirsted in between horses, but Chummers is opening up here, sprinting away. Give it to Chummers. Christopher Elliott, that's your winner. Thirsted finished second. Hoyty Maroney comes back and gets third, and True Legend finishes fourth in 1 minute 10 seconds flat.
Amazing that Chummers went off at 9-2, while True Legend went off at 3-5, and Chummers was the best in here, certainly appreciating the turf once again.
Well, they didn't know.
Yeah.
Because, and there's a little give in the ground. We had some little bit of showers this morning, and obviously these aren't the best of horses, but Chummers didn't show the speed, rated today, Christopher Elliott, and won quite easily. That was a terrible performance by the favorite, who actually blew third with the 6 coming back on and getting it done. Chummers, they didn't know. 9-2 is a crazy price on this horse, and the taking 3-5 on True Legend is just insane.
9-2.
Nuts.
Wow, generous price on this horse, Chummers, with Christopher Elliott in the saddle, kind of changing the running style, rating off the pace today, but it was much the best finishing up in this spot. It was 7-5, 6-3. Your favorite at 3-5, True Legend, having to settle for a disappointing fourth. Prices and more from Maryland Million Day when we come back after this.
At his core.
And Core Beliefs will come on and win it nicely.
By leading sire, Quality Road.
And here is Core Beliefs to take the lead. Core Beliefs on the outside. Here it is. Core Beliefs.
All the best attributes of his sire. A multiple graded stakes winner who's proven at the classic distance with tactical speed and a must-see physical.
It's Core Beliefs who digs his heels in to win the New Orleans Handicap.
Core Beliefs, standing at Walmack.
You're never more here than when you're here. Here is more than just a horse race. Here is where you want to be. And here's the horse that's going to make it happen.
They're off in the Breeders' Cup.
Here she is, coming around the final turn.
And they're into the stretch.
Making sure that this year, you won't be anywhere else, but here.
The only colt ever to win 3 one-mile Grade 1s on dirt. Ran the fastest buyer of the year. That's him, 6 wide, streaking clear.
Here comes Cody's
2 more Grade 1s at 7/8. Here's his Forgo, also running a 112 bite. That's 5 Grade 1s all told. No other son of Sires Curlin has so many. They say, be careful what you wish for. We agree.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races here on FS2, but it is also Maryland's Day at the Races, as I'm pleased to be joined by winning connections of Coringa here, the Maryland Million Turf, Mike Trombetta, and of course, assistant Tana, longtime assistant here at Laurel Park. And Mike, it just feels as though this horse is really putting it together. He loves being out in the front end.
He certainly does, and he's learned to rate, and that's been the whole key. We took the blinkers off of him early. And even in the early times, we were worried about him stretching to this distance, but he's just gotten better at it.
And Tana, you said he's pretty chill until he's not.
Yes, he gets a little, he's a good feeling horse, and sometimes, you know, when it's a little cool outside and, you know, he has a jog day, he gets a little frisky coming off the track, but other than that, he's lovely. He's all class.
Mike, we see you well represented in New York, consistently having some success at Saratoga, but you're a Maryland bred yourself, so coming back here, celebrating, you know, this day, how special is it for you as a trainer?
Well, it's a lot of fun. This day and Preakness Day, they're special for us. They're our 2 biggest day of the year. of the year, and we enjoy it a lot, and to be able to win these races is good.
Well, congratulations here in this Maryland Turf.
Thank you much.
All right, Coringa and the Maryland Million Turf gets the job done controlling from gate to wire. Acacia?
I'm sure they were quite happy. There was a scratch in the field, able to get in off the also eligible list. Coringa with the win makes it 2 victories in a row and certainly has found his home on the turf.
No, he ran well in this race, took advantage of the circumstances, and the 7 getting hung up, and I think it was what Richie would call an unlucky ride for Jaime Rodriguez riding the 7. Doing the right thing, got into position, just got completely blocked behind horses, and it was too late by the time she was able to get out, but nice win by the winner, and always happy to see Mike Trombetta do well.
$4.60 winner, Coringa with the victory, ended up going off as the favorite in the Maryland Million Turf. Back over Belmont at the Big A. A horse that we thought was logical on paper, but ended up being a pretty generous price. Chummers getting the victory in his 2nd start on the turf.
It's bizarre that the horse on paper, from a speed figure standpoint, should have been favored. Ends up going up at 9-2. Yeah. And listen, they got a Weaver horse home the other day that was massively overbet that still won. Probably hard to believe that horse was favored in the first race today against the 2nd horse. Did win, but this one was bad. Couldn't even end up beating the 30-1 shot that went to the lead, ended up tiring at the end. And Chummers, they rated, they pounced. The 5 got a nice trip, improved from the turf 2nd time out. Was it 2nd time out? I'm sorry.
Second time out for Thurston, who had plenty of turf pedigree at the bottom.
But Chummers is a horse that, I don't know. If Chummers had run badly, we would have said, well, they knew. Well, he didn't run badly, and they didn't know.
He ran very well, in fact, $11.24 winner. Chummers in race number 3. Take a look at race 4. It is one of our 2 stakes on the program, a mile on the turf for the Artie Schiller. No surprise, Major Dude, a short price now at 1-5, the company that he has been keeping as of late.
Right. He's not going to be that substantial a favorite, I would think, by post time over Big Everest. Looking at the pick 3s, they're very close in odds. But Major Dude has been facing some better horses. But Big Everest is a dangerous horse to be able to control. And unless Dylan Davis is aggressive with horsepower, Big Everest may be able to boss these on front.
Well, as far as Artie Schiller, the horse, is concerned, nobody knows more about him than our own Richard Migliori. Richie, and now you had quite a relationship with Artie Schiller during his days on the track.
We had triumph and tragedy, Artie Schiller and I. He was just a terrifically talented horse, so well trained by Jimmy Jerkins. Horse that I started getting on as a 2-year-old long before he ever ran. He sprinted first time out and came from out of the clouds to win, where we thought he's going to be better going further. And probably he was best at a mile, which the Artie Schiller, named in his honor, is a mile. And he'd get up to a mile and an 1/8, was second to Kitten's Joy going a mile and a quarter. Just a talented, honest, hard-knocking horse that would show up, drop his head. And his best trip, although when he won the Bernard Baruch wasn't his best trip, he had a kind of chase a very slow pace, is when he got a little bit of pace, he got covered up, and you'd hold him up, and Acacia, he'd give you an 1/8 of a mile about as fast as anything I've ever sat on. But he liked that short, explosive run as opposed to kind of a long, grinding run where he'd hang a little bit. So talented.
Such a cool horse, Artie Schiller, as Richie was saying. And I was just commenting what Richie touched on. I like when races are named after horses that are good at doing that. So Richie saying he loved a mile on the turf, and that's what this race is.
He was quite a horse. I remember his debut, 7 lengths behind the 8th pole, and he ended up getting up to win. He was an exciting horse and a very, very talented horse. And he came along in a year where there were exceptional turf horses. Same year as Kitten's Joy, who was better going longer than Artie Schiller was, and was a tremendous horse. And Shakespeare was also in that crop. A lot of people forget because he got injured early in his 3-year-old year, and he kept overcoming injuries. He had 2 major injuries. But Shakespeare, I mean, to have those 3 U.S. horses in the same crop is pretty remarkable. We just don't get turf horses like that. And Shakespeare, Artie Schiller, and Kitten's Joy were 3 of the better, U.S. bred horses that on the turf that I've seen in my lifetime, up there with the Manila.
And very influential as far as
Kitten's
their
Joy.
offspring as well. I mean, you think especially Kitten's Joy and what he has done and the legacy that he's left.
No, he was tremendous, tremendous horse. Very, very good stallion as well.
Yeah.
No, but I loved Artie Schiller, especially because Richie rode him. And remember, he paid $7 in I think the whatever that the turf stake is on Preakness Day, and he could have paid like $3, and he paid $7, and he won for fun.
Very cool. Well, we'll
With
have a
Lord
chance
Vaz.
to pay tribute to Artie Schiller with the 4th race coming up next. We'll also have a little conversation about Mark Casse with a strong group going into the Breeders' Cup. Maybe not as many numbers as we might have anticipated early on in the year, but the select few could make some noise Breeders' Cup weekend.
Now million six, million 600,000 not a million 600,000 not a minute, 1 million 600,000 not a bid now 650, million 650, million 650,000 not anybody else, 650,000 not a minute, 1 million 650,000 not a half, 1 million 600,000 not a thank you.
I know a lot about the breeding business. I'm very good at finding young prospects. And I learned that through my dad. My father, Norman Casse, was one of the founding members of the Ocala Breeder Sales Company. My dad loves horse racing like I love horse racing, and we had a wonderful relationship that bonded around horse racing. And he was one of the worst horse trainers I've ever seen. I learned a lot from my dad, mostly not what to do. Second. We've had so many seconds. In this game, there are so many highs and lows. Now, I have to tell you, Lakari getting scratched was one of the most unique losses I've ever had. Honestly, how do I handle it? I handle it because I feel so fortunate to do what I do. I've got to win 4,000 races. So yes, there's bumps in the road, but how can I get upset about that? I just have to move forward, and that's how I handle it. 1, 2. Finished first and second. On the weekends, we'll be running at 4 or 5 tracks. On a real busy weekend, we would maybe run 30 to 40. And then what I do is I watch those races. I go home, I analyze what I think I saw, and then I come up with a plan. I do my own training chart of all my horses every day. And what motivates me is I don't want to lose. We have a wonderful team. I feel like we're up at the top. The thrill, you know. You get up in the morning and I look at my phone and look who I have running. That's what motivates me. It's about winning and being the best.
And for Mark Casse, has had some special wins this year as far as graded stakes are concerned, particularly up in Saratoga. And Nitrogen, a 3-year-old filly, gotta give her credit what she has done on turf and dirt. And we last saw her finishing second in the Spinster against older horses last time out.
It's highly unusual to find a talented horse that's as good on both surfaces as she is. And the other thing that's amazing about her is she basically hasn't had much of a break since she began racing over a year ago. And she just keeps running. It seems like she keeps getting better. I think arguably the Spinster is the best race she's ever run, even though she lost by a nose. It's a really neat horse. Now, I don't know that she's necessarily good enough to win the Breeders' Cup Distaff, though a race that's gotten a little easier with some attrition as we get closer. And she's a pretty cool horse.
She is, as we saw her win the Alabama on dirt after a heartbreaking nose defeat in the Belmont Oaks on turf. She's had some big races on the grass and then racing older on the dirt, second by a nose to Jinjin in the Spinster. Certainly have to applaud that effort, and it's rare to see 3-year-olds this time of year face older before the Breeders' Cup.
Yeah, I mean, the Torpedo Anna's not running in the Distaff. She's been taken out of there. I don't know so much about all the others in there. Seismic Beauty is way the horse to beat for Bob Baffert. His other horse is not going to be running. She's not listed there, but she is way the horse to beat, Seismic Beauty. Her last 2 races are too fast for these. Dorth Vader, probably a contender in there as well. Looking through, who knows we get from Scottish Lassie, who's so completely unreliable. Leslie's Rose was incredibly disappointing in the Personal Ensign after running so well in the Chouvy in her prior starts. Hard to know what you get from her as well.
A lot of questions to be answered in that Breeders' Cup Distaff, but certainly a lot of respect for the 3-year-old filly Nitrogen and what she has done this year thus far. As we have stakes action coming up, race for the Artie Schiller here in New York. There's the favorite, Major Dude, down in the paddock. Let's check in with Richie for a paddock report.
Yeah, I'm not going to talk about him, but Major Dude does look good. When we look at favorites, we always look for maybe some weakness, something that might point out they're not going to run their A effort. I don't see anything there, but I will start with the 3 Pipes, excuse me. You get Sammy Marin, who I think rides the turf really well. For Lindsay Schultz, who's been doing so well with everything that she's been shipping in here, really holding a hot hand. And I would be remiss not to talk about this horse, although I do think he needs to improve to, be competitive in this group, just because he's so well turned out and everybody has an idea of what a horse should look like. He's not the biggest individual, but extremely well balanced. Just like what I see there, the 5 horsepower. Little bit high-strung. He's never run this far. He was saddled away from everybody else. The assistant trainer deputizing for Joe Orsino did a great job getting the tack on, keeping this horse as settled as possible. And I think Andy made a great point earlier, that this is the one horse in the field besides Big Everest that can show some speed, particularly coming out of sharper-paced, shorter races. But jockeys have tendencies, and sometimes, especially in New York, we have to handicap the riders as much as we do the horses and what they're comfortable with. And we do know that Dylan Davis is usually more comfortable settling, allowing horses to rate and come with a run. Maybe the horse will have different ideas, but that's definitely Dylan's first instinct, where the 6 Big Everest should, it appears to me, gallop to the lead. As a 7-year-old, he continues to just look good, a horse that looks like he loves his job, carries good weight. One thing that concerns me, and this is no knock on Manny Franco, first time he's riding the horse, and this is a horse that at times can get a little bit keen. That's why I think Joel Rosario is such a good match for him, because he gets horses to kind of melt into his hands. So I just hope that Big Everest and Manny Franco get along well and they don't get into a fight and start using his energy in a less than efficient manner. But he looks terrific, and he's a horse that he has shown when he makes the lead and gets comfortable, he will fight for it.
Loves to do it out on the front end. Richie, thank you. Big Everest. I know that, yes, he has been opportunistic sometimes, Andy, but I have so much love for this horse. He is a 7-year-old, has won 10 of 24 starts.
Right. My criticism sometimes he's a horse that needs things to go his own way, but one thing about him is when they go his own way, he delivers. There's some horses that get things go their own way and they still don't win. He does. He wins, and unless the 5 is aggressive, and Richie was talking about what we were talking about, Dylan's not the kind of guy to send, and Manny is. Manny is very comfortable being aggressive. If he's able to clear and control in the front end, he can win this race. I don't think that. And I like Major Dude, but 2 to 5 is ludicrous. I mean, I don't know what's going on that they're making these horses crazy short prices.
Very short price, 2 to 5 on Major Dude. Yes, he's been facing good company, but looking for his first win since last December in the Fort Lauderdale.
Yeah, he's the horse to beat, and he should be relatively close.
Here is Sands Pipes. He's in good form, trying to win 3 in a row.
He is in good form, I agree, but he's biting off a healthy amount in this race to beat these horses.
Big step up in class. You could say the same for Otago, who disappointed at Kentucky Downs.
At least he's got some relatively recent races that are fast enough to give him a chance to get a piece.
Here is Horsepower, as he was second in the Vigil at Woodbine last out.
I don't like this horse at all. I think he's one of the least likely winners in the race. The only chance he would have to be to go to the front. If he doesn't do that, how's he going to win? I'm not sure why he's the third choice.
And the 7-year-old Big Everest. Manny Franco will be aboard.
Yeah, I mean, listen, he's a cool horse. If he could get comfortable in the front end, he can upset the favorite in this race. I think Otago is the horse that's the overlay right now in this race. I'm not sure why this horse is the longest shot on the board.
There's Major Dude, the favorite, as he did finish third in the Grade 2 United Nations 2 back, going a bit longer, but he's certainly shown that he can run just fine at a mile as well, finishing third in the Poker a few races back behind Genical Momentum as well. This is the United Nations.
Yeah, and mile and 3/8 a little far for him, and redistricting too good for him. But redistricting is one of the better turf horses in the country when he runs his race, and he got a perfect trip and was able to win, and came back with a good second in the Joe Hirsch. I think the mile distance is great for Major Dude. He's just the horse to beat in here. Right? He's not supposed to be 2 to 5, but he's the horse to beat.
He's a short price right now, getting that big warm-up with John Velasquez in the saddle for Todd Pletcher. 5-year-old, as we'll look at the 4 Otago, the Florida bred. I've seen this guy a few times down at Tampa running in those Florida bred races and kind of taking advantage. Maybe he's not sometimes the most consistent, I think in large part because he is a deep closer that tends to come from off of it.
Yeah, but I think if you look at his races 3 and 4 back, they're good enough to at least get a piece in this race.
For sure.
And I don't think he's supposed to be 15 to 1. To me, he's much more likely to win than Sandpipes. And I think he's more likely than Horsepower. So if you're looking for somebody, let's say you don't like Big Everest. So then maybe you're supposed to play a 2-5, a 2-4 in this race, the slight reverse. But I think that the 4 is the horse you're supposed to try to get into the number. It's just too big a price.
Yeah, 15 to 1 on Otago, who did finish second to redistricting back in June in stake as well. Big Everest, we will take a look at his win 2 starts back where he was able to control things. And yes, he did get a little bit lucky getting out to the front end here, but he dug in, holding off some fellow foes in there. And he's also now as a 7-year-old, a horse that did take a little bit of time to kind of get to peak fitness off of that layoff.
Yeah, this was a funny race because there were numerous speed horses that for some reason decided to rate and let him sort of control in the front end. But once again, it could happen again today. So even though he's somewhat of a flawed horse, he doesn't get things his own way, he frequently does get them his own way, and he may get them his own way here. So, after the race is over and he wins, say, well, he got lucky, but he won. And one thing about him, when things go his own way, he's very tough.
He's actually looking for his 3rd win in the Artie Schiller. Was beaten in neck last year when he got run down by Running Bee, who's a nice horse as well. See if he can make it 3 victories in this race as we head back to Richie.
Yeah, I just feel like this race kind of shapes up extremely well for Big Everest. I feel like he will gallop to the lead and get comfortable. The key to the race is what the 5 horse does here, ultimately Horsepower. But Big Everest looks great. Credit to Miguel Clement just to have a horse, at 7 continue to be in such good form and enjoying his job, right? He's a 10-time winner from 24 lifetime starts. And I just thought trip-wise he could be the one that gets things his own way. And then the 2, Major Dude, your favorite, he's getting class relief, no doubt. But you go back to June of last year, he was second by a neck to Big Everest when Big Everest got to control things on the front end. And I'm just thinking we could see a repeat of that situation. He got a good aggressive warm-up from Johnny Velasquez, looks great on the racetrack. Definitely no knocks on him from a physical perspective.
He's a nice horse for sure. 3-5 on Major Dude, who have to give him some credit as well. He's a 5-year-old. He stuck around competing at the top level for quite some time as well.
He's faced a lot of really good horses. He didn't even run that badly in the ridiculous race Kentucky Downs last time, where Epic Ride was able to wire the field. His effort was decent. He shows up. And one thing about him, he shows up and runs well. Sometimes he's been in tough, but it's not like he's got bad races for the most part in his PPs.
Been remarkably consistent throughout his career as well. He's won 7 of 25. The number 5, Horsepower, for Joe Orsino coming in. He's been in relatively good form. He's been consistent. He is stretching out to the mile, and he hasn't gone this distance. He's largely been more of a sprinter.
Yeah, I think he's a crazy horse to be 4-1 in this race. Yeah, he has some talent, but we have no way of knowing if he's going to be efficient going a mile. And in most cases, turf sprinters are not proficient going a mile. And if he's going to be, he's going to have to do it, in my opinion, on the front end. The likelihood that Dylan's going to send him, he's going to be in front of the 6, I think, is pretty small. So he's going to rate. He's going to put away Big Everest, and then he's going to hold off Major Dude. I don't think there's a chance on earth that that's going to happen. I've been wrong before. I could be wrong again. But I don't understand why this horse is 4-1. I don't understand how the 4 is the longest shot on the board in this race. To me, that's the most interesting thing about betting this race, is that the 4 is 17-1. Okay, he ran badly at Kentucky Downs last time. His races 3 and 4 back make him give him a chance to get a piece. He's run some decent races in the past. And for me, I'm going to bet a 2-4 for the most part. I'm going to bet a little 6-4. I'll bet a couple dollars to win the 4 because he's such a crazy price. And then I'll bet a 2-6-4 try. But I think, to me, betting this race, you're supposed to try to get the 4, Otago, somehow into the number, and you're supposed to bet against Horsepower. Now, after the race, maybe I'll look stupid. Won't be the first time, won't be the last time. But for me as a bettor, I think that the 4 is the overlay on the board. He doesn't have to win for you to make money.
17-1 is a generous price for a horse that has run some fast figures on the turf as well. He is intriguing coming over to the Irish Circuit for the first time.
I'm looking at the morning line, okay? The 3 was 8-1, the 4 was 8-1, and the 5 was 6-1. It's just topsy-turvy. It's like they're saying the 4 has no chance. And on paper, I don't see why the 4 isn't more likely to be effective than the 3. And I also think the 5, given the distance question, the 5 has talent, but whether or not he's going to have that talent at a mile remains to be seen.
The Artie Schiller coming up next. We saw some strange betting in the last race. Somehow Chummers, a very logical horse on paper, went off at 9-2.
Well, let's compare that last race to this race. Now, Major Dude is the same price as that maiden was last race for George Weaver. Major Dude is a confirmed quality stakes runner who's dropping in class. I don't love to bet 3 to 5s, but if somebody said you can book 501 to bet 500 in the other one, what sane person, and I know that the horse already lost the last race, but wouldn't want to take the same price on Major Dude in this 5-horse field where essentially he's got to beat Big Everest. Not that Big Everest is bad, but he's got one horse to beat. The last race was full of unknowns and young horses and lightly raced. It was like this assumption that that horse was going to win, whereas in this race it's pretty concrete that Major Dude is supposed to be a relatively short price because on paper he's only got one major horse to beat, and he's pretty good. But the last race with all those variables, the 5 first time on the grass, it's not like he ran better than the 7 did. Yeah, the Kevin Rice horse, he didn't run, but he was shipping in from out of town. This 3 to 5 makes sense. The 3 to 5 in the last race didn't make any sense. And I think when you look at them comparatively, it makes it more clear why 3 to 5. And I know the horse lost. Even if it won, I'd be having this discussion.
As a bettor, stick to your guns. You can find some good opportunities if a race is ever misbet.
Listen, maybe the 4 isn't going to run here, but I think that there's value in trying to get the 4 into the number, and that's my way of playing. You have to look at these races and try to take what they give you, and that's what I think I'm trying to do here.
The Artie Schiller coming up next here on FS2. Chris Griffin standing by with the call.
Goes in. All set for the Artie Schiller. And they're off. Broken a very even line. Big Everest sent for speed from the outside, and Big Everest is in front. Having to check sharply there was Otago. Jose Lescano, they're going to be the early trailer. But the leader, Big Everest, will show him towards that turn. Doesn't want the rail, though. Is going to leave the rail open here, and Major Dude will apply pressure now. Crosses over and gets that rail position. Big Everest and Manny Franco up top. Horsepower now up on the outside here from second. Major Dude is a tough-to-handle third right there for John Velasquez. Tried to get out a little bit around the turn, but now is more settled in that third position. Just behind them, Sandpipe, second to last, and the trailer, Otago. Big Everest will try and take them all the way. 23.62 for the opening quarter mile. Horsepower is right there. 3/4 of length back in second. Major Dude up on the outside here is now moving forward from third. Sandpipes works over to the rail, is now going to be ground saving into the far turn, and the trailer Otago is only 3 off the lead, 47.4 for a half-mile time. Big Everest caught the breather, and Big Everest now into the far turn. Here comes Horsepower back for more, and Horsepower within ahead of the leader. Major Dude is ranging up 3 wide, is ready to be cut loose here as they reach the top of the lane in the Artie Schiller. The leader, Big Everest, down towards the inside. Horsepower, though, is ready to pounce, and here comes Horsepower. Just lugs in, is trying to run on by Big Everest. Major Dude is trying to run on, and Otago, grandstand side from far out of it. It is Major Dude, John Velasquez. They've now put ahead in front. Horsepower to the inside. Otago is trying to get there too. Major Dude has done enough. Major Dude wins the Artie Schiller. Major Dude over a photo. Horsepower to the inside, and Otago in 1 minute 36.69 seconds.
Major Dude gets the win. As you heard in Chris Griffin's call, he's done enough as he did tip out kind of moving early wide there. And Andy, great call at 18-1. Like Otago got up for second.
We feel like Otago got up for second, which would be really nice for us. And, you know, this horse was just the best horse in the right race. Actually, I have to say, the 5 ran a lot better than I thought he would have run. You know, they rated him, and he actually held on and ran reasonably well. I think I just got him in the late stages to get up for second. But, and I got to say, you know, I've been hard on Big Everest at times. He's past his expiration date. It's just, you can't, Manny did everything right with him. He's had a terrific career. Sometimes they get older and they're not quite as good, and he just wasn't able to do it. You can't blame Manny for it. But as we talked about it, Otago was way too big a price. I don't know where the 2-4 exacta closed, but it was the right play in this race, getting up, obviously.
3-5 over 18-1 in the Artie Schiller. Well done. Maryland Million Lassie coming up next at Laurel for the 2-year-old fillies. Let's check in with Maggie.
And Acacia, we see Slooperstitious as your favorite, rightfully so. Based upon form, she is the filly to beat, as she'll go out for Robbie Bales. But in the paddock, she wasn't necessarily a standout. I thought his other horse, a long shot down on the rail, that's Ginger Snap, well named for a chestnut filly, was just a little interesting. She might prove to be too slow, I get that. But in her first start, which was her only dirt start, she ran well in defeat, kind of contending the pace early, and was the one who survived that battle just to lose the war and lose it, pretty soundly by 4 3/4 lengths. But I thought it showed enough, in which she did beat the 2 and the 4 in here as well, that she might be able to get back in a successful, or at least round out some exotics back to the dirt in a successful sort of way. As I know she is a daughter of Galawi, who is a son of Dubawi, but let's not forget that Dubawi is the Dubai Millennium, who ran one of the fastest Dubai World Cups in history. So there's dirt that runs through this pedigree, and I think she is interesting getting back to this surface. Number 2, Doc's Miracle. She isn't a one that I typically like. I wonder, with these horses that began their career early in May and they have a taxing, long, arduous campaign throughout their juvenile season, if you just kind of reach your expiration date, if the rest of the competition kind of catches up with you. But she hints at the fact that she's actually getting better. And you look at her 2 workouts coming in here for Gary Capuano, 47s here at Laurel, 47 and 2 back here on October 3rd. And it's reflective in the way she looks. She looks sensational. I don't know her. I've never seen her before, but if I had to guess, I would say she's put on weight and conditioning, continued to fill out, was really calm and classy acting in the paddock, not acting like a horse who is over raced by any means. She was poised, and I think she's dangerous in this spot. As we'll move on to a trainer who's always dangerous, and that's Brittany Russell, and shares success with number 5. She just dominated in her debut, well backed, as is typical with this barn, and husband Sheldon Russell riding. Very fit, very athletic looking filly. Another one who is very poised and classy in the paddock. I like to see that with these second time starting fillies. We'll see if she can improve on her figure from last time. Then number 6, Rerun Table. John Salzman looking for another winner on the card. And I got to give a little tip of the hat to his team as they continue to have some of the best turned out horses in the paddock, from the pom-poms and the braids. Let me tell you, as somebody who has made those pom-poms and braided those manes, it is a laborious task. And they also have checkerboards across the horse's hind end. They just really put in the effort, and it shows. And obviously the horses are delivering as they took down the first Maryland Million Day race in the turf sprint. Rerun the Table, she's a little bit of an awkwardly put together filly, a little sway back, and it looks like she has a bit of an extra rib, kind of longer bodied. And she was green in the debut, although she got up and got the win after lugging in down the stretch at Timonium, which, let's face it, it is a bull ring. It is the bull ring of all bull rings. Very tight configuration, even has banked turns. So I'm wondering that with her physical conformation, considering she's a bit of a longer body type, she's going to appreciate at least getting to run a race here at Laurel with those wide sweeping turns. And the Salzmans, they've always been so dangerous with their 2-year-old. So I think there's some room for improvement with this filly, and we'll see if they can take down another Maryland Million race here in this lassie. Acacia?
John Salzman won the Maryland Million Turf Sprint, looking for another one. Maggie, thank you. More on the Maryland Million Lassie in a moment. Back over Belmont at the Big A. Trophy presentation into the winner's circle for Major Dude. Let's head down to Richie, the winning rider.
Thanks, Acacia, and always pleased to be joined by Hall of Famer John Velasquez. Johnny, Major Dude, he was a little keen early on, and I could see you were waiting for Big Evers to come over and give you some cover, but he was really pulling.
So the horse right next to me came out of there chirping, and making my horse kind of keen going to the first turn, which I didn't want to be there. And then when I took a hold of him, he wanted to run up, and at the same time, he likes to drift out a little bit, so I waited until the horses come in. When they came in, put my hands down, he kind of came off the bridle, and that was much easier that way.
Now, you put him out into the clear down the backstretch. He's traveling, but it almost looked like he was kind of spinning his wheels a little around the far turn, like he didn't have a lot of horse.
He definitely doesn't like this kind of track. He's always, when he runs like that, a little soft in the sun, he runs just even, so like you said, you can see him, he was having a hard time to get his foot in on the knee of him. But once the other horse came to him on the outside, he gave me a little good fight. So I was worried because I didn't think he had enough to go on, but the horse got to him and gave me a good fight, yeah.
Well, great job, especially getting in the saddle. Guys, look like maybe a little bit of give in the ground, too. Johnny Velasquez, well, he rode Major Dude. I think he's a Major Dude as well.
Major Dude with the win in the Artie Schiller. They're loading into the Maryland Million Lassie 6-5 on the number 10 Superstitious. But Andy, as you and I were talking, Magic touched on her as well. Ginger Snap, a generous price down to the rail.
Right, I mostly played a 10-1 in here. I think Ginger Snap getting back to dirt is very interesting.
Ran well on the dirt on debut. And we'll see if the even money favorite number 10 can get the job done, getting back to the dirt. And here behind Just Filtered, 2 starts back, Just Filtered, who's been good on dirt and turf for Michael Trombetta. We actually saw her run here in New York. It is the Maryland Million Lassie for the 2-year-old fillies, sprinting on the main track, going 6 furlong. Maryland's day at the races continues. We send it up to Dave Rodman for the call.
Back to Wade, last gift. Now here's Share Success. Last Gift, Restless. As Blind Love moves in. Blind Love still back there. Riders off Last Gift. Backed out Last Gift to get her squared away once more. 4 to 5 on Superstitious. Also out of the gate there, Ginger Snap. And number 4, Last Gift, now a late scratch in this 5th race. The Glen Angus Maryland Million Lassie. Scratch number 4, Last Gift, on advice of the veterinarian at the starting gate. And by order of the stewards, scratch number 4, Last Gift.
And some antics at the gate resulting in a late scratch of the number 4, Last Gift. Let's go to Maggie for an update.
Yeah, Acacia, she has been a bad actor from the word go. As soon as she stepped into the paddock, she has been a handful, and obviously acting up in the gate. As you often say, once one of them goes off, they all will do so. And just with a big field of 2-year-old fillies, that is often the scenario. So she had to stand for a little bit longer than I'm sure she wanted. So they're going to give everybody a chance here to maybe change their wagers with her coming out. They've backed everyone out. They have reunited with the ponies. So we're going to have a little bit of a delay here, to say the least, to make sure everything is rectified here at Laurel. So want to fill some airtime, Acacia?
I'm going to do my best here, Maggie. Thank you. Late scratch and the number 4, Last Gift. So as she said, everybody has been backed out and will reset momentarily for the Maryland Million Lassie. Back to New York. In the Artie Schiller Major Dude, getting the job done, $3.46 winner as Otago, who Andy liked at a price, checking in second for a nice exacta there.
That's crazy. This exacta paid $25. An exacta that probably should have paid about $11. And that was where the value was, and we ended up working out for a change.
Take a look at the field for race 5, Belmont at the Big A. This one is 6 furlongs on the main track, a maiden claiming for $20,000. Shadow Surge right now the favorite, as this one coming back for George Weaver has not run since April 13th, 2024. So massive layoff to overcome here. It returns with a big class drop and a new gelding.
Yeah, it's going to be the second choice to the 5, as the morning line suggested. By the time we get to post time, these odds are going to change significantly. But Shadow Surge, not my kind, but can certainly win.
Back over to Laurel. They are reloading for the Maryland Million Lassie. 3 to 5 still on the 10. Superstitious, daughter of Great Notion. 2-year-old fillies coming up next. Again, late scratch of the 4, Last Gift. Here we go. Take 2 for the Maryland Million Lassie. Here's Dave Rodman.
Share Success moving in. God, I Need a Favor, then Blind Love. 4 to 5 on Superstitious. Lined up. Almost in. One more. Now lined up. And they're off in a Glen Angus Maryland Million Lassie. Barbados Bulldog out first for the lead. Here's Doc's Miracle flashing up. Doc's Miracle from Barbados Bulldog. Rerun table in the early speed mix. 2, Blind Love on the outside, racing in 4th up close. And Ginger Snap settles rail from 5th position. Superstitious is 6th. 3 Path down the backstretch runs. Share Success is in between horses, improving a spot or so as they head past the half-mile pole. God, I Need a Favor racing back of the pack with Noble Status on the inside. Only 8 lengths will cover them into the far turn. Doc's Miracle and neck in front from Rerun Table second. Barbados Bulldog Superstitious on the outside, trying to advance under a ride. In the meantime, Ginger Snap saving that ground. Share Success has 5 to make up at the red cap. And here followed by Blind Love in behind that group. Top of the stretch, they make the turn for home. Doc's Miracle narrow lead. Doc's Miracle Superstitious tries to surge up on the outside. Rerun Tables third in between horses, and Ginger Snap is in fourth. Share successfully driven in fifth, but it's Doc's Miracle. Yeds at Hazelwood. They're hanging on, and they're hanging on to that lead by a length with a 16th left to go. One more try from Superstitious, trying to slip by. Superstitious up in time. Superstitious, Doc's Miracle. Close third, Share Success. Ginger Snap, Rerun Table.
The favorite delivers here in race 5, the Maryland Million Lassie. Superstitious comes running under Hevian Toledo, able to run down Doc's Miracle.
Doc's Miracle's improved a lot. Those last race was legit. And this horse able to run her down. The shadow of the wire, getting the win. My one horse didn't quite finish. Looked like she was in a good spot there, but just didn't really have any horse at the end. I'm not sure if she even held third, the outside horse, but these two buried the rest of the field.
4-5 over 5-1, making it a thriller in the Maryland Million Lassie. They put some separation on the rest of the field, as well as it was a blanket finish for third between the 1, 5, and 6.
I think the one might have actually held on for third. Should have tried.
She never looked really comfortable being down inside.
No, she didn't. I agree with you, but I don't think she had any real run, or she could have been a little closer. But I agree. I mean, it would have been better if she was outside, but she was still never going to be better than third, I don't think.
But the 10 Superstitious, as the favorite, gets the job done, able to run down Doc's Miracle in the Maryland Million Lassie. Prices and more when we come back on America's Day at the Races.
Bright future indeed. Bright future, the son of Curlin to win by 4. Bright future, Proxy, here's the line. Photo finish, Bright future.
Bright future, look at that. Bright future, the class prevails.
Bright future, standing at Claiborne Farm.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks, boost your bankroll with weekly promotions, and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
The world's premier breeding stock event, the November sale at Fasig-Tipton. One of North America's elite turf sprinters of any gender, A.G. Bullet beat the boys in the Grade 1 Jaipur at Saratoga. She defeated graded winners Arzak, Think Big, Our Shot, Bold Journey, and Sovereign Award champion My Boy Prince, while earning her third career triple-digit buyer.
A.G. Bullet dominates the Jaipur.
This year, she won the Grade 2 Ladies Turf Sprint at Kentucky Downs, the race where she set the course record for 6.5 furlongs in 2024. A 7-time stakes winner, both sprinting and around 2 turns, her resume also includes a pair of Grade 1 placings in the Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint and the Matriarch. The all-time leading earner for her proven sire and emerging broodmare sire, Twirling Candy. She has career earnings over $2.7 million for owners Calvin Wynn and Joey Tran under trainer Richard Baltus. Grade 1 winner A.G. Bullet selling this November with Millridge Sales agent. The world's premier breeding stock event, the November sale at Fasig-Tipton. Randomized asserted herself as one of the top 3-year-old fillies of her class with a decisive victory in the Grade 1 Alabama. In her next start, she captured the Grade 2 Beldame by nearly 4 lengths.
Randomized, wire to wire.
These 2 graded stakes wins saw her topple Grade 1 winners like Wet Paint, Defining Purpose, Chocolate Gelato, and Amore. From there, she defeated all but dual champion Idiomatic in the Grade 1 Breeders' Cup Distaff. At 4, she won the Grade 1 Ogden Phipps, outdueling Idiomatic, as well as Eclipse champions Pretty Mischievous and Soul of an Angel. Winner of the Grade 3 Molly Pitcher this year at 5, she's earned more than $1.7 million for owner Klarovich Stables and trainer Chad Brown. By the champion Nyquist, randomized hails from the family of Grade 1 winners New Year's Day and Got Stormy. Grade 1 winner, randomized, selling this November with Elite Agent.
We're back on America's Day at the races as you see Superstitious heading in to the winner's circle after the Maryland Million Lassie Fort. Trainer Robbie Bales getting the victory here. Back to the dirt.
And a little photo bombing there with Joe Clancy. I don't know if you noticed he stuck his head in there. But Robbie used to ship horses in New York. He's shipped a few lately.
We still see a
He's
few.
done okay,
yeah.
but he had stopped shipping primarily, but he's obviously done very well in Maryland. And I actually was just telling you how I'd met him at the Saratoga, the fall sale in Saratoga a few years ago. He introduced himself. And sometimes, you see these people's names and, he's a successful, good trainer, but you never really get a chance to meet them. And that was kind of neat. I enjoyed that.
As his runner Superstitious getting the victory here, running down Doc's Miracle at the wire. $3.60 winner in the Maryland Million Lassie 10-1 as we head down to Maggie with Winning Connections.
That's right, winning trainer and family here with Robbie Bales. And Robbie, Superstitious, boy, she needed every inch of this Laurel Park stretch, but she got there.
Yeah, she ran a really good race, and like I said, couldn't be more happy. Happy for the owners, my help, everybody that's involved in this, and what a day for Maryland, huh?
And that's so true. And two, you're well represented throughout the card as well. I have to ask you about Slam Notion in the Maryland Million Sprint coming up as the last race, coming off a really fast win.
He's doing good. Everybody's coming into it good. It's going to be a real competitive race, no doubt about it.
What a day for the family, too. We got face painting here. We got the unicorn. We got a little cow as well. I mean, this is just such a fun day for everyone.
Yes, it is. Like I said, it's besides the Preakness, this is the second day we wait for, all year. So, super day.
Even better when you're a winner. Robbie, congratulations.
Absolutely. Thank y'all.
All right. It is truly a day about Maryland, but also about all the kids having some fun, too. Acacia?
Love to see Maggie. So much
great.
fun as Robbie Bales actually finished first and third in that race. This is the #1 Ginger Snap game on the wire. I think Andy would look good with one of those face paints.
I don't do enough face painting.
You
I
should
really
maybe
have
do
to
a
get
tiger
more. I have to get
something.
more
Yeah,
into that.
well, we can
Occasion.
hook
Good
you up,
call.
I think. Yeah, Maryland Million Day rolls on after this. Stay with us on America's Day at the races.
A dynasty in motion, reshaping the sport's greatest tradition, channeling the legends of his line and surpassing them. 4 of the last 6 Derby winners carry his genes. A Golden Sun, a Horse of the Year. Another chapter written beneath those iconic spires. Derby dreams fulfilled for the titans of our industry. From authentic to sovereignty, a legacy both real and supreme. Into mischief.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, Maryland Million Day, taking place at Laurel Park. It truly is Maryland's Day at the Races as we head over to Maggie Wolfendale, standing by with a very special guest to talk a little bit more about the importance of Maryland Million.
So pleased to be joined here by the Senior VP of Racing, Georgianne Hale. And Georgianne, it's Maryland's Day at the Races. Growing up, this was always a highlight on the calendar. For me, for all of the fans here in Maryland, for you, why is it such a highlight?
You're right, it is Maryland's Day at the Races, and it's the 40th year, and I've been through all 40 of the Maryland Millions, so that makes it even more exciting. But it's so nice to see the Maryland trainers in the spotlight, and you know, we have more Maryland horses, and the fans come out. It's just, it's a great day. I mean, Preakness is a nice day, but this is a great day because it's more local and Maryland-oriented.
And two, we get to highlight the Maryland breds and the Maryland sires as well. Talk a little bit about the Maryland bred program.
So the Maryland Million is for the Maryland sired horses, and for this, you know, the stallions in Maryland. And then if we don't get enough entries, then the Maryland breds are allowed to enter into, like post time, are allowed to enter in the race. The Maryland breds obviously are foaled here, but they're by Kentucky studs, mostly Kentucky studs. So it's nice, you know, we get a little bit of both. And I mean, the farms, they get all the press, they, you know, their sponsors and all the farms and the studs. It's just a good day. It is a good day.
It's been a good day for you already. You won a pony race.
I certainly did. I was talking to somebody and I saw my silks go by. I go, oh my God, I just won that race.
Well, that's epic. Again, another really fun thing we have on track today. But Georgianne, thank you so much for your time and everything that you have done for Maryland Racing.
Thank you, Maggie, for coming down today. We're so glad to see you.
My pleasure, guys.
I love it. Maggie, thank you. Georgianne, one of my favorite people you will ever meet on the racetrack. She's absolutely hysterical and has devoted a lot to Maryland racing as well. And as she said, all about celebrating the day and the Maryland sired and Maryland bred horses.
No, I agree. I think it's a great day of racing. You could just see, you know, with Robbie Bales talking about it, and I love these things, and I like to see Maryland get appreciated as well, and I think there are good times ahead for Maryland racing as well.
Here's the field for race 5, Belmont at the Big A. Again, maiden claiming coming up here, going 6 furlongs. We'll meet the field quickly going through, starting off with Remember the Chief, blinkers back on.
I wish a horse named for remembering the great Alan Jerkins was a little bit faster, but you might appreciate the irony.
Absolutely. 12-1 on him here as he finished 4th at this level last time out. Next will be, how about it?
Same owner's new trainer for a horse that's probably better on other surfaces than dirt.
Yeah, going back to the dirt and dropping in for the 20,000 blinkers on as well. There's Seeker's Hope, second last out.
He and the 7 come out of decent performances in the same company. I just feel like there are tougher new faces today.
Big layoff for Shadow Surge.
Big drop, big layoff, favored in pick 3s, second choice in doubles. Maybe the horse to beat, but a wild card.
Back to Dirt Sprint for Noguchi.
I think Noguchi's the horse to beat in this race. Not taking a lot of money right now, but the one dirt race was actually okay.
Natural Hunk off the layoff. There's Nice Try Riley.
Finished just behind Seeker's Hope last time. See how he deals with the new shooters.
And Volunteer Fireman, a new face coming in here, dropping in class.
This is the one I like. This is the surface he belongs on. His dirt race is his best race by far, where he showed speed. He draws well on the outside. And look at some stats for Derek Ryan. Maiden special weight to maiden claimer in dirt sprints. He's 3 for 12 with a 213 ROI, and only one time did he ship to New York, and that horse won and paid $8.
Well, 2-1 though on Shadow Surge. Richie, long time away from the racetrack. What's he showing you?
Long time away, takes a precipitous drop in class, and was speedy and ran well on debut. I wasn't enamored with him in the paddock, to be honest with you. Loved him on the racetrack. Could not look any better when he galloped off in the paddock. He was almost nondescript, almost a little too on the quiet side. Man, when he left the pony and took off with Manny Franco, I mean, he just was reaching for ground. Just made a super impression. And I do think that having speed is something you want today, and he had good speed on debut. So if he can show that speed again with this drop in class, could be very tough. I went with the 5 Noguchi, who was claimed from a very good barn, Chad Brown's barn. and now drops from 50 to 20th at first start for Linda Rice. Now, there's two schools of thought when a horse is claimed from a really good barn. Well, really, can you improve off of a trainer like that? The other school of thought is, well, you know, they're really well cared for horses, and you're getting a horse that's going to be in really good shape. And Noguchi getting the class relief, does have, I think, enough speed. At least he showed speed in his one dirt try that kind of points him out. And Jose Lezcano tends to be aggressive. I thought Noguchi was the horse that had the most upside for me, less questions, if you will. And then the 7, Nice Try Riley, from a physical perspective, could not look any better. Really dappled out. Looks like this horse has taken a little while to come to hand, but has taken a step forward in his recent starts, and he should be well placed, but he might be caught in that outside chasing mode. Now, I can't say for certainty that it's just, you know, really strong inside speed, but the first 2 races on dirt were won gate to wire with horses towards the inside.
Richie, thank you. See how it plays out here as we'll go back to Noguchi. 5-2 on him. And Richie brought up claiming away from Chad Brown, always a bit of a question. And this horse's lone dirt start was in a race that Linda Rice actually won with a first-time starter in V Cruiser. And this is a horse who is actually the half-brother to Following C, multiple Grade 1 placed horse, and yet started out on the turf, and it seemed kind of everybody was always kind of questioning what exactly he wants to do.
Here's the negative, and I think he's the horse to beat, but here's the negative. Linda claimed him out of a race that she won with V Cruiser. V Cruiser is making his return today in an extraordinarily difficult spot. Yeah. Linda, not somebody who likes to run them over their head. She wins a lot of races because she runs where she can belong. The fact that she's running V Cruiser and kept him in that super tough 9th race today says to me that she thinks he's doing really well, and he's pretty good, and he's going to run better maybe than he should on paper. So why did she claim a horse that ran pretty well against that horse? Down the inside might not have been the place to be, and she's dropping this one in for 20. And this horse had been entered in a lower level claiming race, and she scratched to run her other horse, who finished off the board at 1-9. So I think there are some negatives. I agree with Richie that she's a horse to beat along with the 4, or he is, but I just worry about that a little, and this is why I took the 8 Volunteer Fireman. I think there are enough questions about those horses that you want to be open to some others. And this horse has won dirt race, not great, but not that bad. Yep. And probably the best race he's ever run, New Gelding, or he's announced first time's gelding. I don't know. Maybe it was a gelding out of town. And for a trainer who's done well with this drop down before, and he's shipped to New York once in the last 5 years and won. So I took a little bit of shot with the 8 at a bit of a price.
6-1, a nice price on Volunteer Fireman to the outside. 2-1 on both Noguchi and Shadow Surge, with some questions to answer. Race 5 coming up next, as they have a mandatory pay pick 5 coming here. We'll send it up to Chris Griffin for the call.
Natural Hunk goes in. Shadow Surge. Thank you, Acacia. There is Nice Try Riley. Shadow Surge. Volunteer Fireman. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Volunteer Fireman has asked for speed. Shadow Surge in between horses. Also right there comes How About It. That's the leading trio. Just off of them will be Seeker's Hope, is now in 4th. Moving up on the outside from 5th is Nice Try Riley. Back there in 6th, Remember the Chief. The 2 at the back, Noguchi with the trailer, Natural Hunk. They approach 4 furlongs left to go. Shadow Surge is just bowling right along, 22.49 for the opening quarter mile. Volunteer Fireman is in pursuit, is only a head back here from 2nd. At the rail, How About It's trying to make up some ground. Out wider is Nice Try Riley. That's the leading 4 as they're approaching a quarter mile left to go. All in is Seeker's Hope is trying to make up some ground. From the back, Remember the Chief, Noguchi, and the trailer, Natural Hunk. They reach the top of the stretch, and Shadow Surge has been challenged by Volunteer Fireman. Volunteer Fireman now puts a neck in front. Shadow Surge moves closer to his rival, wants to get competitive, and these two are now head-and-head inside the final furlong. And Shadow Surge, Manny Franco back in front. Shadow Surge with a 16th left to go. Volunteer Fireman trying to keep up. Shadow Surge guts it out, gets the victory. Shadow Surge wins it over Volunteer Fireman. Then came How About It, and a photo to the inside there. Nice Try Riley with Seeker's Hope in 1 minute 9 and 4.
Shadow Surge holding off Volunteer Firemen in the stretch. I think the race was over at the beginning for the 5 Noguchi, who had to kind of take up and knocked off stride at the start. But beyond that, he just didn't really fire again late, Andy, and was never a threat to the leaders.
Right. The 5s has an excuse to start, but this horse never ran a step. Yeah. Boy, I looked like I was Jin with my. I mean, he went by the 4 like the horse was standing still. But then, you know, at first we thought we were sort of home. You and I were like, it looks good, jinxing you. But you know, as it turned out, the 4 came back. I have the 4-8 exacta,
once
so
the 4
it didn't hurt
Shadow
that
Surge
much.
switched to his outside lead, he kind of found a little bit more.
Yeah, no, and the inside's probably the place to be. The 8 ran well. It's a good idea.
Yep.
Just turned out to get outgained by a logical horse. The exacta's $56 or it's like $28 for $1, so I didn't find
nothing wrong with that.
Complaining. The 8 certainly has a chance, and I didn't like when Sammy Rin looked over his shoulder. Sammy, they're coming, or they're not. You don't have to look for them.
Exactly.
They'll find you if they're coming, or they won't if they're not.
He's been riding too much at Monmouth.
Should have been
for
looking
Paco
forward,
Lopez, right?
not behind.
Yeah, he's been
right.
seeing
The
Paco
ones
too
behind
much.
weren't coming, Sammy. It was the one in front of you. And Manny Franco strung down the stretch. Boy, this horse looked hopelessly beaten. It looked like the 8 had just gone by. You're thinking, boy, the 4 could just fall back, but he came back on and he got it done. 5-2.
4-8-2-3. Manny Franco picking up another victory here. That's another perfect segue. He's leading the way at the fall meet and just adding to his tally this afternoon. 2 wins on the card already. He took race 5, and we'll talk a little bit more about what he's been up to in the clinic he's been putting on here at Aqueduct.
Here comes that big gray Tappet Trice right down the outside.
Tappet Trice wins the Toyota Bluegrass.
Tappet Trice's 2024 debut was awesome.
Tappet Trice is lunging. Tappet Trice wins the Woodward.
The 2025 Global Symposium on Racing. It's the premier networking event of the year. Connect with the who's who of racing. Collaborate face-to-face with key decision makers. Be a part of the international conversation. Discover the latest technology and innovation. Join us December 8th through 10th. Register at racingsymposium.com.
As a 2-time Grade 1 winner with 6 consecutive triple-digit buyers, Liam's Map has taken that success to stud, a proven sire, from the sales ring to the winner's circle, with hundreds of 6-figure yearling sales and multiple Grade 1 winners on dirt and turf, including recent Grade 1 winners Burnham Square and Deterministic. Liam's Map, standing at Lane's End.
We're back on America's Day at the races. Don't forget, you can bet any track, anywhere, anytime with Naira Bet. Sign up today and get up to a $200 deposit match bonus with promo code MATCH200. Enjoy betting on over 300 tracks around the world and start winning today. Join now at NairaBets.com. Shadow Surge into the winner's circle off the layoff, and a strong ride once again from Manny Franco, who's standing by with Richie.
Thank you, Acacia. And Manny, your horse, Shadow Surge, was traveling nicely around the turn, but he took a stern challenge from the outside. Were you confident he was going to be able to battle back, particularly off the layoff?
I mean, I was kind of confident because George called me before the race, and he told me that he liked the horse, that the horse was ready for today. So I was confident, but at the same time, a little concerned too, because I got the guy outside me, and he was putting me a lot of pressure, and I just was, just keep my horse, moving forward, and he was there for me. I mean, he fought hard, coming from a big layoff, and I want to give some credit to George and the whole barn, the team, for doing an incredible job with him.
Manny, one of the things, you're a good rider, do everything well, but one of the things that always stands out to me is just how strong you finish. It seems like something you take a lot of pride in.
Yeah, I mean, I do. I ride we ride 4 days a week, and I have the privilege to ride a lot of races during the day. I think that keep me, like in shape, and I do my exercise too at home, so I think that helped me a lot to be strong in the afternoon.
First 3 races on dirt today, horses won basically gate to wire towards the inside. Do you feel like it's an advantage to have speed today?
I think so, yeah. The track is kind of tight, and I think it's a big advantage when you have horse life and horse with speed.
Well, you're riding in great form. Congratulations. Keep it up.
Thank you, Richie.
Guys.
Manny Franco with his second win today. Richie, thank you. $7 winner here with Shadow Surge. And as Richie touched on, he is strong. He's an aggressive rider, but he's very strong finishing in the race as well.
No doubt. No doubt. I am an unabashed fan of Manny Franco. I like him personally, and I like him as a rider.
Absolutely.
Love to see him do
Couldn't
well.
agree more. Great person, very strong rider. As we have race 6 coming up next, New York bred allowance, a mile on the main track. Manny Franco will be aboard, the current favorite in the 4 aggregation, or Chad Brown, who's in for the $45,000 tag. It is his 3rd race off that big layoff.
It's pretty shocking that in the 5th week of this meet, Klarovich Stables does not have a winner yet at the meet. I believe that's going to change here, especially given the track, the way it's playing. He should be the controlling speed, and he's the horse to beat. I think he bounces back and runs closer to his race 2 back. I am scared, though, of Landoro going out for your husband, Miguel. I always liked that horse, but then again, my liking him has not done me a lot of good.
Does come back off of a layoff and as a gelding as well. Aggregation, the favorite, as Manny Franco looks for his 3rd win on the day, though. We turn our attention back over to Laurel Park. Race 6 coming up next. Maryland bred handicap on the turf here. Starter handicap. Here's a look. A nice, easy, compact field with a 4-1 favorite.
Yeah, I have absolutely no clue whatsoever in this race.
Meet the field, starting things off with the number 1, the Last Sip, who is currently 4-1.
There should be some pace in here, so that could help him out.
Did face Coringa last time out, who we saw win the Maryland Million Turf earlier on.
Lost to Warren Zevon, too.
Yes, that's why we see him taking money. Fight No More Forever.
Long shot that looks overmatched on paper.
Here is Whiskey in the Jarro for Tim Keefe.
Cutting back after a 1.5 mile race last time. Overall, a little slower than these and also lacks speed.
Consultant, long shot stepping up, but should be forward.
Coming in for Meadowlands, I think he's been running races that give him a chance at a price.
First time for the new connections. There's Be Determined.
Yeah, I don't quite get the distance thing for this horse, though he's run okay actually going longer, so he seems to be proficient.
There's King's River, who faced the very cool Wolfie's Dynagos last time.
Yes, he did, and didn't run that badly. He's certainly a contender.
First time on the turf for Augustine Red, or first time on the turf in a long time, I should say.
Funny to see this horse in the turf. This is always that lug-in horse that needed to be inside. Linda used to have.
Coronova went by. El Fuego Masperante. There's the 10 Dominguez.
Yeah, part of the speed potentially here, going out for Mark Schumann. I haven't seen Mark in forever. Howie Tescher's old assistant.
Yeah, that's right. And
Jimmy
Tom
Bond,
Hagen
too, I think. Yeah,
That's,
Tom Hagen. Of course, you know Tom. I know
there's the
Jonathan
Eagle.
doesn't know who Tom Hagen is, but Tom Hagen is
Yes.
Robert Duvall's
Yes,
character
I
in The
know that.
Godfather.
Yeah, I know that, actually.
Think he's learned by now about The Godfather? You think that he's watched it yet?
Jonathan?
Yeah. Didn't know who Barzini was?
Oh, no. We saw the Eagle
He's here
there
tomorrow.
at
You should have
Laurel
used him.
Park. Yeah.
Give him a hard
As we're actually going to continue our show on YouTube here. We'll be back on Fox on FS2 at 4:30, but we're not going anywhere. And he's always wanted to be a YouTube star. So if you're watching
You're
on the
saying
Naira
I'm
YouTube.
not already a YouTube star? See, I thought I already
sorry.
was, you know? I mean, seriously.
If
you
you
were
did
doing,
some
we were
face
doing so
painting,
well
you
here.
might get some
You
few
were
more
so well,
hits.
and then you just had to, like, blow my whole dream.
I'm very sorry. So
Very
YouTube star Andy and I will be continuing on America's Day at the Races. You can watch the NYRA YouTube channel. We continue on and we'll be back on Fox Sports on FS2 at 4:30. Thanks very much for joining us here. Be sure to stay with us as, of course, we saw Major Dude in the Artie Schiller, just the best horse in there, getting the victory. There's stakes action still to come here in New York, and Love Surveyor pick up another Aqueduct Staked victory in the Glen Cove. And, of course, the very cool Maryland bred post-time Abby favorite in the Maryland Million Classic coming up later on. All that and more after this. Stay with us. Be on YouTube on America's Day at the Races. America's Day at the Races continues on YouTube. Luckily, I am joined by a YouTube star, Andy Serling.
That's better.
I'm Acacia
That's much
Kumar.
better, Acacia.
There we go. I gave you the intro that you needed there.
I mean, really, I was a little upset. There were some tears. Acacia insinuating I wasn't already a YouTube star.
He's a big deal.
They're going to Gay in the 6th. You have a lot to say about the 6th at Laurel, so I don't want to get in your way here.
I can
You
always find
wanna-
something to
You
say.
really
I
want to
can
expound on the
always find
6th,
something to
which
say.
I thought was completely impossible.
It is a very tough race. Starter handicap in race 6, a mile and a 16th on the turf of the Maryland Breds. The last sip, tepid favorite down to the inside at 4-1. There should be some pace. Obviously, Red taking attention for Jamie Ness. As you mentioned, we are familiar with this horse from New York, and we'll see how it plays out. Big field of 11.
Isn't the 6 a fair price around 5 to 1?
Great, 5-1.
Yeah, that would be. If you put a gun to my head,
Faced
6
Wolfie's
is my
Dynagos
horse.
last time.
Speaking of Wolfie, Wolfie right
Greg
here in the
Wolf
6th, coming up
waiting in
here.
the wings. He's excited to
He's
get on.
getting excited for YouTube.
Maryland Million Day continues its race 6 on the turf from Laurel Park. Here's Dave Rodman.
In line. And they're off. Coronova going to flash out of there first from Dominguez the Gray, and Tom Hagen asked for some early speed today. They're taken back to Ray just a tad. With the Gray into that first turn run. Who is Dominguez? Leads the way. Trying to bear out a little bit is Coronova up in between horses. Tom Hagen there on the outside. And the last sip from the inside, John Consultant alongside of that one. Consultant is in 4th. Then the last sip who's in 5th. A length and a half more. Augustin Red, Fight No More Forever. Be Determined racing to the the back of the pack with Kings River third to last and Whiskey in the Jarro second to last. And trailing the field is El Fuego Mas Brillante. Down the back stretch, 5 A's to go. Dominguez, the one to catch. Tom Hagen, eager to go on the outside. Dominguez, Tom Hagen. Dominguez a neck from Tom Hagen. Two back, Coronova's third as they go past the half-mile mark now. Consultant is in fourth. The Last Sip inside in fifth. Augustin Red is racing in sixth position. They're followed by Be Determined, Kings River. Fight No More Forever slips back to second to last position and passed by Whiskey in the Jarro. And El Fuego Mas Brillante. With 3 furlongs left to go, Tom Hagen takes over. Tom Hagen now up top as they swing for home. Tom Hagen is the leader. Consultant to the far outside, trying to fire up with a run. Also there, Coronoga is hanging tough in between horses as the Last Sip is firing up with a run too. The Last Sip one off the inside, getting a good journey. Tom Hagen just in front. The Last Sip rail run. The Last Sip surging on the outside. Coronova, and also between horses, Kings River is coming too. On the far outside, Whiskey in the Jarro. Whiskey in the Jarro, and a photo and a thriller with Kings River. Too tight to call. And next was Coronova and the Last Sip.
Tight photo finish there. They all were running late. The number 3 Whiskey in the Jarro, along with the 6 Kings River, the 6 who you liked, Andy. Took him a little bit of time to get going, but that long stretch at Laurel, he kind of kicked in late there.
Looked like Tom Hagen might get the job
I know.
done, but at the 16th pole, they had to say, "You're out, Tom." And there it was, Whiskey in the Jarro, cutting back from a mile and a half, able to get the win in the shadow of the wire for my 6 horse.
Coming off a
Kings
bit of a
River.
layoff to go a mile and a
Think he got
half.
it.
Not an easy thing to
Sure.
do last time out. So. Cut back in distance
Yep.
over the number 1, the Last Sip there.
6-4, is that the 4? I can't even
On
tell.
the rail, I'm not sure.
No, the red horse in third.
Oh, that was the 1.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. The 3 and the 6 and the 1.
Gotcha.
Yep, getting
Sure.
the victory there. I was
No,
actually...
that was not the 1/3.
No?
No, because the horse was third was in red silks. I think. I don't know. Maybe I'm losing my mind. Who
Oh,
knows?
I could be wrong then too. My apologies, as we did see the number
Was 3-6.
3-6 Whiskey in the Jarro over the number 6 in Kings River, getting the victory. On that note, it's time for me and you to say goodbye. You have a big event coming up today.
I know. It's my my uncle's 90th birthday today.
Amazing.
I'm heading to meet him with the family for a little dinner.
Have
early
fun.
dinner. I'm
Happy
looking forward
birthday
to
to
it.
your uncle.
I will let him know. He'll be very excited.
As Greg Wolf coming up on the desk. When we come back, and Sarah Abad, we're going to be along with him as well. The Pick 6 kicks off at Aqueduct after this. 3-6-8, by the way, at Laurel. Stay with us here in America's Day at the Races.
$1,600,000, $1,600,000 bid now $650,000, $1,650,000. Anybody else want $650,000 bid today? $1,650,000. $1,600,000. Thank you.
One of the great things about Maryland Million Day is all the vendors. Here is so much energy, but a special vendor here at Laurel Park today is Robin Coblin of the Pimlico Preservation Project. And Robin, this kind of came about organically with them taking down Pimlico, rebuilding it. There was an opportunity and you guys saw it.
Yeah, well, Sally Eck and Sally Ellen Hurst and I, because we have a connection with the people in the administration at the racetrack and the MJC, we said, what are you going to do with all this stuff that's in the backstretch and in the grandstand, just tucked away in little closets and corners and rooms? And they said, well, you can go in and take it. And we spent days and days where we were schlepping stuff down 3 stories because poor Pimlico, their elevators don't work. And categorized it, just organized it all, and have been offering these things. We were at Timonium for the 2 weekends that they were running, and we raised about $8,000 for aftercare in those 2 weekends. And we just begged them, we said, you need to let us come to Maryland Million because this is where the Pimlico audience is. This is the people that are going to want these memorabilia, things that they're never going to see again.
And what are some of the things that you have today? Some really cool pictures.
Yeah, some of the really cool pictures. This is Seabiscuit and War Admiral in the actual match race that became the Pimlico Special. These are cards from, this is Justify's card that all the jockeys signed. This was American Pharaohs, which sold, which is fabulous. And then Johnny V, my boy.
Everybody's boy, we love him.
We actually have the Gallery that he won at 1 year at Pimlico. And when I saw him up at Saratoga, because you guys see he's in Saratoga, I asked him if he would sign the photo for us to go with that. But yeah, and there's, I mean, some of the other things we have, racing silks. We have these costume silks that were sewn for their galas that the Preakness had that are perfect for Halloween costumes. And then a lot of other stuff. Some of the other things right over there, we have the gold issued numbered certified glasses. They're very limited edition for the different Preakness years. So.
Well, thank you for doing this. It's amazing memorabilia and all going for a great cause. Well done.
Thank you, Maggie. Take care.
We continue our live coverage of Jim McKay Maryland Million Day. Greg Wolf, Sarah El-Badwi stepping in for Acacia and Andy. We will take you the rest of the way with the big event still to come, obviously, post-time. He wasn't even sure he was going to draw into this race, and as a result, hasn't really trained up for it, but he might be able to win this race on memory.
The consistency that he's been able to really bring in to that local home base for him right there at Laurel. He's undefeated over that track, and he looks like a standout on paper within that field. We'll see what we get from him, a horse that we've seen a couple of times really outrun his odds right here on our circuit and show up against some of the toughest of competition. He's just a cool, consistent type.
Including, last year's Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile, never lost in the state of Maryland. We'll see if that can continue in that classic later to come. Right now, it's pick 6 time here at Belmont at the Big A. Sequence starts in this 1-turn mile. New York Bred's allowance optional claiming field. Tough race to start it out. We'll kick things off with Palace Boss, who all of a sudden jumped to the best figure by a long ways of his career last time out, and that was right here.
Yeah, finishing second to Butta, who did scratch out of this field, a horse who has been capable of running some bigger numbers in the past.
Rafua can every now and again run some big races, but 16 runner-ups and 42 starts.
The second-itis, it didn't catch him last time. He did win at that last start with a 79 buyer.
Shipsational has Eric Cancel.
This one going first off the claim over to Gustavo Rodriguez.
The one to beat, Aggregation. Big race off the bench and then disappointed second off the bench.
It's been a long time since he's put 3 races consecutively together.
Shared Success has Ruben Silvera for James Bond.
If he can really rebound from that last race, he has back form to go to.
Russian Realm, this one interesting, moves turf to dirt for Danny Gargan.
Off another little bit of a freshening, he also has some back form.
Miguel Clement Barn, he'll have a couple of big chances in the feature later today with Landoro.
And this one coming off of one start at Saratoga and trying to get things back on track this year.
And long shot Dolly's Bank, anything positive to say?
Has turf speed, maybe could be a pace factor in here, but otherwise I don't really see this one being a factor at the wire.
Aggregation right there. Those Silks of Klarovich Stables, trained by reigning Eclipse Award winner Chad Brown, with Manny Franco aboard. It was a pretty big effort coming back off the bench in that August 16th race, Saratoga. Here it is. Only problem is went backwards in the second start off the bench.
And that is the problem, right? A horse who has had those stops and starts in his career, and he's shown those flashes of clear ability when we have seen him be capable of running some of those bigger numbers and even show up in some state-bred stakes company against the likes of Rodney, Dr. Ardito, who's good at the time. He's just been one that perhaps lately has been a little bit disappointing in that last race where he really regressed significantly after going to the front. It's tough to take him at a short price coming off of that effort when you have other horses that perhaps are on the improve.
Again, the pick six, it starts here. Let's get Mig's thoughts on the favorite.
Yeah, hey, Greg, Sarah, good to be on with you guys. Aggregation could not look any better. He's a horse that does carry really good weight. He's a big, stout kind of horse. And as good as Chad Brown is off of layoffs, he ran so big off the bench in Saratoga. For a heavier framed horse, I think it affects them more the next time. He got to, control on the lead last time, just had no response when called upon. And Palace Boss, who is very good right now and just consistently good form, beat him a pretty good ways, about 5.5 lengths. But I think Aggregation third off the bench now, got that race behind him. Speed has been so good today, and it just appears to me that he could be controlling speed here. We had a little bit of rain, drizzle earlier today, overnight, and it just really tightened up this surface a great deal. It's got that rich texture to it, a really rich tobacco brown. And I just think Aggregation can get back to his best going gate to wire here. Palace Boss is tough. He's consistent. He does have enough speed. From the rail, Louis Rivera Jr., I was just speaking with the owners. If I was on him, I'd come out to the paddock and say, can I please just go to the lead from the rail, try to control it from the inside? He's a major player. Looks great. Our boy Rafua. This horse is just remarkable. He is an iron horse. 4 wins, 16 seconds. He got it done last time. What impresses me is his coat stays so rich and hydrated, dappled out. This is a horse that made 12 starts last year, 11 starts. This will be his 11th start this year. So he's not even done. We're into October. And he just seems to show up with an effort. Now, he seems to like to run second as well, and maybe that's why he always looks good. Keeps a little something for himself. And then the 6, Russian Realm, could not look any better for trainee Danny Gargan, who started 5 horses here with 2 wins, 2 seconds. But the problem is he's a deep closer in a day where it feels like you want to be forward and particularly down towards the inside.
See if this one here can overcome that. It's Katie Davis for Danny Gargan, Russian Realm, 3-1 right now. And yeah, there's no chance this one's going to be anywhere near the front early on.
It would be quite a surprise. And look, he has those races to go back to that certainly would make him a contender here. He has that second place finish going a mile back in December of last year where he ran that 88 Beyer speed figure behind Bourbon Chase over a horse like Shadow Dragon, and can't even really hold the Empire Classic against him either when he is one that is taking some money in this spot. It just seems as though they've been reaching with this horse where maybe he had a couple of excuses at the start in his last 2 dirt races, but to then try him on the turf where he kind of just ran evenly, I don't know what the answer ultimately is with this horse, but his best race doesn't even necessarily put him over the kind of races that we've seen as of late from horses like Palace Boss as well as Aggregation.
Let's go to Palace Boss, favorite right now, 2-1. And last time out, second, a neck behind Butta, where Aggregation, the 4 in today's race, wound up 4th that day.
Yeah, he was one that was able to run on a bit in there and sort of always kept himself in position in that race to be effective. Aggregation was your pace setter last time, but ultimately he really didn't show up that much to close out that race. And it's tough to really tell what kind of running style we're going to get from these horses, where I don't think Aggregation is necessarily the fastest horse early on in this race, but we'll see how aggressive Manny Franco is.
Obviously, Palace Boss, you got to use him off that last start. I just have a really tough time liking him because that race was so much better than anything he'd ever run in his career. And all of a sudden, is he that horse? Maybe he is, but I want to see it again.
Which is completely fair. And look, it's not as though he's never run a number in the 80s in terms of buyers. I know that you look at the Thorograph numbers and maybe it was more of an outlier on those than it was on buyer, but he has races that are sort of within that realm, even though it is a step forward from what we had seen from him in the past.
Second choice, 5-2. And we'll see. Aggregation, that was, I thought, such an encouraging comeback. Maybe just potentially came back a little quick in that second start.
Potentially, but it also concerns me a little bit that we do see that pattern starting to develop, right? With a horse who had some time off. He came back off of short rest, a short time away rather, January to March of last year. Then he ran again in May. He regressed. Then he's off until August of this year. He comes back in September, regresses again. We haven't seen him run 3 times in a row since 2023 into 2024.
We'll get that today, see if he can build off those prior 2 starts. And then again, that first one off the bench, very likely good enough to win against this group. Pick 6 starts here with our feature, the Glen Cove, a wide open turf sprint for 3-year-old fillies. Let's go to Chris Griffin for the call.
Dolly's Bank will be to the outside. There's Shipsational who goes in. Dolly's Bank. Pick 6 time. All set. And they're off. Aggregation broke well from in between horses. There's Shipsational in the early mix too. Joining them, out wider, here comes Shared Success, wants to be in the early mix on the far outside. Landoro in the green cap, and they're joined by Dolly's Bank. Well off the rail as they get set to come out of the chute and hook up with the backstretch, and Aggregation is in front, has a neck advantage here over Shared Success, close up second, out wider. There's Landoro. That's the leading trio through a 23.38 opening quarter mile. At the rail, it's Palace Boss, and Luis Rivera Jr. now moves with another group of 3, as in between horses Shipsational, and out wider from them, Russian Realm. Dolly's Bank has lost some ground, is back to 7th, and the trailer, Refua. They're approaching a half-mile left to go. Manny Franco looking for another one on the afternoon, and Aggregation takes him into the far turn. Aggregation in hand. Shared Success is under the drive now, and here comes Shared Success ready to challenge. Landoro's trying to follow them 3 wide. At the rail, Palace Boss is called upon for the effort, losing some ground. Russian Realm from the back. Refua, Dylan Davis, they're starting to make a move, but still 6 off the lead as they approach the top of the stretch. 46-3 for a half-mile time. Aggregation is trying to shrug off the challenge of Shared Success, who has been right after this leader. Aggregation finding more. Shared Success is battling on Landoro. Russian Realm is trying to join them, and Landoro now the one that means business at 6-1. Here comes Landoro to the outside of Aggregation. Aggregation's back to second. Landoro, Ricardo Santana Jr. picks up another one. Landoro, got it. Aggregation second from the back. Refua up for third, and Russian Realm at 1:35.75 seconds.
Landoro, Miguel Clement off since April. New Gelding wins with Ricardo Santana Jr.
Wins with Ricardo Santana Jr. is something that we've been saying quite a bit, right? A rider that's really taken advantage of what was a successful and aggressive Saratoga meet, and he's parlayed that into a stellar fall meet so far right here at Belmont at the Big A, taking back a little bit in this race off of 2 horses that wanted that forward position, with Aggregation as well as Shared Success, who did rebound from being pulled up in his last start, but he got the right kind of trip in here fresh off the bench, and he got a nice price too at 6-1.
Pulls away from this group late in the stretch. Easy win. 3 wins now, 10 starts. And this 4-year-old by Medaglia d'Oro off the bench. And as we mentioned, New Gelding with the victory. 6-1 start to this Saturday pick 6, 7-4, 2-6 finish. And Aggregation, once this horse came to him, just had 0 response.
He did some of the dirty work. He went to the lead. He showed that early speed that we had seen from him in the start prior, where he ultimately wasn't able to hold on. And he did put away a horse in Shared Success, who was the big price in here. He was trying to press him early, but he had no answer for the horse in Landoro, who was just sitting the right kind of pocket trip and able to go by pretty easily.
One more time, rolling by Aggregation. 6-1 to begin this pick 6 in a sequence that is, I don't know if there's a single on this, incredibly hard to find one in this entire sequence. What do you think?
I think that if you're searching for one, it's not with a ton of confidence. I think that going into the ninth race, you do have 2 horses you could at least narrow it down to between Tuscan Gold as well as Burning Glory, but it's a tough one for sure.
Back to Maryland Million Day. Laurel Park, 7 furlongs in the 7th Maryland Million Distaff, where Foxy Jr., I find it shocking if this one were to lose. Holds such a major edge over this group, and I do not think 6-5 is going to hold up.
I'm with you there. I think that this horse is clearly a standout within this field, and the number that we're seeing right now in terms of price is likely to come down because I just don't really know where else you're going to go in a spot like this where nobody has really shown up in a way that this horse has, as we're taking a look at a race where she just has the numbers that are faster consistently than many of the other horses she's going to be facing in here. She seems to be winning pretty easily like she did in this Twix Stakes, getting that 84 Beyer speed figure. And she's been able to be successful right here at Laurel many times in the past. She's been capable of running numbers higher than that last race. She's defeated some of this company. It's really tough to make a strong case against her.
6-5, I think should be a lot shorter. She is a massive standout. She loves to win too. 11 for 24 lifetime, 3 for 3 here at Laurel. Coming off a stakes victory where she was incredibly dominant here on this racetrack last time out. But here's Onyx 10, who came back off short rest, won a race against State Bred Company at Delaware, 4-time winner, and 7 of 12 starts has been in the money.
Is she fast enough? I guess that's the main concern with her, a horse that looks like she might need to take a step forward in order to be competitive with the likes of your favorite, but maybe she is one that second off the layoff, there is still that little bit of a move forward for her, and she's been relatively consistent too, so I can see the case for wanting to throw her in because ultimately, once you get past your favorite, everybody else looks pretty similar.
And if you are playing that, they call the Chesapeake Pick 6 here, I would think for most, this is a single. You look later on in the card, too. Obviously, that Maryland Million Nursery looks like it's, I thought, completely wide open. But you have another massive standout in that 10th race, that Maryland Million Ladies on the grass, where Life, Love, and Laughter draws in. Huge scratch, a Mopo coming out, so the 10 looks like another one's going to be probably odds on.
Yeah, that one drawing in off the also eligible list is a difference maker for sure.
Stick with the colors, kicks off the post parade here, and some speed from the inside.
Yeah, this one coming in off of a little bit of a break, hasn't run since April, and usually does show that early speed.
Right now, double-digit odds, 11-1, off since, as we mentioned, April. Meg, huge price, 36-1.
I like the name. This one cutting back slightly in distance, would need to get quite a bit faster.
Here is Onyx 10, and we briefly touched on, comes off a win at Delaware.
Shouldn't be too far out of things early and goes second off of a layoff.
Spencerian, 6-time winner.
This one hasn't been seen since April either.
Safe Trust, big number.
Second off of the layoff. Did have a rough start last time out.
Next girl, I looked the last time on dirt, makes her somewhat of a contender.
And shouldn't need the lead either. If she is truly the horse that she was in that last dirt start, she could be a competitor for some minor placings.
A couple of good efforts, including that last one at Laurel for Sheila's War Cloud.
Yeah, this one coming off a little bit of a break, but consistent.
Green-Eyed Monster was a winner at Charlestown last start.
Potentially the speed of the speed in here.
Kissed by an Angel, did we see, or may have skipped over? Here's the 10, either way, Ezra.
This one also has some early speed and gets another furlong to work with.
This one, the 11 at a huge number, actually has some back races to go to. It's a horse to use underneath.
I wouldn't have any problem throwing this horse in my superfecta, sure.
And this one, I'm shocked we're still seeing above even money.
Any of her last several races on dirt make her a winner in here. If she just shows up with one of them, she's likely to take the honors. She just lays over the field on paper.
2 minutes to post. In that pick 6 there, Maryland Million Distaff back here in New York. He has a lot to smile about. Ricardo Santana Jr. since moving full-time here to New York, including an incredible summer at Saratoga, and he just kept rolling along. Landoro the upset win to start this pick 6.
The way that we've seen Ricardo Santana Jr. really be successful and have that edge here is that he has been aggressive on both the dirt and the turf with horses, where we don't see every other rider really show that same intent on securing the early lead. But this wasn't those tactics. He was able to sit off and time this ride very well to win, going away with Landoro at 6-1.
Playoff and a victory here for the Miguel Clement barn. Ricardo Santana Jr., Chester Broman. And again, a 6-1 start to this pick 6 on the Saturday card here. Belmont at the Big A, $15.24 for the win. Pick 6 on this Maryland Million Day begins in this race coming up in this Distaff at 7 furlongs, 6-5 favorite. This one on your screen right now. Foxy Jr., 11 for 24 lifetime, 3 for 3 at Laurel. Let's go to Maggie.
And 2 for 2 at 7 furlongs today's distance of this distaff. And guys, I agree with you. Foxy Jr., number 12 in here, so much the mare to beat, as I actually saw her last year on PA Derby Day and was taken with her. In fact, I remember telling Dick Girardi, I love the way Foxy Jr. looks. And she went and delivered that day in the Plum Pretty at nearly 7-1. Well, I'm seeing much the same here yet again. And while she has been successful at some longer distances, she is a bit of a shorter, more compact filly with just a massive engine, and so therefore I definitely don't mind, as her record would suggest, the cut back in distance for her today. Last time she was so much the best in the Twix Stakes. It was really kind of a powerhouse victory, and certainly one to keep a horse's confidence up. Moving on to number 3, that is Onyx 10, who on paper looks a bit slow, and actually I was surprised to look up and see the fact that she's 5-1. Well, that price is more reflective of what I see from her physically here for Gary Capuano, whose horses just really look the part here on this card. She's a big, burly filly. I mean, she doesn't look like she's 3. So you could take the mindset that she is one that is just getting better possibly and has that room for improvement and the opportunity to improve here at the tail end of her 3-year-old campaign. So yeah, I think she's a little up against it, and I'm not in love with taking 9-2 on a horse that looks a bit slower on paper, but boy, physically she fits with this crew quite nicely. Moving on to number 6, that's Next Girl. As you guys touched on, her dirt races definitely make her a player in here, 2-back, albeit in a starter 12-5. She was facing some heavy favorites, including Mercy Warren as well as Concrete Freeze. Now they kind of went at it, and so she got the most ideal setup, but at the end of the day, if you isolate her dirt races, they are some of her better efforts. And going back to the last time she tried the 7/8, well, it resulted in a 2-length open score. And I thought she looked decent overall. Yeah, there were some others I preferred physically, but on paper and form, I thought she was intriguing, and she is at a generous 9-1. As there are, it's a weird scenario where there are 3 horses that come out of a similar race back on April 19th, all of which coming off of layoffs. And go figure, the one that finished best in there, third behind 2 repeat winners, is number 2, Sheila's War Cloud, or I should say next time out winners. She was a distant third that day for Justin Nixon, but this is a filly that, at least on sheet numbers, 2-back, ran a very, very fast race, kind of faster or just as fast as your favorite in here. And I know it's a layoff to contend with, but she looks strong, she looks fit. She did get a touch warm, which always for me is an indicator that a start will be beneficial, but definitely looks the part coming back off the bench. Could she jump up and run a big one here for her first start back since April? Greg?
We will find out. Again, pick 6 starts here. Maryland Million Distaff, $100,000 purse, fillies and mares, 3 and up, 7/8 of a mile. And on the outside, Foxy Jr. looking for the 12th win of her career, hovering at even money, is not dropped below even money though.
What do you think the final odds will be when all said and done?
It has to be odds on.
I agree. Most likely upsetter?
I don't think there is one, but potentially. I think that the 6 Next Girl actually ran a really good dirt race 2-back, and she's 4 years old. Maybe could improve on that. And yeah, Sheila's War Cloud has put together back-to-back efforts. If she moves forward, a little bit interesting.
All right.
What do you think?
I think if anybody upsets, it would be the 6, but I don't think anyone does either.
Dave Rodman with the call, the Maryland Million Distaff.
Safe Trust. Just a few to load. Scarifier. Next girl. Foxy Jr. 4 to 5. And they're off of the Shamrock Farm Maryland Million Distaff. Green-Eyed Monster showing early foot on the outside to the area's Esro. Esro's on the chase. Here comes Stick with the Colors, moving up on the inside as part of the early lick as well. And to Kissed by an Angel is right up close as they move down the back stretch. In between horses is Safe Trust, only about 3.5 off the lead. Here's Foxy Jr. on the outside traveling in the clear. Then Onyx 10 is next in line. After Onyx 10 comes Sheila's Or Cloud. Scarifier out wide of the track. Next girl is passed by Spencerian on the inside, and Meg is trailing the field into the far turn run. Some 16 or 17 to make up. Into the turn they roll. Green-Eyed Monster leads 3/4 of a length from the chasing Esro in second. Foxy Jr.'s working forward on the outside from third. Safe Trust out of the rail racing 4th position. And in between horses is Onyx 10 as they round the turn toward the top of the stretch. They turn for home. Green-Eyed Monster to catch Foxy Jr. second. Onyx 10 working hard on the far outside in third as they spin in, and Sheila's War Cloud on the far outside is now in fourth at the 360s, and just holding the lead is Green-Eyed Monster. Onyx 10 looms the threat of the outside. Foxy Jr. right there too, trying to chime in, shifting out of it is Green-Eyed Monster, but here is Onyx 10 who pushes by clean with Yedzit Hazelwood. Onyx 10 in the Maryland Million Distaff. Green-Eyed Monster was second. Foxy Jr., Sheila's War Cloud, and Spencerian.
Improving 3-year-old late in the year. Onyx 10 had come back off the bench, won a Delaware last start, and now back-to-back victories, 5th of her career.
And just seemed like your heavy favorite was flat in the stretch. It seemed as though she was poised to go right on by your pace setter, who was coming out of a race at Charlestown. But Onyx 10 was able to run right by her and get plenty of clearance late with this race, where she just seemed to go by her pretty effortlessly. I know things get a little bit tight for your favorite, but she didn't really have any run in between horses either.
Really no excuse. Gary Capuano Barn with a filly on the rise. She's now won 4 of her last 5 starts, including this pretty nice victory over an accomplished Foxy Jr. with an upset in this Maryland Million Distaff. Over the prices when we come back. It's Onyx 10. Well, the upset to start this pick 6.
Took the lead. 8 to main 2. Get it up, you're out. 250. 8 to down to get him 250. Down to get him 250. Guess not. Here to get down to get him 50. Hit it and once. Here to get down to get him to get all they know down. But it very when it gets twice. Here to get down to get a third and final call. 2 main 2. 150 and a half. Roger, you win today. 2 main 2. Thank you.
9.5. Thank you. In the back, $1,900,000. Thank you. $1,700,000. Jody, thank you.
Please hold your applause.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
Elite Power gets up to win the sprint. Jackie's Warrior. Elite Power on the far outside. Jackie's Warrior settles for third today. At the 16th hole, Godine is second, but Elite Power does it again.
Motivating at 870, come down to 900 and 900,000.
The power of a champion.
Please hold your applause.
The power of Juddmonte.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back with you on Maryland Million Day from Laurel Park, and it's an upset in the Distaff. Onyx 10, 3-year-old filly for trainer Gary Capuano. Back-to-back victories, and again, 4 wins now in the last 5 starts.
When your favorite didn't show up with the kind of race that we anticipated, this one was able to pick up the pieces and run right by her, as well as your pace setter and Green-Eyed Monster getting the upset victory here.
Homebred for Frank Sample, who is now 3 for 8 at Laurel. $15.20 for the upset score, as the big favorite Foxy Jr. did go off odds on 4 to 5 in the end, but can manage no better than a weakening 3rd place here. Green-Eyed Monster gets 2nd at 7 to 1. That dollar trifecta could for over $219.
Healthy exacta too, without your favorite being involved.
So big upset. This was going to be certainly one of the shortest prices on the day. Post time is going to wind up being probably the shortest price, but this one probably 2nd in the running. So Onyx 10 with this upset win. We'll get back to the late pick 5 Belmont at the Big A in just a moment. Let's check in with Maggie.
Hey, pleased to be joined here by winning trainer Gary Capuano. And Gary, Onyx 10, 3-year-old filly taking on some older company. She was up for the challenge. You know, she's a big, burly filly. She definitely fit physically with this crew.
Yeah, she does. We gave her time off. She ran hard as a 2-year-old, early 3-year-old. She won a couple stakes early this year. We gave her time off. She's a big, strong filly. She's come back really strong, and she's had 2 great races. So, yeah, we're happy.
She really has. Bright future for sure. Speaking of futures, you'll send out Big Cuddle in the nursery. What are we expecting from him? That was a pretty nice race first time out.
Yeah, he did. He ran a super race, came from off the pace, showed a little grit. He's got talent, big field. We got 2 in there, and both of them are, pretty nice 2-year-olds. So we'll see if we can get lucky again.
Well, wishing you luck in getting another Maryland Million race, but congratulations here. It looks like the future's bright for her.
Oh, it is, yeah. Thank you.
All right, Onyx 10, strutting her stuff today against some older horses and proving she was much the best, Craig.
Yeah, quite a performance, and what a job Gary Capuano has done with this filly, who all of her wins, with the exception of her maiden, which she was a $25,000 maiden claiming winner. And now all of a sudden, she's turned into a multiple stakes winner.
And so easy to forgive the race going a mile where she was 5th at 2 back. She was favored in there, yes, but ultimately maybe just a touch further than what is her best distance, even though she does have the 1 second place finish. Going a mile and 16th, it seems like she's slightly better as a sprinter.
Up next, starter handicap, mile and 16th on the grass. And this for fillies and mares. 3 and up, 5,2 major player in this spot, despite the record of just 3 for 38 lifetime.
Yeah, it seems as though this one makes a lot of sense coming in, and what is a pretty wide open field. Outside of that one, you're not going to get quite the 19 to 1 you did last time, but this one figures.
All right, we'll have more on that field when we come back from a timeout. Late pick 5 next from here in South Ozone Park, New York. On the turf, mile and the 16th, Leon Blue. Mel Giddings, Christopher Elliott, trying to win for the 2nd time in the last 3 starts.
Get into the game with Bond Racing Stable. When you partner with Bond Racing Stable, the Bond team does all the work and you enjoy the experience. As a partner, you can watch morning workouts, come to the paddock for saddling, and cheer your horse down the stretch. Bond Racing Stable offers more than 30 New York-bred weanlings, yearlings, and 2-year-olds in a partnership program that gets you to the winner's circle. Whether on your own or with friends and family, make Bond Racing Stable your racing partners. Go to jamesbondracing.com today.
outside is Caveat. Caveat is not able to make up a ground on the inside. As Au Point moves out, Caveat gains on the rail alongside Slew of Gold. Those are the two favorites. Gaining ground on the outside, Barberstown and High Honors. Now Caveat gains the lead. Slew of Gold back into second. Then it's High Honors. Barberstown heads apart for third as Caveat has the lead by 3. Slew of Gold second. It's Caveat in front.
What a performance in that Belmont. Is a horse who thrived on an incredibly demanding schedule. 21 starts in less than a year, and this Belmont victory bounced off the inside rail under Lafitte Pincay Jr. a couple of times, making that move on the far turn to roll to victory. The second of 5 straight victories in the Belmont for Woody Stephens. Mig, very special performer, just inducted into the Maryland Hall of Fame. All right, we'll try and get Mig back in a moment. We've lost his mic, obviously. We'll try and get that corrected. Post-parade in the meantime for the start of the late Pick 5. Mile and 16th on the turf here. This allowance optional claiming field. Here's the paddock pastor.
He gives himself a lot of work to do in his races, but was able to get the win 2 starts back over this horse here, who's your current favorite and sounds like a plan.
3-year-old looks like on the improve for Horacio De Paz. Sounds like a plan.
Yeah, that one just seemingly putting things together. Did win last time out.
Cable Ready, some very good races of late. Big price.
His last 2 races have been impressive, outrunning his odds significantly. You're not going to get quite as big a price, though, on him today.
Kerry Bryan, Mr. Tonic.
Wasn't necessarily a winning type, but has turned things around lately.
Ramblin' Wreck used to be very good. Seems like the best days sort of behind him.
And also gives himself so much to do early on in his races. He should be far back early on.
Dear Chairman, Miguel Clement just got on turf for the first time. Last start was behind Cable Ready.
And ran okay, finishing 4th, only beaten 2 1/4 lengths.
This horse interesting at a big number. Feet-like Coyote.
This one might show some early speed, though he is cutting back from 1.5 miles.
Another 3-year-old, Leon Blue on the improve, who was 5th in the Saranac last out.
Plenty of early speed for him, but he is capable of sitting just off and still winning.
And Saratoga Flash, Safi Joseph Jr. outside.
This one coming in second off a little bit of a break and did run okay while being in position last time out, finishing 5th. Another step forward, and he's right there.
Pick 5 starts here. It is 5 minutes to post. Take home your share of $5,000. Hit this late Pick 5, Belmont at the Big A, and you'll split that pot. Got to opt in to take advantage at NYRABets.com. All right, 4 minutes to post in this first leg of the Pick 5. Let's go back to Mig and that performance we saw from Caveat winning the Belmont Stakes.
Yeah, guys, Caveat take 2. He was as courageous as a racehorse could be to come through the spot he came through, and Lafitte Pincay as brave as a jockey could possibly be. You know, Au Point was not a very big horse with Greg McCarron aboard. There was a little space inside of him. Slew of Gold with Angel Cordero on the outside, a mountain of a horse, trying to keep everything tight. Caveat got to bounce him, but he got through and continued on. One of 5 consecutive Belmont Stakes for Woody Stephens, and I remember being in the jockey's room and Lafitte coming back after the race, and his left boot was shredded because he hit the rail so hard, but he got through and he won the Belmont Stakes. So nice to see him get inducted into the Maryland Hall of Fame there. Let's talk horses here. The 5, Mr. Tonic, could not look any better for Kerry Bryan. This horse is so well turned out. He's turning back in distance, but he has been successful 2 back, going the mile and a 16th distance. He is a major, major player here. The 6th-year chairman, also making a beautiful impression in the paddock for trainer Miguel Clement, who's just hitting on all cylinders. Nice winner earlier in the card. And that brings me to the 9, Saratoga Flash, who will be my top selection. I do think that he's going to sit a good trip. Dylan Davis has got to try to overcome that outside draw, save ground someplace. But he just looks like he's breathing fire. At 7 years old, I don't think he could be look any better from a physical perspective. And I think he's in good form. Had that race off of a freshening, kind of moved up like he was going to get there, and ran like a horse that got a little bit tired. I think that race moved him forward, and I think he's a major player here. Has to overcome the outside, Saratoga Flash.
Yeah, right now, 5-1. And Dylan Davis will try and get some position for this horse from that outside post.
Absolutely, and this one coming in second off a little bit of a layoff, getting that rider change, and I think that this one has races to go back to that certainly fit with this group, and I don't think he's necessarily going to be too far out of things early. We'll see what kind of form he can bring in second off the bench. He's one that has done primarily most of his good running down at Gulfstream, which is to be expected with Saffie Joseph Jr. horses, but at the same time, his numbers absolutely fit here.
We're getting to this time of year. We're here where 3-year-olds, they start to surpass when they take on older horses, and this looks like a horse who could absolutely do that. Leon Blue really starting to come into fine form, and he has been in the money. 6 of 7 career starts, including a stakes win at Saratoga in that Rick Violet this summer.
And that ride was a difference maker for this horse, showing that he can sit just off the pace and still be able to finish with determination. A horse that previous to that, he'd really been that need the lead type, and I can completely forgive the last race where he broke through the gate beforehand, maybe got a little bit too amped up and was facing some better company overall. The third place finisher of that race, Asbury Park, he came back to win the Jockey Club Derby Invitational, a grade 2, improving slightly, and he was just running against Stars and Strides, who looks like he's going to be a good one for Bill Mott. I think that this is a horse that's just finding the right kind of group where he makes a lot of sense, and you're getting a fair price right now at 5-1.
Christopher Elliott, Mel Giddings has trusted this young rider on the 8. As you take a look at Ricardo Santana Jr., he just came off his second win of the afternoon, looking for number 3 on the other 3-year-old that looks pretty intimidating here. The 9-5 favorite on the board, the 2, Sounds Like a Plan, who comes in off a win. He'd been beat by Leon Blue in the Rick Violet earlier this summer, but he really jumped up in that last start.
He did, and look, he's one that he had that progressive improvement, but is 9-5 really warranted on a horse who I don't think is that much of a standout over some of these types that have defeated him in the past, including the one down towards the rail, a horse that was coming from far out of it and able to go by him 2 starts back. Leon Blue defeated him in that Rick Violet. Is he one that necessarily needs the lead? I don't think so. But at the same time, he's not a 9-5 standout to me, now 8-5.
Public would disagree. Yeah, this horse taking a ton. It looks like they just feel like a horse who's maybe 3-year-old on the rise, and certainly his best performance by far came last time out, and it came on this turf course. But yeah, I'm with you. That is an awfully short price.
Isn't this a tougher group, too, than what he faced last time?
No question.
Yeah, much more proven horses. I think that some of these have shown that they can get the better of him in the past. He might be the one that's moving in the right direction, but at the same time, is that something that you really want to take a chance on when you have the proven form of horses that maybe have already shown that they are a little bit faster than him?
Public loves him right now. Yeah, 8-5 on this 3-year-old for Horacio to pause. As Ricardo Santana Jr. steps into the gate again, looking for number 3 on this Saturday card. Late pick 5 starts here. Belmont at the Big A. Let's send it upstairs to Chris Griffin.
Cable Ready, Mr. Tonic, Leon Blue, Saratoga Flash to the outside. Last to load. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Cable Ready broke very well from an inside draw. Sounds Like a Plan is forwardly placed 2. Joining them will be Fidelite Cayute. Will now settle in a 3rd position, while wide. They're very well spread apart here in the early stages. And now Sounds Like a Plan will press on and got there pretty easily. Sounds Like a Plan up by a half length leading towards that turn. Cable Ready. Jose Lescano is going to sit right here under a snug hold from 2nd. Fidelite Cayute is to the outside of Dear Chemrin. They're 3rd and 4th. They're working around this turn right now and down there at the rail. Now trying to move forward as Mr. Tonic is now in that 4th position. Fidelite Cayute lost some ground, just got shuffled as 3 wide, and in between horses Leon Blue. Towards the back end of the field, Saratoga Flash and the 2 trailers. Ramblin' Wreck with late running the Paddock Pasteur. 23 and 4, easy lead, Sounds Like a Plan. If this was the plan, it's working. What an easy opening quarter, and now 49.23 for a half-mile time. Sounds Like a Plan, trying to take them all the way, and Cable Ready, just that mild pressure. Dear Chairman starts to move forward from 3rd. Then Fidelite Cayute to the outside of Mr. Tonic, and that's going to be 4th and 5th. And behind them, Saratoga Flash, no move yet. Ramblin' Wreck just had to steady. Leon Blue backing out of it. The Paddock Pasteur starts to get moving from the back, but still 8 to 10 lengths off the leader. Sounds Like a Plan is just galloping right along. Reaches the top of the lane, and Sounds Like a Plan now cut loose and trying to open up on this field. Sounds Like a Plan has had it all his own way. Here chasing his Cable Ready is continuing to be a challenging second. Sounds Like a Plan is approaching the final 16th. Cable Ready is just slowly making up that ground, running out of time. Sounds Like a Plan. Easily front-running score. Sounds Like a Plan wins it over Cable Ready. Then came Ramblin' Wreck and Mr. Tonic in 1 minute 43 seconds flat.
Sounds Like a Plan. Gate to wire. Ricardo Santana Jr. to the aggressor. Go the spoils.
Well, I think the public seemed to have an inclination that everyone else was going to rate their speed horses because he was the one that didn't necessarily figure to be alone on the front end in here. And once he was, with those fractions he was able to set, you could see him wheeling off the turn here. Ricardo Santana Jr. just asking a little bit with his hands and getting after him slightly to just keep things in gear. Nobody really making up much ground whatsoever. And plenty of horses in this race much further back early on than I feel like they should have been.
3 for Santana, 8 to 5 in the end, and able to get it done on the front end every single step of the way. Formful start to this late pick 5. Sounds Like a Plan. Now back-to-back wins. Horacio to pause. Club 65 Racing, and a big afternoon still going for Ricardo Santana Jr. Kicks off this late pick 5 with a gate to wire score. Sounds Like a Plan. Still to come, our feature, Love Surveyor, multiple stakes winner. Part of a pair for Miguel Clement. We'll see in the Grade 3 Glen Cove. 3-year-old fillies on the turf in post time. Runner-up last year's Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile. Back for more where he's never lost in the state of Maryland.
Every sire hopes to have a son to follow in his footsteps.
An impressive debut.
For Munnings, that son is Jack Christopher.
Jack Christopher to win the Champagne.
Unbeaten Grade 1 winner at 2. Dual Grade 1 winner at 3.
And he is pouring it on here. It is Jack Christopher winning the Grade 1 H. Allen Jerkins Memorial.
Jack Christopher, standing at Coolmore, America.
You're never more here than when you're here. Here is more than just a horse race. Here is where you want to be. And here's the horse that's going to make it happen.
They're off in the Breeders' Cup.
Here she is, coming around the final turn.
Another stretch.
Making sure that this year, you won't be anywhere else, but here.
They say breed the best to the best and hope for the best.
Vekoma broke well on the outside. And
But you don't expect to get speed like this.
It is Vekoma, the one to catch. Vekoma has a 5-length lead in this Grade 1 corner. Inside, Vekoma continues to battle on down at the rail. It is Vekoma who's going to win the Met Mile.
Zacchio, Flatterer, Flat Top, McDynamo, Goodnight Shirt, Snap Decision, legends that have defined steeplechasing's finest hour. For over a century, the Far Hills Race Meeting has set the gold standard for racing. On October 18th, the tradition continues at Moreland Farm. Come be a part of the pageantry, beauty, and excitement of steeplechase racing's biggest day. Tickets are available now at farhillsrace.org.
Back on Maryland Million Day, celebrating Maryland's horse racing heritage and Goshen Foxhounds' long history in the state of Maryland, going back to 1957, on display, part of the festivities for this special afternoon out at Laurel Park as we get set for race 8 on the turf at 1 mile and 1/16 there in the starter handicap. And a look at the current odds. Talk about a wide open betting race. The favorite right now, Don't Tell Darren. A little surprising. And we're showing 9-2. Their board says 5-1.
This board is all over the place. It's really hard to find a standout within this field, on paper at least, because it just seems as though a lot of horses are coming into this spot without the recency in terms of their form, or perhaps really standing out against the rest of this field.
Here's our post break. We'll start with Policewoman. Big long shot from the rail.
Did have a wide trip last time, and that shouldn't be the case today, but certainly is a price for a reason.
Pegster, 3-year-old filly, interesting. Maybe mile and 1/8 just a touch too long.
This one perhaps has that little bit of upside and did have a big swooping move to finish 3rd last time out.
Here is the very mild favorite, Don't Tell Darren.
This one coming in from a $16,000 claiming race over at Colonial, getting back in at Laurel.
Kobe Smile, won a mile and 5/8 last start.
Yeah, this one certainly can excuse the last race where this one finished 2nd. Maybe wants to go a little bit shorter than that.
Here's Canadian Bear, comes from way out of it.
This one's up against it from a pace standpoint, but did have a tough start last time.
Bossy Boots went by. Here's a 7 Divining Smile.
Yeah, this one has limited turf starts at least, but hasn't really shown too much on the surface.
Hazelmore Beach, 2 for 19 on turf.
Yeah, this one will have to take a step forwards, likely outclassed here.
Osa seems to be up against it as well.
I would agree with that sentiment completely.
Query stretching out on turf for the first time.
This one's interesting, does come in off of a win at a price and did have that inside to outside trip last time.
I thought 11 major player here.
Yeah, this one did show good speed last time, or 2 starts back, excuse me, and did get the victory as the favorite.
Charmin, Hugh McMahon trains.
This one has some early foot as well.
And probably the best races of almost anyone in the field. 5,2, but has to try and win from that outside post.
Yeah, it's going to be tough from out there in the 13 spot, but this one has some level of consistency and doesn't have to be too far out of things early either.
5 minutes away. Starts at pick 5 on this Maryland Million card. Back here to Belmont, 3-win day. Ricardo Santana Jr. sounds like a plan. That plan, go to the front, never look back.
And it seemed like he was the only one with that plan, where we could have seen several other horses in this spot that have shown early speed in the past, be a little bit more aggressive. And you can see when we were on the first turn, several riders really taking their horses out of position early. I don't get it, but Jose Lezcano aboard your runner-up, Cable Ready, keeping that horse, one who doesn't necessarily have the early speed to be contentious like that, in position and gradually grinding away to get second. But sounds like a plan. They went to the front, they didn't look back, and they were the only ones with those tactics, and it worked out.
That's a really big effort from Cable Ready to try and make this margin what it was. Never was going to win, but to even be within striking distance at 10-1, considering this sounds like a plan at such an easy time of it up front. 2-3-5 finish to start the late pick 5, 8-5 on your winner for, again, Horacio De Paz and 3-win day, Ricardo Santana Jr. Race 8. One-turn mile, $12,000 claiming race. 3-year-olds and up. What'd you think here?
This one's open. We have Good Luck Chuck coming in, the number 6 with Dylan Davis aboard, who has just absolutely crushed his competition in his last 2 starts. But this is a step up in class for him, and we'll see who he's facing in here. But he has the recency, whereas many of these have races in the past that would absolutely win, but just aren't coming in the best recent form. I thought Coinage for the outside a little bit interesting.
All right, well, more on this field. Coming up in a moment, our feature today, race 10, 3-year-old fillies. Sprinting on the lawn, grade 3 Glen Cove. And again, top 3 finishers. We've been talking about it all week, coming back out of that Galway. Pop Idol won it on the front end. Aviento, Love Cervere. Bit more difficult trips and probably a little more highly regarded today.
And those two both coming from off the pace. Aviento giving herself a lot of work to do, but Pop Idol was able to secure that front-running position as we saw in the last race. It can be extremely effective if you're the only one that wants to show that early speed. Of course, different types of trips, with this one being a sprint race, but will Pop Idol have some other speed that she has to deal with? And here, how aggressive is anybody else with Me Governor perhaps, as well as maybe another, but she has 5 furlong turf sprint speed. She should be forward in this spot again.
Yeah, she had no chance her next start. She was head and head every step of the way on the front end, so I put a line through that last race at Woodbine. They know how she's effective, but, and I know it's a different race, it was going long, but we know Ricardo Santana Jr. never takes anything away from a horse if they have speed. He's on Me Governor, who does have speed to the inside, so that's probably the one who's going to go and try and pressure.
I think that that's the one that could have that opportunity to do so. We'll see ultimately if that pace does play out, but it gives you a little bit more confidence when you have the rider who isn't afraid to be aggressive early on a horse that could potentially show some early speed.
Take a look at the sequence for the cross-country pick 5 from Maryland Million Day. Keeneland and Belmont and Aqueduct kicks off with the Maryland Million Ladies. in race 10 includes that Glen Cove. And then a couple of races from Keeneland, including that Queen Elizabeth II Challenge Cup. The undefeated Laura Lynn back in action against Fien.
Yeah, an exciting race with that matchup. Laura Lynn trying to get that first Grade 1 victory of her career, trying to go perfect 6 for 6 for Trainer Graham Motion. There are some places that you can get skinny, I think, in this sequence, but some other places that are pretty open.
Well, part of that sequence, the Classic with Post Time. It's been such a fun horse. Little difficult to ride. Sheldon Russell, though, knows him incredibly well, knows how to deal with it, and he's earned over $1.4 million in his career.
And undefeated at his home base, where he's just been so consistent, so successful, and he's brought that level of consistency right here to many big races on the biggest stages, where he's finished in some minor placings in Grade 1 events and shown that he has that talent that can run with some of the best at pretty much any time throughout his career, where he's been facing those in the divisions that he's been in. And he just looks like a standout on paper within this field. You do see a couple of scratches there, but he's one that I had a really tough time trying to make a case for anybody else within this field, and I doubt that he gives up that undefeated record right there at Laurel today.
Those scratches likely directly result of Post Time showing up in this race.
I would think so.
They were scared away. They didn't want to deal with them. And just such a massive class edge against this group, 3-5, which you will not get on Post Time in this race.
I'd say that he's a single for many within this cross country pick 5 sequence.
But we, yeah, I'm 2-5, 1-5.
Maybe less, who knows?
That is coming up. Race 11, 5:12 Eastern start time, as we get set for the 8th on this 40th edition of Maryland Million Day. Again, mile 16th on the turf, and it's become, I believe, the 12 the favorite right now at 4-1. Charmin, you wind up where?
I think if the 13 can work out a trip, that one is likely going to be tough to deal with in here. A horse that I just think has been facing some better rivals, and that's 5-2, who does come in here where she didn't show much early speed last time, but she's more than capable of having some forward position. I think they have to be aggressive from that outside post with her, a horse that has been running against some open company in the past. Her last race wasn't that far off of things, even though she was 6th, only beaten a couple of lengths in that spot, and much further off of it than I think she will be in here.
Yeah, I thought she was the one to beat. Surprised to see 7-1, but it's a tough outside post. The 11 as well, I think, major contender. She's 8-1 in here. Kieran McGee, and she's got several races, I think, that are better than anyone in this field.
Yeah, it does come out of the same race as the horse towards the outside, the 13-5-2. But her race 2 back, she went to the front. She was able to win. That was against some softer competition.
Well, down to 7-2 though on the 12. Charmin looks like will be your favorite to start this late pick 5. Dave Rodman with the starter handicap from Laurel.
Canadian Bear. Osa. Query. Put a rock on it. Charmin. Charmin is 3-1. Yeah, they are off. Last away was Hazelmore Beach. Sluggish start. 5-2 from the far outside, going to fire up with early speed, as to Charmin, and Canadian Bear is in the mix too, and Don't Tell Darren riding that rail to the first turn run. As they round the turn here on the outside, next is Bossy Boots, is 3 wide around that turn. After that comes Pegster, settling 7 off the pace and reading along. Put a rock in it alongside of that one, then back to Query and Police Woman. Osa is next, then Divining Smile to the rear of the field with Kobe Smile, second to last last position, and a slow starting Hazelmore Beach with a lot to do now. Got to be 22 lengths off the pace, and it's a good one. Down the back stretch, and it's Charmin. Charmin 5,2. Charmin a half in front from 5,2. Don't Tell Darren kept right up close there in third. Canadian Bear fourth. Pegster on the inside trying to save something from fifth position. Bossy Boots is next in sixth. Query is seventh riding the inside. They're followed by Put a Rock on It and Divining Smile as they round the far turn. Hazelmore Beach with a lot to do still. Back to Police Woman and Osa, and trailing the field is Kobe Smile. Into the turn they roll, and Charmin still there with a 2-length lead. Don't Tell Darren full out after that one. Pegster's let loose out of the inside, and Pegster surged up on the inside. Canadian Bear is next. 5,2 in between horses. Divining Smile on the far outside. 3/16 left to run. They're in upper stretch now. Charmin put to the test by Don't Tell Darren on the outside, but Charmin is willing. Yes, at Hazelwood, and Charmin, they're in full flight down to the 16th pole. Charmin, yes, at Hazelwood, a Maryland Million Day Triple. Charmin wins. Don't Tell Darren, and then it was Divining Smile and Query.
Charmin, those odds warranted with this performance. Your fourth win, 18 career starts.
Yeah, this one really put everything away on the front end. An aggressive ride, heads up with this one going forward, and able to go back to back now. A horse that had shown that good early speed, was your pace setter in here, took a little bit of pressure trying to work over from that far outside position, but ultimately was just way too good for this field.
We're going to take a timeout. When we come back, we'll talk Distaff Division, which will be likely missing its major player who will step up, Nitrogen. Alabama winner, or Darth Vader, who gave Torpedo Anna all she could handle in the personal ensign. Stay with us.
Twirling Candy, proving Lane's End's stallion-making tradition. Twirling Candy has seen success on the track and in the sales ring, siring multiple Grade 1 winners and millionaires, including Kilwin, Ice Cream U-Screen, AG Bullet, and Fian, and reaching 7-figure yearling and 2-year-old sales. Twirling Candy, a leader of his generation.
As they come to the top of the stretch in the Breeders' Cup Distaff, and Torpedo Anna begins to move away. 1 furlong to go, she's in front by 2. Raging Sea still there, trying to fight for second, then Candide in third, but this brilliant filly's gonna take them all the way. Torpedo Anna, what a year for her.
What an incredible run it has been with the reigning horse of the year, and this is the race that punctuated that honor in last year's Distaff. Torpedo Anna, just a sensational run for trainer Ken McPeak, but saying on a podcast just the other day that it is reasonable to assume that the ride is over after that disappointing finish in the Spencer at Keeneland.
Yeah, we'll see what they ultimately decide to do with her, but she owes us nothing. It's a sensational 3-year-old campaign, and I think that really in defeat, running so close to a fierceness in that Travers, really a performance that none of us are going to forget anytime soon, one of the marquee ones of last year. And to put an exclamation point on that 3-year-old campaign with what she did in that distaff, she's shown up this year at times, but she's also had a couple of races that suggest that maybe it is time to retire after kind of a disappointing performance last time out.
Too bad, because she was still the class of this division. As she was looking to repeat in a distaff, looks like it will not happen. So with her out, all of a sudden this becomes, well, we'll see, wide open. Seismic Beauty for Bob Baffert. He's got a couple of contenders in here. Looks like it'll be pretty tough.
Yeah, seems like she is the one that inherits that class of the field ultimately. If we don't see Torpedo Anna compete, she just seems like one that's coming into this race firing on all cylinders, and it's pretty open after that.
It is. Of course, Dorth Vader gave Torpedo Anna quite a test, too, when she was still at the top of her game when we saw her at Saratoga. Let's bring in Mig for more on who may be a challenger now with Torpedo Anna out. Your thoughts, Mig?
Well, I'm going to go to the 3-year-old division and see if one like Nitrogen can step up. Now, I'm a huge Nitrogen fan because I love when a horse is so versatile that they can compete at the highest level on 2 different surfaces, turf and dirt, and she's proven proficient on both. Ran extremely well in the Spinster, trying Elders for the first time. I will say one thing that concerns me is that, propensity to want to drift out, right? She kind of in the lane, goes sideways. She did it in the Alabama, but she's talented, and I do think that the 3-year-olds have a chance to step up, particularly now with, Torpedo Anna. Listen, she owes nobody any apologies. She's a champion, a great champion. This horses are flesh and blood, and there comes a time when, it's going to end. Like every baseball player, there's a last at bat. Every jockey, there's a last ride. For horses, there's always a last run, but she was a great champion. We were privileged to watch her, to cover her. But I'm looking for Nitrogen, 3-year-old, to step up in the distaff.
She's been very exciting. She was one of the great stories we had all summer long at Saratoga. Maybe the top 3-year-old filly on the turf in the entire country. Mark Casse and their team decide to see if she could be as good or maybe even better on dirt. And that win in the Alabama showing maybe she is even better on dirt. And she'll obviously it's wide open now, but she's one of the many players.
She is, and look, we are seeing that division really open up where we haven't had that standout within the 3-year-old fillies after Good Cheer was so dominant early on in the season, but hasn't been able to back up that early season form. We'll see what we get. This is one of the more open divisions overall as we head into that Breeders' Cup.
No division has seen more change than, this distaff division. Been pretty interesting. Back to our coverage here, late pick 4. Is coming up next, and of course the grade 3 Glen Cove still ahead for those 3-year-old fillies on the lawn. Riders up, 1-turn mile, $12,000 claiming race. Dylan Davis on the 6 in here, really interesting, 3-1. This is the favorite off 2 huge efforts for a horse who won't even be able to compete on this circuit in about 2 months because he'll become a 10-year-old.
Yeah, we'll see what we get from this one coming in, who has the 2 recent races that are just better than what we've seen lately from many of these. And I think that the rule on age is just a little bit arbitrary at times when you have horses coming in good form, and shouldn't be an automatic exclusion.
Here's Laughing Boy, has some pace even though cutting back in distance from the inside. Wayne Potts off the claim.
Yeah, this one claimed away from Linda Rice, but could be forward.
18-1 Bold Victory, Ilkay Cantermachi Barn.
I don't think this one will be quite as forward as Laughing Boy, to his inside. Likes to come from off the pace.
Quiet Wisdom, some very good back races. The last couple, a little lacking.
And actually ran well, I think, despite being far back early on in his last start. Not really the position he's most comfortable in.
Here's Beachwalker, Ricardo Santana Jr. looking for 4.
And there's a time that this horse might have been favored in this field. His recent form leaves something to be desired, though.
Biggest price on the board, Prince of Joy.
When he does win, it usually is at a big price, but I had trouble making him today.
So here's the 9-year-old in the favorite. Dylan Davis aboard. Good luck, Chuck. Those 2 wins, Timonium and Laurel coming in.
And can be forward, but doesn't need the lead and has absolutely demolished the competition in his last 2 starts.
Skylander with Ruben Silvera.
If he can get back on track, he's a player in here, a horse that has races to go back to. Blinkers coming off.
He's got this drop in class, Cantermachi Barn.
And a little bit chilly on the board, a horse who was second over a wet track last time.
Tough to make a case for the 9.
Seems as though Bad Larry is one that has lost that early speed he once had too.
And Coinage has some back races, no question. Blinkers go on today for Joe Sharp.
This one had run well on the turf in the past, but did have a tough trip last time out. It seems like a logical drop in class for a horse who's run well on either surface. And maybe if you get rid of some of those Oaklawn races in the past, he could be more forward today, and he's spotted logically.
4 minutes to post in a race that kicks off the late Pick 4 one-turn mile, $12,000 claiming race. We'll have it for you live next.
McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds, home to 4-time leading New York sire Central Banker, sire of champion New York bred Bank Frenzy.
Bank Frenzy, a hard-fought winner of the Commentator.
And multiple stakes winner Sunday Girl.
Clear winner in the John Hettinger Sunday Girl.
Also standing into mischief's Grade 1 son Provocateur. And top young stallion Solomini, sire of Mike Lee Stakes winner Doc Sullivan. At McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds, celebrating over 50 years of equine excellence.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
New York breds. Race them.
Respect them.
Bet them.
Respect them.
Breed them.
Respect them.
Buy them.
Respect them.
Train them for a second career.
Respect them.
Join us in respecting thoroughbreds at every stage of life. Learn more at nybreds.com.
Ever dreamed of owning a racehorse? Well, now you can for free. Introducing freeracehorse.com, where you get a real share in a real racehorse at no cost. Be part of the action. Get VIP access to training, exclusive behind-the-scenes content, and experience the thrill of the race like never before. Sign up now at freeracehorse.com and claim your free ownership share today. Don't just watch the race. Own it.
Back with you on America's Day at the Races. Thanks for spending part of your Saturday afternoon with us as we get set for race 8 coming up. That's where you can play all the action at Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. That's the offer for new members. With that code, match 200 at sign up. Race 8, $12,000 claiming group, one-turn mile. And Quiet Wisdom, the 3, has become the 3-1 favorite in here. With just a minute to post as we head downstairs to Mig.
I love these races, Greg. These horses are the heart and soul of the game. The lower level claimers, they show up, they put it on the line every time. Just hard knocking, honest kind of horses. And the one horse, Laughing Boy, kind of fits the bill for me. Looked great in the paddock for trainer Wayne Potts. Got speed. I still think speed is definitely a commodity that's good to have today. Inside, I do think he can maybe potentially control. Talking with his trainer, Wayne Potts, he was very aware of that and said, no, the instructions were to go to the lead. So I would expect that you'd see the one Laughing Boy, who has, to me, the most natural speed on paper, should lead them a long ways, and he'll be my top selection. The 4, Beachwalker, looks great for Rudy Rodriguez. I agree with Sarah. This horse has races in his past that we competitive. Haven't seen them in a while, but couldn't look any better physically here as a 8-year-old, soon to be 9 on New Year's Day. But Rudy Rodriguez told me something that I was unaware of, that he actually blew this horse out, meaning he gave him a short, sharp workout early this morning. And why do they do that? Well, to open up their airway a little bit, to kind of inject a little bit of enthusiasm into them. It's an old school move. We see Rick Dutrow do it at times. Rudy Rodriguez worked for Rick Dutrow for a while. So maybe just something to kind of shake this horse up and kind of try to get him back to what he once was, or in that direction, or that general direction, if you will. And then the 8, He's Got This, really well turned out for Ilkay Kentermassi. Horse was claimed for 12.5, off, was second in a good effort, ran back in and off the turfer, claiming 40. Now back to that 12.5 level, well posted outside, can be forward if they don't go too quick up front. I just thought he was a little bit interesting, but I'm on the inside, guys, with the Wayne Potts runner, who I think Laughing Boy can lead them a long ways.
Barn that's had a tough summer, tough start to this meet as well. We'll see if Laughing Boy can turn the tables here for trainer Wayne Potts. Favorite is the 6, those 2 huge efforts out of town. At Timonium and Laurel is the 3-1 favorite. Coinage, though, what'd you like with the 10?
Yeah, this one is one that I just think he has the back races that make some sense here. And with the blinkers going on today, as well as the drop in class that he's getting, I expect that he's one that could be forwardly placed. Christopher Elliott isn't afraid of being forward, usually with plenty of horses. And look, it seems as though we see at Oaklawn a very fair surface where if you're forwardly placed, it's not quite the same as many other racetracks where that speed can be sustained in the same manner. And I just think that he's one that he's just been facing some better horses. He could have an easier trip this time out, especially breaking from that outside post. And I like the price that he is right now as well, not really taking a ton of money off of his morning line. He's 7-1 off of that 5-1 morning line.
Here we go. All set. Chris Griffin, the call, race 8.
All set. And they're off. Coinage through his head at the start. Also off very slowly was Prince of Joy. The speed towards the inside and hard scent is Laughing Boy. Christian Geraldo wants the front and now sprinting to the lead. It is going to be Laughing Boy, who had to go very quickly in the early opening quarter, bring him out of the chute, is now ahead in front. Tracking to the outside, here comes Quiet Wisdom as a close-up second. Now they try to slow things down with Good Luck Chuck. Coinage out in the center of the racetrack is in 4th. Just behind them, Purple Silks, that's Bad Larry, and moving through towards the inside comes Skylander. Then going to be mid-pack, that's He's Got This, is traveling in tandem with Prince of Joy, who is off slowly. The 2 at the back, Bold Victory, and the trailer, Beachwalker. 22-4 for a pressured opening quarter mile here. It's Laughing Boy, who's been sprinting throughout, is ahead in front. Right to the outside, Quiet Wisdom is the gray, is in pursuit, 3 wide. The trip comes for Good Luck Chuck. Coinage is under a drive now from 4th, is towards the outside here of Skylander, who's trying to make up some ground, and He's Got This. Also trying to run on is Bad Larry. From the back, Beachwalker is traveling there with Bold Victory. They've got a lot of ground to make up. The front runners went 45.73 for a half-mile time. Laughing Boy starts to lose ground at the rail. In between horses, Quiet Wisdom. Good Luck Chuck is the first to pounce. Skylander is now in the center of the racetrack, and here comes Skylander. Skylander with the momentum. He's Got This, is trying to rally on from the back. Bad Larry, not much else running on yet, as Skylander has a 16th left to go. Skylander inside the final 16th is up by 2-3 widening lengths. Give it to Skylander to win it. Skylander wins it over Good Luck Chuck. Then came He Got This, and it looked like a Bold Victory up for 4th in 1 minute 36.61 seconds.
Skylander got a good setup here, but much the best in this spot. Blinkers coming off. Ruben Silvera aboard for the win.
Yeah, this one a patient ride and got that nice trip where you did see a contentious pace really start to come apart in the later stages of this race, and he was able to really take advantage of that. 9-2 is what he went off as, and what was an even betting board. And Good Luck Chuck ran well to finish second ultimately after attending that hot early pace.
Yeah, 3 of them, as you see, lined up across the track and lying in wait. Here he comes. Ruben Silvera and Skylander to the outside to inhale this group.
Yeah, he was able to get that clear running room, and we did see He's Got This run on late as well as the pace started to come back to this field, but ultimately he wasn't that far off of things early and got the nice kind of trip in that second flight, ultimately going on to win and drawing away as well.
7, 6, 8, maybe the 2. It was the 2 who got 4th at 22-1. So 9-2 though on your winner. Skylander, 8 career wins for the 6-year-old son of Quality Road. Yeah, peek back from Silvera, and well in the clear with this victory.
Yeah, seemed to be a very confident one, a horse who was coming in off maybe some questions to answer after that last race, but he had races in the past that would absolutely have made him a winner, and he was able to find one of those today.
So 9-2 upset to start the late pick 4. We'll have these prices in a moment. Back to Maryland Million Day. And 2-year-olds in the Maryland Million Nursery, $100,000 purse, 6 furlong sprint. Wide open, although Big Cuddle, the 4, taking a lot of money right now off an impressive debut at Delaware for Gary Capuano. Let's go to Maggie.
Yeah, Greg, first time I get to do a paddock report here at Laurel, as it is certainly one of my most favorite paddocks here, kind of built like a carousel. It's a round paddock, so the horses walk in a circle here with the saddling stalls on the outside. We have a full field here of babies, and let me tell you, it's a little bit chaotic here in the paddock, as we'll start with one who has not been behaving particularly well, and I think he's a horse that has the propensity to do so. That's the rail runner in here, Lundy Lute, number 1 for Lynn Ashby, as she has been trying to get the tack on him, and boom, she's done it. Well done, Lynn. I'm sure she's broken a sweat having to do so, and so has Lundy Lute. So a horse that does have some ability, has run the races that make him a player here. I thought last time he broke well, he sat prominently, he pressed the eventual winner, just could never get by, but he was the favorite that day. So the blinkers going on, I'm sure Lynn thinking, well, maybe close him in a little bit so he is more inclined to run by a horse. That's the typical thinking behind adding blinkers, especially to young ones. Since the tack's going on, he has settled down a bit, which is always a good sign, but definitely an environment that will likely set one off a bit. As we'll move on to a horse who my eye just keeps going back to, that's number 13, Hell of a Hillbilly, for trainer Jerry Robb, I should say, as we know him in New York for sending out Studley Do-Right, who won a couple stake races up in the NYRA circuit. And this guy, big, solid, really mature looking, really mature acting. And I know he won his debut with a slower type of number in a waiver maiden claimer. Horses that are Maryland breds don't have to run for the tag in those types of races, but I like what I'm seeing from him. We'll see if he can jump up and improve, but getting to your favorite, that's number 4, Big Cuddle. He's showing his class. He's showing that he should be favored. He has been really nicely settled. He looks the part, all, like I said earlier, Greg, all of Gary Capuano's horses just so well turned out. I mean, look at the muscle mass on this horse. He is big, he is strong, and he's the horse to beat.
I'm barn with another one in this race as well, the one at first asking at Delaware, Bud's Notion. A little bit intriguing, bigger number though, but good signs if you like Big Cuddle. And the appearance from what Maggie just told us. Here's the one, Lundy Lute, and got a wet track last start. The start before that ran an even faster race than the favorite.
Yeah, we'll see what we get from this one. Adding the blinkers, Maggie was touching on how this one was maybe a little bit difficult to saddle, but should be forwardly placed towards the inside.
Mr. Supreme next door, 43-1.
And deservedly so, just hasn't really shown up in what has been a couple of starts for this one. He would need to find his race that was a victory at Delaware in order to be effective.
Still a maiden, Code of Silence, but has run well, beat by Mr. Supreme and Lundy Lute, first 2 starts.
Yeah, this one perhaps is moving in the right direction. A horse who has hit the board in both starts so far and has passed horses.
There's part of a pair for Gary Capuano, the favorite, Big Cuddle.
And speaking of passing horses, it's something you want to see from these 2-year-olds early on, where many don't win that way. He did.
Fine, probably the speed of the field, turf sprint speed, now dirt debut.
Yeah, this one coming in and trying to get onto this surface for the first time.
First on dirt as well next door for the 6. His first 3 starts have all come on synthetic.
A 2-time winner, though, not something that we see much of in these baby races, so perhaps that one with the experience going to play well.
Golden Sand, the 7th, it's a big step up in class and a cutback after breaking the maiden in a mile.
Yeah, it did stretch out to win against a lower level company last time out, but maybe is one that is really able to get into some good fitness and beat this field.
The other Gary Capuano runner who won at first asking, Bud's Notion.
This one did so on the front end, a horse who was able to show some good forward early speed.
Good form out of town for the big lap.
Yeah, this one coming in from Charlestown certainly has the ability to be forward coming out of a 4.5 furlong sprint.
Moe's Smokin', Jose Corrales trains.
The drop in class worked for this one, winning at Timonium. We'll see how much stamina this one has.
Mose Glitter, a price here, won at first asking at Laurel.
And also was one that did break out a little bit at the start, did show early speed that day too.
Jerry Robb, hell of a hillbilly, second-time starter who won the debut against Softer.
Another one that was able to show that good early speed first time out.
Guitar Money, first out winner by 10 lengths, Penn National.
Yeah, big margin for this one, winning at 5.5 furlongs, but a slower race.
And also eligible, draws in, feels so right, comes off a maiden claiming win at Timonium.
Yeah, big figure in terms of buyers for this horse who did get that victory by 5 lengths. The 60 buyer would play with some of your very short prices in here, maybe this one being overlooked.
4 minutes to post in that Maryland Million nursery for the 2-year-olds. Back here, Belmont of the Big A. Ruben Silvera had to love what he saw developing in front of him aboard Skylander.
Well, it's not often that we see those paces develop, and Ruben Silvera, when we do, is usually a part of them. But he was patient with this ride here on Skylander. A horse who had maybe gone the wrong direction over his past couple of starts, but had the back class coming in and was able to figure everything out, get the right kind of trip and setup today, and you can see him just go by very confidently in the pace that's falling apart towards his inside.
9-2 on the 6-year-old. Much more in the tank than the rest of this group here. 8th career win, first win this year in 6 starts. And an upset again to start this late pick 4, $11.44 for the win. Good luck, Chuck. Coming in from out of town, winds up second as the favorite. And he's got this, completes the trifecta, race away from our feature in that grade 3 Glen Cove. We'll get to race 9 in a moment, but it's back to Laurel and this Maryland Million nursery in Lundy Lute. Not a lot to like with the one who, went maybe a step backwards a touch last start, but that was first, against coming out of a stakes race, but against winners again after winning against Maiden Claiming Company. And the dry track effort, a lot better than the wet track effort, I thought.
I think that both are comparable, but I think that if you want to take this one, he's one that has the foundation, right? He's been able to show up and win at first asking by open lengths. He's able to come back with some decent efforts, both on a wet track as well as in that stakes race. He's just really been able to show up regardless of circumstance, which is something that I think is going to be necessary for this full field of 2-year-olds that you see, especially with him breaking down towards the rail.
We just saw the 4 leave the picture. He really does look good warming up on the track. Game face on for Big Cuddle. So that's positive sign with this 4 for Gary Capuano, 2-1 favor right now.
Yeah, this one it seems to be working well coming in. We did see him get a victory earlier on the card and upsetting your heavy favorite with Foxy Jr. and Onyx 10 getting the victory over there. As we take a look at right now at the 12, who is one that potentially could outrun his odds as well. Did win first time out, isn't that far off of some of your shorter prices in terms of numbers either.
What about the stablemate to the favorite? That is the 8, Bud's Notion. For more, let's go to Maggie.
Oftentimes we do see the higher price getting the win when a barn sends out 2 runners in the same race, but I don't know if Bud's Notion is going to turn the tables on his favored stablemate, because Big Cuddle, as you guys said, it just continues to look the part. He looks just like he breathes a little different air than the rest of the field. But taking a look at Bud's Notion here, yes, he ran a fast enough race to be very logical in this spot with that 63 buyer. He burst out of the gate, assumed the lead, and that was all she wrote, winning by open lengths that day. Jamie Rodriguez will have the mount here for Gary Capuano, who did indicate in that winning interview with me earlier when he won the distaff that don't forget about Bud's Notion, but I don't know, I'd be willing to forget about him in the face of his stablemate. I didn't love the fact that in that race he carried his head really high, and I have just not been in love with his warm-up, particularly speaking. He looked good in the paddock, but I kind of downgraded a bit with watching the warm-up. We'll see how he does. He continues to drop here in price, currently 5-1. And I ran and caught up with one of my good friends, Tim Keefe, who sent out several years ago a 3-time Maryland Million Classic winner in the venerable 8 Too Fast to Catch. And boy, I've seen so many faces that I grew up with today. Tim Keefe was one of my favorites, and he is going to send out Code of Silence here. And it's funny, I wrote down in my notes watching this horse's replay, probably eventually will want more ground. And that's literally the first words out of Tim's mouth regarding him, because he's big, but as we discussed, a horse that just has a lot of length to his stride, kind of has that big loping way of going. And he is the lone maiden in this field, taking on some winners. But the fact of the matter is he keeps improving his number, and he's a horse that, while this is 3/4 again, he said, gosh, I wish it was what it used to be in the 7/8, that maybe with some maturity, maybe with some pace to run at, he can come and pick up some pieces. He's up there at double-digit odds of 14-1, Greg, but definitely looks like he belongs with this crew physically.
So much can change so fast with these 2-year-olds, but yeah, the way the 4 has looked on the racetrack, and the board sort of reflecting that now. If that big debut, Big Cuddle, looks like the one to beat.
He does, and he showed that he's able to go by horses and show that dimension of passing, where so many of these coming in off that first victory or a couple of their first starts, they have that one way of doing things where they've been forwardly placed, they've shown early speed, and they've been able to go gate to wire. Not him. He's shown that he's capable of doing something a little bit different, which is probably going to come in handy in here with so many horses having that one way that's worked so far for them.
There's Code of Silence, though, who Maggie was just talking about, trained by Tim Keefe. So, yes, still a maiden, beat by huge long shot, 73-1 right now, the 2, Mr. Supreme in the debut, but then took a move forward in stakes company as a maiden at Delaware. That second start, Lundy Lute, was second in that race. He was a major player here and was 3 lengths behind the horse Lundy Lute in start number 2. So going in the right direction at least.
I've seen worse 14-1 shots. A horse who seems to be one that he was off slow in that debut and still ran well to ultimately finish second in there. And he hasn't really been bet in either of his 2 starts either. So not as though intentions were for this one to necessarily show up and really make a big name for himself right away on the racetrack. But if you want something absolutely insane towards the outside, I think that the number 15 feels so right as a horse that could outrun his 50-1 odds, as we have an announcement.
Yeah, one of the runners from Gary Capuano, the 8 Buds Notion. Unfortunately, a scratch, 5-1 on the board. So the 8 is out. Let's go back to Maggie.
Yeah, like I said in that report, he just didn't look right in the warm-up, and Jaime Rodriguez, I should say, just never feeling as though he warmed up out of it. So he will come out today on advice of the veterinarian. Buds Notion will be a late scratch. So Big Cuddle, Gary Capuano's only chance here in this nursery now.
Yeah, now down to 9-5. Big Cuddle in here. Still to come, of course, the main event. That's race 11, Maryland Million Classic. Post time, 3-5, morning line, 12 for 21 lifetime. Never has lost, not only at Laurel Park, but in the state of Maryland.
Do you think it would be one of the biggest upsets since, what was the last biggest upset that you can think of?
There's a couple interesting horses in there, but I think massive.
Yeah.
You mean on this card, or?
Oh, no, I mean in maybe the last couple of months, because he's just been so consistent, and we've seen him take his show on the road. It's not as though he's just a horse that is that horse for course here, even though he is that major standout in Maryland.
A little concerning that sort of weren't even sure that they were going to get into this race with him, and sort of not trained up to being in this race. And it's an afterthought. So that's a bit of a concern, but he probably can win this race again with, what, a B minus effort almost?
I think it's more they've been hunting bigger game with him, and he's been showing up and running respectably well against some tougher company out of town, that maybe this is just, let's stick to what we know. A horse that hasn't been defeated yet on this circuit. We know that he runs well here. This is home base for him. Might as well try to get another victory with a horse who's really done very little wrong.
10 for 10 at Laurel. See what he does in the Classic. That's still to come. Runner-up in last year's Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile post time. 7-5 favorite here, though. Big Cuddle, Gary Capuano's other horse. The 8, Buds Notion, late scratch. But it looked all along like Big Cuddle the one to beat. now down to 3-2. You were talking about, let's go back to the one you had mentioned as a long shot that you were intrigued by.
Something crazy. Feels So Right towards the outside was facing some lower level company when getting that victory last time out at Timonium. But we have seen that be a productive race where we saw the second place finisher of that race come back to win twice and improve, facing winners in one of those starts as well. We saw a couple of others come out of there and get the victory. At least this one has the 2 starts so far, so maybe doesn't necessarily have to show that dimension. And 3-2 is an awfully short price to take on a horse that we've only seen the one race. These are 2-year-olds. Anybody can step forward. I don't necessarily think that it's going to be easy to beat a horse like Big Cuddle, but I'd want to throw in some prices underneath somewhere, and this one at least has a race that on buyers fits last time out.
And again on the rail, Lundy Lute, his start last time he was on a fast track at Delaware. It was faster than what Big Cuddle did, and that was the second start of his career. Certainly Big Cuddle, though, can show improvement off that debut as well for a very sharp trainer. We'll see if that happens. Maryland Million Nursery, $100,000 purse for 2-year-olds, sprinting 6 furlongs on Maryland Million Day from Laurel Park. Let's go to Dave Rodman for the call.
5. Mo's Smokin', Mo's Glitter. Hell of a Hillbilly. Guitar Money. Guitar Money. Feels So Right. Michael Sanchez aboard. Live stream, bit restless, settling. Last one moving in. And they're off of the Fezzik-Tipton Maryland Million Nursery. Big Cuddle was last away. We'll have a lot to do now. Mo's Glitter, the big lep, firing out on the early pace as they move down the backstretch. Also moving forward in between horses is Hell of a Hillbilly with early speed. Hell of a Hillbilly now in third. On the far outside is Feels So Right. Inside is Lundy Lute, only 3 lengths from the speed with a half-mile left to go. On the inside is Mr. Supreme. Mo's Smokin' alongside. They're about 6 lengths from the front. Then it's another 4 or 5 lengths back. Big Cuddle is trying to get underway after breaking last in the field. There's 8 to make up, but is on the move. Then back to Guitar Money. Golden Sand is next. Jessica's Eyes lingering back of the pack. Code of Silence and Live Stream trails the field. They race to the top of the stretch. Hell of a Hillbilly up on the outside to try to challenge for the lead. Right there too is Mo's Glitter, who's game and resilient. Mo's Glitter just in front. Lundy Lute closing toward the center of the track, and Big Cuddle has overcome the poor start, is charging hard on the far outside. Can Big Cuddle do it? Big Cuddle does it. Last to first, left at the gate to win. Yezid Hazelwood with 4. Mo's Glitter was second. Then Lundy Lute and Mr. Supreme. A hell of a Hillbilly.
Hazelwood hand in the air past the wire. Why not? Brutal beginning for this horse. It looked like Big Cuddle's race over from the outset. Somehow gets up to win this race. How much the best was this second-time starter?
This is what horses can show you that tells you more than what any piece of data will, because having that will to win and being able to overcome a start like that, it's not as though he really was able to settle and make that one run. This horse had to get himself into contention early on in the race and do some of that work right out of the gate to get himself sort of mid-pack in striking range to be able to go on and get that victory. You can see him get squeezed back there too after braking a little bit slow. He was up against it at every point in this race and ultimately had that will to get by and go on and win this one over a resilient pace type in Mo's Glitter.
We'll try and show you that again, and maybe we can get the pan shot as well. This was a brutal start for this horse who basically had no chance to win. Circles this field at 3-5, now 2 for 2 for Gary Capuano. Let's get back to New York. Belmont at the Big A's 9th entry-level allowance here. 1 turn mile, and here's a look at Brazenly. who competed at Churchill Downs last time out. Prior to that, he had been strictly on the West Coast. Huge player in this race, and I did not think you're going to get 9-2. You're not. He's 5-2 right now.
Yeah, it seems as though he's one that had a bit of an obvious trip last time, not able to get the kind of clearance that he needed. And a horse that has the back numbers, any of his California races really make him kind of a standout in consistency amongst this field, though you have some up-and-comers towards his inside.
412, 113, by the way, back at Laurel Park in that Maryland Million Nursery. Here's our post-break. Get a Job kicks things off. Jorge Abreu.
Yeah, this one coming in off of a third-place finish behind Butta. We saw Palace Boss not really run well earlier on in the card.
Linda Rice, Ruben Silvera team up with Waitlist.
I don't know how good he is relative to his competition here, but he is a big price for a horse that can be pretty consistent.
Tuscan Gold just missed by a nose against a pretty good horse named Classicist last time out.
Yeah, we'll see what he does. A horse that had sort of that buzz early on as a 3-year-old, but hasn't quite moved on.
Turn count went by for Carlos Martin. Here's Filoso, who was a distant third in the Grade 1 Breeders' Futurity as a 2-year-old.
Potentially has some upside and could take a step forward now, second off of a layoff.
Won the debut V Cruiser. This is start number 2.
Linda Rice spotting this one aggressively, stretching out in distance as well.
Burning Glory, big comeback off the bench, had last been seen in the Holy Bowl.
Yeah, progressive improvement put this one right there. A 91 buyer finishing second last time out.
And here's Brazenly.
This one having that consistency of his numbers with his California races, and we'll see if he can get back on track after he had some difficulties in his last race.
So 7-2 Tuscan Gold, Chad Brown, Barn Manny Franco just missed by a nose against Classicist. Manny Franco back aboard, back with us. Acacia Clement, let's head downstairs.
And as far as Tuscan Gold is concerned, Greg, he gets less distance to work with today, which I really like for him. He just missed behind Classicist, who wired the field, and was a horse that maybe had a few questions and didn't necessarily always move the best and had been moving exceptionally well last time and was primed to run a big race. And he held off Tuscan Gold in the stretch. So cutting back from 2 tries at the mile and an eighth to the mile, I've always felt that he's built more like a mile. He's a little bit more streamlined in the way that he's put together. And Manny took him right away for a big aggressive warm-up, kind of trying to rev him up a little bit, as Manny rode him hard out of the gate last time out. But I think he looks good on the track, and I think this is the right kind of spot for him. Now, the number 8, Burning Glory, who did get a gaudy Beyer speed figure of a 91 last time out off of the layoff behind Tap Into This, who would come back to win again with a 99 in his subsequent start. He was a horse that I thought last time out got really hot. He was acting up prior to the race. He was kind of vocal. He had a little bit of a belly on him, didn't look 100% fit. Well, he's hot again today, so that's clearly just him. But he is so much more fit and defined with that race off the bench, and he was very sharp. He's just seems like he's a horse that kind of lives on the edge a little bit. He's a handful to deal with, and so probably really benefited from that race to kind of shake some of the ring rust off. He too got an aggressive warm-up, as he just had no speed last time out. It's funny, for a horse that is as energetic as he does seem to be, maybe he's one that doesn't necessarily channel that into his races, but he ran very well, and like I said, has really moved forward from that last start. The number 9 to his outside, Brazenly, did have a nightmare trip last time out. He just totally got stopped in the stretch with nowhere to go. I don't know, it looked like he was probably finishing a bit, but I read Ortiz just kind of wrapped up on him as he just had absolutely no room, as he was actually the even money favorite in that race over at Churchill. The big thing with him is it's been a long time since he's seen the winner's circle. Obviously my first time laying eyes on him, but he is a big, rough kind of built horse. He's a 7-year-old now. There's a lot of him. And for a horse like that to be stuck running in stops and starts and to have his momentum stopped at a pivotal moment in the race, I think probably really took it out of him. Will Walden's Barn has been going exceptionally well this year. Had a Grade 1 win with Rhetorical last weekend, and certainly a horse that I think is very live, and he fits favorably with his competition from a physical perspective. Wanted to wrap up on the 5 Filoso because he is a nice price at 11-1, and I had written down last time that I thought that 6 furlongs was just a starting point for him, and he wanted more distance. When I saw him in the Tampa Bay Derby 2-back, he just wasn't moving really well, especially looked a little bit sticky behind. He moved well last time. I know that he was very far back when off slow from that field, was lugging in a little bit late in the stretch there, but he is really taken a big step forward, also now second off the layoff, and he gets more ground stretching out to the mile. This is what he wants, and he looked exceptional in the warm-up today, Greg.
He's interesting. Of course, as we mentioned, grade 1 placed as a 2-year-old. A ways behind East Avenue when he was 3rd in that Breeders' Futurity at Keeneland. And I don't know how he did it. I didn't read about the work. He could have been all out. But the quickest of 178 in the morning on October 4th, leading up to this start in his most recent work.
You have to imagine that he's at least coming in with some fitness off of a second off the layoff here. And he's one that, with progressive improvement from 2 to 3, he absolutely figures to be a factor going on in his 3-year-old season. It's just a matter of whether or not we see him take that next step forward, where he didn't really show any early position in that last race, but he was also coming off of quite some time away. And I think that he'll definitely be one that appreciates getting more distance to work with now, stretching back out.
Meanwhile, your favorite 4 to 5, a lot of money on Burning Glory, basically almost 7 months away from that return when he got beat just a length to tap into this. Who would come back and win again at Saratoga. Horse who was a distant 3rd in the Holy Bull, behind some good ones, Burnham Square to Pan Street. There's obviously a lot of upside with Burning Glory.
Yeah, and look, he is one that he has that big number that is an outlier in that last start, but it seems as though with progressive improvement, he is one that makes sense. And we've seen tap into this, the horse that beat him. He's on a 3-race win streak right now, coming back with yet another victory at Keeneland following that, a career best 99 Beyer speed figure for that effort. All 3 of his last 3 wins have been Beyers in the 90s, so certainly facing some quality competition in that return race. And if he can build at all on that last effort, it makes sense that he's taking the money that he is right now.
Bill Mott, Junior Alvarado, Team Sovereignty, with the even money favorite here, the 8 Burning Glory. But back to, you see that 5 on the screen there, just about to go behind the gate. Acacia had touched on Filoso last time out. That I feel like that is a nice price. And Chad Summers Barnes starting to really, had a good Saratoga and has still been strong here at this meet.
We saw the upset with Napoleon Solo taking the Champagne, a horse who was really impressive on the front end in that race, defeating your heavily favored horse for Tom Amoss in there, but just always seemed to be cruising very comfortably and just looked like kind of a standout physically relative to the other 2-year-olds. We'll see if he ultimately does go on to the Breeders' Cup, but I agree, the barn's been going well.
Sounds like he's not going to the Breeders' Cup,
oh,
but
okay.
it was crazy looking at the fractions. I thought they had to be wrong. We all did. They were not. That's how fast he went. They were actually correct. Amazing how fast Napoleon Solo went. But yeah, it sounds like Chad Summers is looking for every reason not to go and come back that quickly off that big effort. We'll see what happens. Set for the 9th here. Let's go upstairs to Chris Griffin.
To the outside. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Weightless is asked for speed. There's Get a Job in the early mix and Orange Silks. That's V Cruiser up in that early mix too. V Cruiser now with a nose advantage. Get a Job goes right with that leader, and Burning Glory just off of them in 3rd. Tucked in behind rivals is Weightless. Ruben Silvera in 4th. Tightly bunched here as they back off the tempo, and up on the outside there's Brazenly, who's in 5th. At the rail, Filoso's in 6th, but it's a close-up 6th and 7th. Right in behind the leading group, Tuscan Gold. And at the back of the group is going to be Turn and Count, but they are all tightly packed here as they work up the backstretch to a 24-second flat opening quarter mile. V Cruiser shows the way and has slowed things down up front. John Velasquez with a quick look back here on V Cruiser. Right to the outside, here comes Burning Glory. At the rail, that's Get a Job, Weightless, nowhere to go. Purple Sleeves is right there in 5th. Outwiders Brazenly, 48.32 for a half-mile time. Tuscan Gold, Manny Franco, they're on the move. They're going to be 3 wide and now under the shove here far outside. Also trying to run on Turn and Count. Filoso has dropped out of it. They're still chasing V Cruiser. V Cruiser with a head advantage. Here comes Burning Glory. 2 wide. 3 wide is going to be Brazenly. 4 wide, Tuscan Gold. Turn and Count. In behind horses, Weightless looking for room. V Cruiser cuts the corner and now sprints for home. V Cruiser's got plenty so far. Burning Glory with every shot to run this rival down. Weightless down towards the inside and Brazenly, but V Cruiser is still finding enough with a 16th left to go. V Cruiser almost there. V Cruiser got it. V Cruiser wins it over Burning Glory in a photo there with Brazenly. Then came Weightless in a photo with Tuscan Gold in 1 minute 36.37 seconds.
V Cruiser, light on experience, seemed like an incredibly tough spot. Now 2 for 2 for Lena Rice.
Linda Rice knows how to spot her horses effectively, and putting him into this spot, stretching out in distance. Yes, he had an easy time of it through the first quarter of this race, but this was a quality field that was much more battle tested than he was. Good trip or not, this horse ran today, and I think that he's one to watch moving forward. It's a horse that is that perfect 2 for 2 now in his first 2 starts.
8-1 on V Cruiser. It only started once at 6 furlongs in Saratoga back in July. And now stretching out in distance against a much more seasoned field. Yeah, this horse may have some ability going forward. Now 2 for 2, not backing up at this mile distance, holding 2 pretty good ones at bay. 7-8, 9-2. John Velasquez aboard for Linda Rice.
Johnny V has been bringing some prices home lately. We saw at Keeneland the other day, 34-1 shot, taking the Sycamore. And when Johnny V goes with a horse who isn't necessarily expected to get away with a quarter in 24 seconds in this field, you have to feel pretty confident that he's going to have something to finish the race up. And he was able to hold others very comfortably at bay.
Impressive second time out, stretching out for Linda Rice. Back to Maryland Million Day out at Laurel. Big Cuddle, this was sensational. Missing the break, squeezed out of position, dead last early, and circles this field to win at 3-5.
He's doing his best journalism impression. I mean, he was so impressive here where he really had nothing go his way early on in this race. He had shown that ability to pass horses first time out, and that really came in handy when he wasn't able to have any forward position whatsoever in this spot. The pace was honest, but it didn't exactly fall apart completely either, and that 3-5 was justified.
Let's go to Maggie.
Guy I'm getting pretty familiar with. Well, I've known him my whole life. Gary Capuano here, taking down the Nursery for your second win on the card. And Gary, Big Cuddle, he had to overcome some big problems to get the win.
He did. You know, I'm not sure exactly what happened at the break, but, you know, he was dead last. And then, you know, you think, well, you know, for a 2-year-old, it's hard to overcome those kind of obstacles. But, you know, he just steady started picking them up, and he got to the outside, and through the stretch, he just poured it on.
And he looked it. I mean, he looks a different class than some of these horses in here. So has he been one that you've liked all along?
Yeah, he's, you know, since we've gotten him, you know, we bought him as a yearling, and he's just trained really good all summer. And he had a really nice race at Delaware, and is set up really good for this.
How about Apprentice, Yahtzee Hazelwood, who picks up his 4th win on what is one of the premier cards here at Laurel?
Yeah, he's really, he just started riding. You know, he's an apprentice, but he's really good. As you know, a lot of good apprentices come out of Maryland, you know, and he looks like the next good one. And he just rides really a good, smart race, and he's got a lot of confidence, a lot of talent. So I love the bug, so that's me.
And that's why they do so well, and Maryland trainers love to use them. Well done on a very successful day.
Thank you very much.
All right, Big Cuddle, big future for this Maryland-bred colt. Guys.
They got a lot to be excited with. Keep your eyes on the 4, and maybe look at the top of your screen just to get a better idea how far back this horse came from, what he had to deal with, kind of blowing the brake and then getting squeezed.
And I think what's impressive is how quickly he recovers. You can see him start to get running and go by some horses already in this race where he could have easily thrown in the towel and stayed further back. And I think just this early move to get himself into contention, to be in a mid-pack position as of right now after that poor of a start, and then to take back a little bit there as well, where we see him kind of steady off a couple horses that are coming together before they go into the turn. I mean, he had every reason to just not show up, and yet he comes with that rally, and he's just going by horses right into the turn here. He was very impressive.
Huge performance, and an apprentice rider that does not panic in the face of that beginning too.
And didn't ask him for too much too early. Was confident enough in this horse to be able to still get him in the game, but not rush him up into contention. Wasn't focused on saving too much ground with him, just wanted to keep him out in the clear to make that late run. And you could see here, he's really rolling late, and you can see the confidence start to build with his rider too, that they're gonna get there. And ultimately, they power by horses that were forwardly placed.
What an effort. Hand up in the air from the apprentice with that 4-win day and that overcoming that start for Big Cuddle. A lot to be excited about. What an effort. That has been, to this point, we have a lot still to come, including the feature, but that is kind of stealing the spotlight right now with that what we just saw.
It seems like there's still plenty of exciting action to come, but so far with what we've seen today, we haven't seen anybody really have a trip where they've overcome so much quite like that, especially for a 2-year-old and as your favorite, to build off of that first performance, to do what he did in that start just now. And the pace didn't really come back to him either. It held together, so ultra impressive.
All right, we got breaking news that just came up. Unfortunately, New York Racing Association, they have canceled live racing tomorrow due to a powerful coastal storm that's been forecast to bring extremely high winds, heavy rainfall to the area. So Aqueduct, it will remain open for simulcasting, but Sunday's featured Carl Place will be brought back Sunday, October 19th. Entries taken Wednesday, October 15th. So live action tomorrow here, Belmont and the Big A. Canceled. Everybody stay safe with that imminent weather coming in. The Cruiser, Linda Rice, winning move stable. We'll be very excited with what they just saw from this horse.
And I know that some might look at this race at face value and think that he got an easy time of it on the front end in here, but the level of competition that he was stepping up to face versus first start, handling the stretch out and distance, being able to have the stamina to sustain that early speed, and it's not as though he was able to really get away with soft fractions throughout the race. I thought that he ran extremely well, and it didn't seem like it was going to ultimately be close in the end. It seemed as though he finished with plenty of run that maybe he could go even a little bit further than he did in this victory.
Pays nearly $20 for the win, now 2 for 2. Burning Glory brazenly there. You see second and third. Our feature coming up next. 3-year-old filly sprinting on the lawn, grade 3, Glen Cove. And a $175,000 purse. Again, top 3 finishers from Saratoga's Galway this summer. Return that was won by Pop Idol on the front end. Abiento, Love Cervera with wide trips. Completed the trifecta that day. They will all meet again along with some new faces.
You'll see if there's any more speed in this race ultimately, and if someone can take that step forward, maybe press a horse like Pop Idol, who just really had no opportunity in that last start after being so pressured early on. And maybe that sets up for some of the horses who were up against it from a pace standpoint in that Galway, like you mentioned, like Love Cervera, as well as Abiento, who's a much bigger price.
All right, we'll get back to that race in a moment. We're going to head back to Maryland Million Day out of Laurel Park. Huge change, late change in this next race coming up. The Maryland Million Ladies, $125,000 purse on the grass. Already major player. The 9 was taken out Mopo, but then Life, Love, and Laughter drew into the race. Looked like a massive standout. Would have been odds on. She comes out as well.
Yeah, that really throws things into some confusion here, where this scratch being one that is announced sort of late in the game, and you do see the horse taking a lot of money early on right now. All gas, no brakes for Kerry Brion, but it seems to be down towards the inside that bettors are focusing on, with a couple of those key scratches, as you mentioned, towards the outside.
And including this one, Precious Avery, 5-year-old mare for Tim Shaw, who was just second sprinting in the return. Looked like a setup race for the comeback here to go longer.
Yeah, it seems as though this is one that's going to have that perfect stretch out in distance and be able to build off of that return.
All gas, no brakes, the 2.
Winner last time out at Colonial.
Favored right now. Ned Allard with the 3.
This one did finish third behind a horse that did scratch and would have been a short price in here in Mopo last time out.
Worth the dime, tried to do it on the front end, stretching out for the first time last start.
Yeah, we'll see if this one has any more stamina coming into a spot like this. Did not really run that well in the stretch out in distance.
With the 10 gone, I thought the 5 Bay Street, major player, getting 11-1 right now. Here's Concrete Phase, 4-1.
This one hasn't been on turf in quite some time, but maybe you could argue has improved overall.
Juniper Juice, Kevin Boniface barn.
This one has run against some of the likes of these and hasn't really shown up in a couple of the recent starts.
Here's Atlas Strong, Tim Woolley.
Seems outclassed on paper.
And that's your field. 3 minutes away from this 10th on the card. Maryland Million Ladies, all gas, no brakes, the 2. With that big late change of Life, Love, and Laughter, the 10 coming out. Right now, the one to beat on the board. We'll be back.
Here comes that big gray Tappet Trice right down the outside.
Tappet Trice wins the Toyota Bluegrass.
Tappet Trice's 2024 debut was awesome.
Tappet Trice is lunging. Tappet Trice wins the Woodward.
The world's premier breeding stock event, the November sale at Fasig-Tipton. One of North America's elite turf sprinters of any gender, A.G. Bullet beat the boys in the Grade 1 Jaipur at Saratoga. She defeated graded winners Arzak, Think Big, Our Shot, Bold Journey, and Sovereign Award champion My Boy Prince, while earning her third career triple-digit buyer.
A.G. Bullet dominates the Jaipur.
This year, she won the Grade 2 Ladies Turf Sprint at Kentucky Downs, the race where she set the course record for 6.5 furlongs in 2024. A 7-time stakes winner, both sprinting and around 2 turns, her resume also includes a pair of Grade 1 placings in the Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint and the Matriarch. The all-time leading earner for her proven sire and emerging broodmare sire, Twirling Candy. She has career earnings over $2.7 million for owners Calvin Wynn and Joey Tran under trainer Richard Baltus. Grade 1 winner A.G. Bullet selling this November with Millridge Sales Agent.
Welcome to those just joining us on Fox Sports 2. You're watching America's Day at the Races, live coverage from Belmont of the Big A and the 40th anniversary of Jim McKay Maryland Million Day. Greg Wolf, Sarah El-Badwi, the main event from out at Laurel Park. Last year's runner-up of the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile post time, 3-5 favorite in the Classic. And our feature here, Grade 3 Glen Cove, 3-year-old filly sprinting on the grass.
Plenty of exciting action still to come as we wind down the day, and we're going to see post time that ultra-consistent horse really shine in his home turf where he's been so effective, undefeated over at Laurel.
Yeah, incredible. Never lost in the state of Maryland. 3 to 5 in the morning line. Let's head live to Laurel Park. Check in with Maggie Wolfendale as we get set for this Maryland Million Ladies.
That's right, Greg. Loading into line. Pleased to be out here on the turf course. Boy, it feels good under my feet. As we'll check in with the horse just outside of your favorite, and your favorite all gas, no brakes. Looks great. But number 3, To Say, for Ned Allard, stretching out in distance. There's other speed in here, but I think that with that pedigree of Mosler out of a jump start mare, she should be able to get this distance wearing a hood today. Real quick, Juniper Juice faced the boys last time, faced the Maryland Million turf winner, Coringa. I think she's one at a price that could make a noise here. Here's Dave Rodman with the call.
He's presented by Thoroughbred Aftercare Alliance. To set with a good break, and there goes Concrete Phase, and there goes Precious Avery. Precious Avery going to the right for the front, and Concrete Phase will track alongside early in the opening furlong. Atlas Strong over to the inside now, the 2-path of the first turn run. Twisette is rating along in 4th into the turn. They roll, and they are followed on the outside by Bay Street, who's out deep on the course. Worth a Dime to the back of the pack, and All Gas, No Brakes has to pass them all. All Gas, No Brakes, a good 10 to 11. Off the front, but the pace is quick. 23 seconds of the opening quarter mile. Precious Avery leads the way. 2.5 in front, and a chasing Concrete Phase, and Twisette is in 3rd. Bay Street is in 4th. Atlas Strong, Juniper Juice is on the inside. All Gas, No Brakes, still 9 or 10 to close in, and Worth a Dime is trailing the field 4 furlongs from the Laurel line. Precious Avery trying to dazzle them out there up front. Slowed it up a little bit, 47, and 1 was a half mile, heading into the far turn run. On the inside is Twisette. Concrete Phase is right there too. They're all chasing the second flight. Juniper Juice trying to unwind on the inside. Bay Street is next, and Atlas Strong. All Gas, No Brakes. All Gas, No Brakes has to sweep up 4 wide at the top of the lane, and Worth a Dime in the back of the pack tries to pick a way through in between horses for a stretch rally at the 3/16 pole. Precious Avery. Twisette slips through on the inside. Here's Worth a Dime. Worth a Dime now exploding in between horses, and Worth a Dime with a good trip under Jorge Ruiz to the front with a 16 to go in the Maryland Million Ladies. Worth a Dime flashing home to win solid. Juniper Juice was 2nd, and Twisette was 3rd, and All Gas, No Brakes.
Worth a Dime stretch out for the first time on the turf last start. Set the pace, completely backed up. This time, different tactics, and able to seal the deal in the Maryland Million Ladies at a price. We'll have those prices in a moment. Back to New York and our feature, race 10 here, Grade 3, Glen Cove. Love Cervere, multiple stakes winner for the Miguel Clement Barn. Manny Franco rides. Let's go down to Acacia Clement.
And she, along with a couple of others, are a few that are coming out of, or at least faced each other in that Galway up at Saratoga back this summer. The winner of that race, though, was Pop Idol, who's the number 5 in here for George Weaver, and she was able to pretty comfortably wire the field. Nobody sent with her, and she was off a layoff, and she had improved vastly from 2 to 3. Now, last time out up at Woodbine, as she is an Ontario bred, she got involved in a pace duel. I don't think there is anybody who's necessarily as quick in here today, so there could be a chance that she might get comfortable once again. She's on her toes here heading out, and I think her speed is her very dangerous weapon. Now, the number 9, Abiento, who also faced her in that Galway, would go on to Kentucky Downs, where she was off the pace, and honestly, she actually ran on a little bit. She is teeny tiny. There's just not much of her. She never changed from 2 to 3 and is only a little over 15 hands. Remember Mary Eddy from the Naira Notes team saying that she actually has a custom built bridle and tack because she's so small. 2 back in that Galway because of the outside post and the trip that she had. She ran exceptionally well coming from off the pace. Greg, we'll see, as she is so little, if she can get herself into a better spot today.
Italian Soiree kicks things off. John Terranova, Samuel Marin, 16-1.
Does draw well towards the inside, and here we'll see if she can get back to that big upset performance that she had over at Saratoga when she was able to take that Coronation Cup.
One of a couple for Miguel Clement. It's a multiple stakes winner. Love Cervere had a wide trip when Pop Idol beat her in that Galway.
And did come back to finish 2nd down at Kentucky Downs, where she was favored. Maybe gets a little bit more pace today.
George Weaver's flat-out time trying turf for the first time.
There isn't an abundance of turf pedigree, but George Weaver does have good numbers switching horses in terms of surface like this one.
Me Governor, maybe the speed to try and challenge the 5.
We'll see how aggressive Ricardo Santana Jr. is, and if you want somebody to be aggressive, he's a likely bet.
Pop Idol gate to wire in that Galway to beat Abiento and Love Cervera.
We'll see if she gets an easy time of it on the front end. She certainly has the early speed to be the speed of the speed.
Big price on a back-to-back winner out at Penn National, Somnium.
This one stepping up in class, but certainly was a convincing favored winner in her last 2.
She's had some troubled trips, the 7. It ain't 2 for Riley Mott.
Yeah, this one just looking for a clean run of things. A horse who's tried a couple of different things in stakes company and maybe could be one that outruns the odds.
Blinkers on, slightly busy for Amelia Green.
Yeah, this one could be forwardly placed as well, but certainly needs to improve quite a bit.
Abiento, Marcassi was second to Pop Idol with a wide trip in the Galway.
As Acacia was talking about this one, maybe not having gone on from 2 to 3, but was up against it.
I like Anascol a lot today. Huge return at Saratoga, second off the bench, and just a step up in class.
Maybe she's one that's putting things together at the right time. She shouldn't be too far out of it early on, and certainly has faced some of these in the past.
Here's what's ahead, presented by Claiborne Farm. So feature next from New York, this Grade 3 Glen Cove, race 11. Allowance Group, mile on the turf, and still coming up, Maryland Million Classic, last year's runner-up, Breeders' Cup. Dirt Mile. Post time, 3 to 5 in the morning line, has never lost in the state of Maryland, and is going to be a handful in that feature race. You can play all the action. NYRA Bets, get signed up, started, bet any track, anywhere, anytime. That offer, there it is, $200 deposit match. New customer bonus when you punch in match 200 and sign up right there at nyrabets.com. Love Cervera. Miguel Clement, been on quite a roll all summer long. This meet as well. A couple of weeks ago, he just had a couple of 2-year-olds qualify for the Breeders' Cup. And Love Cervera, we can always forgive Kentucky Downs for him with that interesting racetrack. And in the Galway, had a lot to do to try and catch this lone speed.
I agree completely, and ran well, having the wider trip than a horse like Abiento, who was able to save some ground before angling out, and she was closing from a little bit further back than Love Cervera, but I think overall Love Cervera was one that covered more distance with the added ground that she had, and Pop Idol was just able to really secure things on the front end and have that easy time of it, when I don't necessarily see the same kind of trip for her playing out in here. And I think I agree with you on overall forgiving Kentucky Downs for him, but we might not even have to. She ran well in finishing second there.
New face in against this group, getting on grass for the first time. With more on flat out time at 3, let's go to Acacia.
Yeah, first time on the turf for her, for a filly that ran in the Prioras last time out, and she did finish third that day behind Praying, who would come back to win again at Keeneland and has been in exceptional form recently. But before that, Prioras flat out time acted up pretty significantly in the paddock, and she actually kicked one of the poles in the shed row, and she was just really, really hard to handle. While she was sharp today, she was much more relaxed. She has worked on the turf several times, though. I looked back, and on First TV, you can watch the turf workout on August 8th, going back a little bit of a ways. But she was solo on the grass. It looked to my eye like it was actually John Velasquez aboard. And while he kind of niggled at her and urged her to finish and keep going on the gallop out, she did move very well on the grass. And even beyond that, then George opting to enter her main track only a couple of times and then run in the Prioras. So a little bit of mixed signals, but I think it's one of those things where he's always had it in the back of his mind to try her on the grass. And honestly, she has a turf hoof. I'm interested to see what she can do getting onto the turf here. The number 4, Me Governor, she is one that coming back to the NYRA circuit. She actually won the Stuart Manor as a 2-year-old over Anascol. And because she does have speed, she can be forwardly placed. She can also sit in second as she pressed the pace setter last time out at Colonial going 5 furlongs. But she has been able to handle the 6 before, as I mentioned, winning the Stuart Manor last year. And she's a horse that I thought, however the pace might play out in here, she's not going to be hurt by it because of her tactical speed. And she has filled out from 2 to 3, which I certainly appreciate as well. Now Miguel Clement standing out 2. The number 10, Anascol, stepping up from New York Bred Stakes Companies. You guys talked about Love Cervera, kind of the known entity and one that we know fits in here, whereas Anascol went back into a New York Bred allowance last time, and she was impressive that day. She does have a bit more tactical speed than her stablemate. But one thing I wanted to point out, she won first time out impressively as a 2-year-old and then went right into the Natalma. There have been high hopes from her from the beginning. Sometimes she can be a little bit on the muscle, but she stayed with the pony warming up, and she settled in beautifully out there on the track. Maybe one that's improving, though it is certainly a jump from New York Bred Company into this open graded stake, Greg.
Yes, it is. We'll see if up to the challenge in here. But that was a big performance. It was at 5.5 furlongs, and now we'll try and get 6 against some, not just battle-tested runners, some multiple stakes winners.
But I think it's a valid point to say that she is one that was facing some company like this when she was a 2-year-old. And so there has always been that thought with her where she was able to have that drop in class and get the victory last time. But she's run respectably well against the kind of company that she's likely to be meeting in here today. And she shouldn't be too far out of things early, something that maybe your current favorite may have up against her.
Post time coming up. Pop Idol was a big surprise. The 5 when she won that Galway at 17-1. But there's a good chance she's just the quick of the quick again in this field, isn't there?
It's possible. I think that she's one that, especially coming out of that 5 furlong sprint race over at Woodbine last time out where she was forward and ended up fading with a super hot pace in there. You have to imagine that John Velasquez is going to try to be forward with her. He was on for that victory and was able to take no prisoners on the front end in that Galway. But maybe somebody else gets a little bit more aggressive towards his inside.
Maybe that's the 4. And Ricardo Santana Jr., there he is on Me Governor in those neon green silks. Loading up, feature race, grade 3, Glen Cove. Let's send it upstairs. Chris Griffin, the call.
Bientôt. Pop Idol. Anna Skull. Goes in. All set for the Glen Cove. And they're off. Good beginning there for Somnium. In between horses, Pop Idol's in that early mix too. Me Governor in the lime green silks as they line up on the front end. But Me Governor is now quickest, puts a neck in front. Pop Idol is right there, about to be pounced upon by It Ain't 2 and Slightly Busy, makes it 4 across the course. In behind them at the rail, going to save some ground. That's Italian Soiree, and towards the outside of that one comes Flat Out Time. The one that had to back out of there, had to steady, that was Somnium, is towards the back end of the field now. Anna Skull, the 2 trailers, Love Server and Abiento. 22 seconds flat for a pumped-up opening quarter. The leader, Me Governor. Me Governor is in front with Pop Idol, continues to give chase up on the outside. At the rail, Italian Soiree. Somnium is looking for a way out, has some run, nowhere to go, is going to hug the rail, and it opens wide open. And the leader is Me Governor at the rail. Somnium got that dream run at the rail, is trying to burst on through. Also in between horses, Italian Soiree. Here comes Flat Out Time, and Love Server now thrusting to the front. Love Server lifting, was far out of it, but now has passed them all. Love Server is sprinting away. Love Server wins the Glen Cove. Love Server wins it impressively. Flat Out Time, Ebianto was up there late for 3rd. Also running on was Italian Soiree with 1 minute, 8.44 seconds.
Multiple stakes winner Love Server now gets the first graded stakes win of her career.
I can't even necessarily say that she got the pace to close into, but it was coming apart in the late stages as you see her angle off the inside there, and she really seems to have that nice turn of foot once she's finally in the clear. Chris Griffin commenting on how Somnium got that clear run up the rail and ended up outrunning her odds for sure, able to save ground all the way, and Flat Out Time got the split between horses, but ultimately it was horses coming out of that Galway that were up against things last time that got a much better trip in here.
Public got it right. This one goes off as a 2-1 favorite. And yes, Somnium, for a brief moment, looked like she might really shock things here at 70-1. Not the case. 2-3, 9-6. Flat Out Time, first time on the grass, winds up second in here, but Love Server best.
Yeah, absolutely. She was able to really extend herself. She's been that battle-tested type where she has shown up and run her race at a variety of venues against the toughest of competition that she's been facing. And here she'd been facing some of these foes in the past and was still able to go by them. And look, you had that new face coming in here with Flat Out Time, trying the surface for the first time, run well. But she was the proven commodity within this field.
Miguel Clement, you just got to look at him. What a run he has had all summer long. This meet as well. Just had a couple of 2-year-olds qualify for the Breeders' Cup, including Botas. And now Love Cervera, 3-win day Manny Franco teaming up with Clement. Back to the Maryland Million ladies. Worth a Dime with the win. The first time stretching out did not go well. The second time a whole lot better.
Yeah, this one able to really sit off of what was a hot pace and win at 11-1. Juniper Juice, the horse that Maggie had pointed out as potentially one that had been running against some quality competition in her prior starts. But look, this horse was able to have that nice pace to close into. You saw your pace setters fade in what was ultimately a wide open race after a couple of key scratches, and you do get that upset with Worth a Dime.
To Maggie.
So pleased to be joined here by winning trainer Tim Keefe with Worth a Dime here in the Maryland Million ladies. And what a step up, Tim, to get up and close an explosive run late.
Yeah, no, we've always liked the filly. She showed obviously a lot of promise after her first start sprinting, coming like that. I've been anxious to run her long. It's been difficult to find the right race for it and the right distance. We did stretch her out last time. She got a little keen on the front end, pressed most of the way, and got a little late at the end. Only 2 weeks rest gave me a little bit of anxiety, thinking if that was enough time to. But she bounced out of that race well. She's been doing great, and she just had a great trip today, and it worked out well for us. So,
how tough is that to judge with a horse coming back off short rest?
Every horse is different. It just, how they're eating, how they're training, how their attitude is. And she's always up in the morning. Her ear's always up. She's happy to go out. She's happy to train. She just does everything right. So she was pretty easy to key on that everything looked like it was going to be okay for the 2-week rest.
And always a day that you've had a lot of success in. Obviously, 8 Too Fast to Catch, just a fan favorite. Your second win of the day. Just reflect on what Maryland Million means to you.
That's my favorite day of the year. I mean, everybody focuses on Preakness. Obviously, it's a national day here in Maryland, but for most of us here, for the Maryland guys, the guys are here every day. I mean, this is it. To win anything on Maryland Million Day is awesome, much less to win 2 races in a day. So, shout out to all my great owners that I have, but, I know it sounds cliche, but you couldn't do it without all the great help in the barn. So a lot of this goes to the Victor, Teresa, Peter, Luis, all the guys back at the barn that do all the work. So this is great.
You've always been a class act. Congratulations, Tim.
Yep, thank you.
Guys.
That's special to win a couple on a day like this. Good for Tim Keefe. Worth a Dime, a surprise victory in this Maryland Million ladies.
And taking a chance, too, with what he mentioned with the short rest, really paying attention to the horse and what the horse was telling him that she might have been capable of coming back off that short rest and showing up with a big victory that is a total turnaround from the other start where she tried to go long. So maybe they have some more options open to them moving forwards.
Main event is next. Post time, runner-up last year's Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile. Multiple grade 1 placed. And Millionaire. 10 for 10 at Laurel. Odds-on favorite 1-9 in this Maryland Million Classic when we come back.
Now $1,600,000, $1,600,000 not a minute, $1,600,000 bid now 650, $1,650,000, $1,650,000 not anybody else won. $650,000 not a minute, $1,650,000 not a half. $1,600,000, thank you.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Hillendale at Alapa. Very festive with the Hillendale Pumpkin there in the Glen Cove Grade 3 event. It was Love Severe to come running late, as I'm very happy to be joined by her trainer, who's been heckling me in the commercial, by the way. But Miguel with Love Severe, wide trip two back, saved the crown last time. Today, she got kind of that sweet spot in the right trip today.
Yeah, correct. She was a bit unlucky her last two starts, but she's a very good sprinter. And Manny gave her a great ride, and they pulled it together.
As you said, a good sprinter. I know you tried stretching her out over the winter, but she has found her home kind of in these sprints here in New York.
True. I think she's 3 for 3 here at Aqueduct. She won here at the Stakes in the spring, and she broke her maiden first time out here. So that definitely helps. And she's a very, very good sprinter. So I'm very fortunate for both the Reese Thoroughbred and Mr. Seltzer. So we're very lucky.
And with these turf sprinters, I know certainly something your dad did with a lot of success, but I know you enjoy them too. Sometimes it is all about trip, and that's been the case with her being a closing sprinter.
True, you're always victim of both pace and factors out of your control, especially if you're a closer in these turf sprints. Everything needs to go right, more so in turf sprints than any other race because, the margin of error is, very small. But when they're that good, they look after you, so life is good.
Now picking up a graded stakes win, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
You're getting very professional and very good at your interviews.
I'll heckle you before and after the interviews.
Very good. As he's been practicing, clearly, Greg.
He's had a lot of opportunities to get interviewed by his wife. And Acacia, yeah, well done, coaching him up. Love Severe, impressive here. With a much better trip this time around and turning the tables on Pop Idol and Aviento. And wins as the favorite. Now a graded stakes winner. Manny Franco aboard for the barn. $6.76 for the win. As we get set for the nightcap coming up. We'll set the stage for that in a moment. Back to Laurel Park. And the 40th anniversary of this Jim McKay Maryland Million Day. The classic, the big one up next. And post time, runner-up in last year's Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile. 10 for 10 here at Laurel. 12 for 21 lifetime. 1.4 million plus in earnings. 1-9 favorite for Team Russell. Brittany Russell, husband Sheldon, the regular pilot. We'll see him in a moment, the 5. Let's start with the 1, Mugatu. Gregory Sacco off the claim. Awfully tough spot for this horse if he's going to be a factor here. Just 2 for 29 lifetime, coming out of a conditioned claiming race for non-winners of 3 life against a monster in post time. Here's the 2 Barbadian runner. Was a stakes winner, Charlestown, last time out at 7/8 of a mile, 6-1 right now. Next door, Hit the Road Jack, who's a 3-time winner at Laurel, beat it odds on at Laurel on the short return last time out. As we take a look at there in the background, Blue Kingdom, probably the speed of the field, and has put together 3 in a row. A huge effort that would really make him a contender, even against post time. But that was a wet track effort. Never really has produced that race at any time before in 15 prior starts, but is interesting with his speed and coming off that performance. We'll get a look at post time in a moment. We did not see him yet. 1-9 favorite. Most recently seen here in New York, Grade 2 Woodward, 3rd behind Locked Phileas Fogg in what was just a 3-horse field. The last time he was in Maryland, this is actually the deputed testimony a couple of starts back. He won the Polynesian after this as well. Completely dominant with a 94 Beyer, an easy win to stretch his record for 9 for 9 at Laurel. He'd add that to be 10 for 10 after winning the Polynesian.
You know, Greg, I kind of like post time coming up in this race where we just are seeing him have that success, that consistency as we get a good look at him right there. Kind of the star on the day, a horse that we've seen compete at the highest level of competition in Grade 1s on this circuit and show that he belongs against some of the best in the older horse division. He's not facing the absolute best of the best that he has ever faced. When he comes into this spot, 1-9 right now, very short, but I think deserving.
Just so much the class of this field. As you get a look at the 2 Barbadian runner, stakes winner last time out, totally different ball game in terms of who is going to be running at him late. in this spot. I guess the only one really I thought was intriguing if Post Time just doesn't bring one of his usual efforts. That last race we saw from the 6 Blue Kingdom, and the fact that he has that speed.
Well, I think if you're trying to beat a horse like Post Time, you want to try to do it ahead of him, right? A horse that typically is one that we see come from off the pace more so. And if he does end up being upset in a spot like this, it's probably by somebody who's already got the jump on him early on. So I like your logic with that horse, and I think that if you're going to try to beat him, being ahead of him is key.
Let's go to Maggie for more on the Classic.
Yeah, taking a look at Post Time. Well, the normal procedure was followed when it comes to one of Maryland's favorite horses in Post Time. He went out behind the rest of the field today. As I said, he's one that gets a little excited by other company, by the ponies as well. But all things good for Post Time. He is coming back off of that somewhat short rest. Obviously, that has not been an issue for several other horses on the card today. Energy, fine. Would have liked to see him a little bit more sparky, if you will. Just he was a little bit more quiet. Granted, this is home, so a lot of times when horses are running out of their own stall, they will be a little bit more even keel, not as excitable as when they have to ship and run somewhere. So all things good otherwise for Post Time, but I think he does have what could be a rival in number 2 Barbadian Runner, as he's a horse that I have had the opportunity of seeing before at Monmouth when he won the Jersey Derby. Granted, that was an off-the-turf race, but he won well. And from then on, it has been one fast race after the other. He sat back off of that quick pace last time out at Charlestown. He circled the field without even being asked. It would be good to see Maryland native Forrest Boyce also with a win here on this Maryland Million card. This guy looks sensational. He's continued to improve throughout this 3-year-old year. Yes, this is his first time against some older company, and that's sometimes not the hardest thing to do. But again, another theme on the card where we've seen 2 3-year-old fillies at least jump up and beat older rivals. He is so well muscled, especially behind the saddle, which lends itself well to just being a stronger type of individual, especially when you're taking on some more developed physicals with this older field. So I think Barbadian Runner is very, very dangerous. As number 6 Blue Kingdom, he's the speed, and I shouldn't say he is the speed. I think the 3 obviously could very well be the speed in here too, and that could pose problems for Blue Kingdom, who I thought last time was just so happy on the front end. His ears went up. He was just strolling along. Now, he looks fine here overall, but does he look as good as Post Time or Barbadian Runner? Not necessarily, but there's always that threat where horses being able to run away with this on the front end that make horses like Post Time sometimes vulnerable. Craig?
See what happens. I think the 6 is the speed, and even if the 3 somehow does get to the front in here, almost sort of a non-fact. A horse is 21-1. It can pretend almost that horse doesn't exist a little bit.
I mean, in general, isn't it like no one else really exists in this field except for Post Time with the way that this race is being bet, at least, in terms of the resume that he's been able to put together, too?
He's coming back, too. Let's keep in mind, no question, that's why he's 1-9. He's coming back in 2 weeks off a performance here in New York at the Grade 2 Woodward, where it was a 3-horse field. He was last of 3. It was classy competition, no question, but it's a quick comeback.
It is, and it's not as though we've never seen him have a quicker turnaround, but nothing quite like this in his career, where maybe when you go back all the way to when he was still undefeated with his first to his second start, you could say that October 7th to October 27th was a turnaround that he had and was successful with. But at the same time, I mean, he just is a standout in this field.
Millionaire, Post Time, 10 for 10 at Laurel. Runner-up last year's Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile. There he is, Sheldon Russell for wife Brittany, with the 1 to beat in this Maryland Million Classic. Dave Rodman, the call.
Blue Kingdom. One back, all the hard ways. 1 1/8, once around the Laurel main track. And they're off. in the Maryland Million Classic. Blue Kingdom bounding out to the front from Hit the Road Jack, then Barbadian Runner. All the hard ways on the outside, 3 wide at that first turn run. Here's Post Time settling off the inside, second to last position, and about 6 lengths off the speed. And Mugatu is the trailer. Midway round the first turn, Michael Sanchez and Blue Kingdom up top. They have the lead by some 3.5 lengths. From Hit the Road Jack in second, Barbadian Runner rating along on the inside in third, all the hard ways. Post Time is back there with Mugatu. They trail right together some 7 lengths from the front runner. The opening quarter, very slow, 24-4 for Blue Kingdom. A 2-length lead from Hit the Road Jack. Barbadian Runner saving ground from third position, trying to sneak forward now as they move at 5/8 of a mile left to go. All the hard ways. And Mugatu and Post Time are still side by side of the back, though, and only about 4.5 from the front at this point, as Blue Kingdom strolls through a 50-1 comfortable half-mile fraction. And so into the far turn, Blue Kingdom, 4 furlongs from home, leads the way, almost 2 lengths from Hit the Road Jack and Barbadian Runner. Then all the hard ways is fourth. Post Time has to kick in from the back, second to last still, and 3 furlongs to go, and Mugatu is the trailer. Round that far turn, and it is Blue Kingdom. Blue Kingdom by 2 from Barbadian Runner, trying to fire up a run from second. Hit the Road Jack. Post Time is saving ground and trying to rev up with a 1/4 of a mile left to go. Blue Kingdom turns in. Blue Kingdom in the Maryland Million Classic, and here comes Post Time. Wide open invitation on the inside, coming right on through. Barbadian Runner's running a big one too. Post Time! Post Time down to the inside of Barbadian Runner. Blue Kingdom continues to battle, and it is Barbadian Runner and Post Time. Barbadian Runner! Barbadian Runner is beaten Post Time. Barbadian Runner and Forest Boys from Post Time, and Blue Kingdom was third and Hit the Road Jack.
Barbadian Runner upset, Post Time beat for the first time ever in the state of Maryland.
We have seen some wild upsets on the card today, but Post Time, once you saw those slower fractions, you knew he was going to be up against it a bit, but he started charging towards the inside, and here it looked as though he's going to be competitive until right about here. As you see Barbadian Runner drift in slightly, but seemingly going better of the two, and ultimately upsetting your heavy favorite Post Time, who has his first defeat in Maryland.
This is shocking, quickest comeback, I believe, of his career. Sort of an afterthought when they realized they were eligible for this race. Look out of the gate. But the usual Post Time, no matter what happens to this, he should be able to beat this group.
Well, no matter who you are, it's going to be difficult coming from far back when you have the quarter and 24 and change, almost 25, and then the half and 50. But you're right. At the same time, the Post Time that was in this spot should have been capable of sealing the deal in here, and ultimately ends up settling for second.
Barbadian Runner, trained by Henry Walters. Upset win 6-1 in the Maryland Million Classic as we get back to New York. Belmont of the Big A, Mile on the Turf. Coming up in race 11 here, we start with Mo Carissa.
Yeah, this one has a level of consistency coming in for trainer Mark Hennig, and we'll see that he gets that nice inside position.
5-1. Ricardo Santana Jr. looking for number 4 today. Spirit of the Law, Mike Makers second off the claim.
This one has a race going back on the turf where he was in for that $50,000 claiming tag, finished third as the favorite.
Here is Zapruder. Todd Pletcher, John Velasquez.
If you go back a ways, there are some races that would make him a competitor in here, a horse that comes from far out of it.
This one interesting as well for Lisa Bartkowski. Has really done a good job going on her own.
Yeah, this one able to show some good early speed in both turf starts so far.
No question, the one to beat El Delary.
And that last race seemingly an outlier in terms of his buyer speed figure, but he does have that early speed.
Kid Carissa. Big price, Katie Davis.
We'll see how aggressive this one is early on, a horse that could be forward.
I'm due Rob Atras, Chris Elliott.
Did finish 4th last time out in a non-winners of 1 allowance.
Miguel Clement, we just saw him win the feature. Coach Case, New Gelding.
Yeah, this one hasn't had as many opportunities against winners, and so maybe there's some upside.
And in off the also eligible list, and pay attention, willing to risk it all, major player.
Yeah, way too big a price right now at 8-1, a horse who does draw in, and as you mentioned, has faced some quality company.
4 minutes to post in this 11th. Belmont at the Big A. The favorite, it's the 5. El Delary, big upset. Maryland Million Classic. Post time, losing for the first time in his career in Maryland. It's Barbadian runner with the upset in the Classic.
Welcome to the 2025 Keeneland September Yearling Sale, where history was made when Three Chimneys Gunrunner, the sire of 2025 Grade 1 winners Sierra Leone, Locked, and Brent, became the first horse in the history of the Keeneland September Sale to sire the session topper of each of the first 4 sessions. Among them was the $3.3 million sale topper, purchased by Peter Brent, MV Magner, and Winchell Thoroughbreds. Gunrunner, Reed Shaper, Dream Maker.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
The world's premier breeding stock event, the November sale at Fasig-Tipton. The precocious Brightwork won her first 4 starts at 2 in a powerful campaign. A debut winner at Keeneland over future Royal Ascot star Crimson Advocate. She then won the Debutante Stakes at Ellis Park. From there, she captured the Grade 3 Adirondack by 5 lengths. In her next start, she conquered the Grade 1 Spinaway, defeating Grade 1 winner Ways and Means.
Brightwork is a superstar.
At age 3, she won the Grade 3 Prioress over graded winner 2 Sharp and 5 other stakes winners. She has earned nearly $700,000 for owner WSS Racing and trainer John Ortiz. This daughter of Outwork is a half-sister to recent graded stakes performer Justice Fancy. She hails from the female family of Grade 1 winner and exceptional young sire Gervin, as well as classic placed Midnight Bourbon. Grade 1 winner Brightwork, selling this November with Hill and Dale at Alapa, agent.
Back with you on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. You're watching America's Day of the Races, race 11, closing out this card. Belmont at the Big A, mile on the turf in this New York bred. A other than allowance, 3-2 favorite. El Delary, deserving favorite for Robert Bales with Dylan Davis. Let's go down to Acacia.
Yeah, we saw Robbie Bales win a Maryland Million race earlier on their card, and looking for a win here in New York with El Delary. And yes, he did run a fast figure last time out and does have speed, but I can't envision a scenario where he gets comfortable on the front end with the presence of terminal velocity right to his inside. That horse is quick, and I would imagine he's going to be sharp early as well. But El Delary beaten last time by Sounds Like a Plan. It really was a 2-horse race in there. We saw Sounds Like a Plan come back and win earlier on the card. So certainly flattering this form. He's been in tremendous form. He's sharp once again, and we'll see if he can find his way back to the winner's circle for the first time since May. Out of that same race, though, is the 3 Zapruder, who I think was kind of up against it. Like I said, the race was dominated by the top 2 horses, and he was last early on and did kind of get floated out on the first turn and not really able to pick up the pieces late. I haven't seen him since he's moved to the Todd Pletcher barn after being purchased at the digital sale back last December, but he's a horse that just always, my complaint was that he didn't carry enough weight. For his standards, he's looking like he's doing pretty well right now, and we'll see if he does get some pace to run at. The number 13, Willing to Risk It All to the outside, as you guys mentioned, drawing in. He did get stuck in a not a great trip, getting floated out on the first turn and forced to drop back last time. I hope he does not end up with the same kind of trip with an outside post today, but if he has his kind of tactical running style he was able to employ 2-back, I think he's a major player and one that I do like. And here, finally, apologies to my men, the 10 coach Case. He needed the gelding. It has made him so much more focused coming in here. Has lightened him up quite a bit as well. We'll see if that's a positive as he does try to turn things around, Greg.
See if that makes a difference. You know, as for the 13, with scratches, not too, I mean, you're still on the outside, but it's only post 9. We'll see it in Jose Lezcano, one of the truly elite turf riders in the sport. I'm sure can work a trip out for him. Chris Griffin with the call. Here's the nightcap from Belmont at the Big A.
Last to load. Willing to Risk It All goes in. Saturday finale. All set. And they're off. Coach Case broke smoothly in between horses Terminal Velocity and also applying pressure. Kid Creasa. Kid Creasa now puts a neck in front. Terminal Velocity is back to second. Then dropping in right behind them, I'm Due is a well-placed third. At the rail, moving forward comes Mo Creasa. Very strong outfield here as Kid Creasa sprinting away. Kid Creasa is up by a full length, almost a length and a half. Terminal Velocity is right there in second, being passed to the outside by I'm Due. Christopher Elliott wants to apply pressure to the leader. That's the leading trio. Then at the rail is Mo Creasa, who's followed intently by El Deleri. Just behind them, that's Coach Case, who's under a tight hold there, is going to be mid-pack. Behind them, willing to risk it all. And the two at the back is Spirit of the Law and Zapruder. Still very strung out, 23.65 and no easy leads. Kid Creasa at a number, I'm Due at another number, and those two at 48 seconds flat for a half-mile time, and they are 6 in front. Right off of them here, moving forward towards the outside, there comes Terminal Velocity, who's in gear. El Deleri starts to move. Orange Silks at the rail. There is Mo Creasa. Coach Case is weighted with, is looking for a seam. Right behind them is willing to risk it all as the leaders have come right back to the field. El Deleri is going to have the first shot at this leader. Kid Creasa looks spent up front. El Deleri, Coach Case just needs to straighten up here, lifting on the grandstand side. They're going to get real tightly bunched there. Willing to risk it all, has momentum too. Willing to risk it all, Coach Case, El Deleri down to these three right now. Willing to risk it all has thrust to the front. Willing to risk it all is trying to open up late. Willing to risk it all wins the finale. Manny Franco, give him 4 on the day. El Deleri battles back, grabs second, then can Coach Case in third, and Kid Creasa in 1 minute 37.51 seconds.
Yeah, Paula Jared, Manny Franco on Willing to Risk It All, capping off a huge Saturday afternoon. Draws in from the also eligible list. 1 for 20, 1 for 12 on the turf coming in, but plenty of kick in the stretch.
And seemingly forgotten in the wagering. Sometimes you do see that with those also eligibles, but this horse did also get some pace to run at, where we did see a couple actually want to be forwardly placed in here. You got a nice 7-1. And as mentioned, another win on the card for Manny Franco, timing this ride beautifully with a horse that maybe wanted to lug in a touch heading into the stretch, but was able to straighten up and come with that good momentum.
Way too big a price. Yeah, this horse got lost in the shuffle. 13-5, 10-6 here in this nightcap. So Willing to Risk It All, Rick Dutrow Jr. barn, Michael Dubb, Manny Franco back to Laurel Park. What an upset this was. Everyone seemed to think it was a foregone conclusion. Post Time would win again, had never lost in the state of Maryland. Not today. Barbadian runner with a big upset. For the Henry Walters barn, $14.60. Let's go to Maggie.
They're the winning rider, Forrest Boyce, with honestly a picture-perfect ride aboard Barbadian Runner to get the win over heavily favored Post Time. And Forrest, did you sense that the pace was awfully slow? Because you made that decisive move to get closer on the backside.
Yeah, on paper there wasn't a whole lot of speed, and it kind of worked out the way I kind of thought it would. And you know, let him come up the inside, and we kind of got the best of it, I think.
Now, talk about this horse. He's a 3-year-old. He has done nothing wrong throughout this sophomore campaign. He seems to be getting better.
He sure does. I mean, he's really cool. Like, every time he shows up, he tries so hard. You can't find any fault with him. You know, like, he really gives you everything he's got. Sometimes you feel a little bit bad hitting him because he's like, you know, he's trying so hard and he's doing everything right. And so, I mean, he's really neat horse.
And this is your third Maryland Million Classic. Obviously, you teamed up with a horse that I feel like I've been saying his name a lot, and Ain't Too Fast to Catch. But as I've been saying all day, this is just such a wonderful day. And you, obviously being a Maryland bred, I'm sure extra special to win the big one as well.
Oh, absolutely. And to do it with Henry and these owners, I mean, they've all been so wonderful to be around. And, like, yeah, it's great to, you know, win on the big day with the home team, you know?
Awesome. Well done, you. Congrats.
Thanks.
Barbadian Runner continues his winning ways. That's such a cool horse and upsets the big guy this time around in Post Time. Greg?
Huge victory, and obviously this is one of, I got to think, of the Maryland Million program, one of the biggest upsets probably in the history in 40 years that we've been seeing this program. This is a big one.
It is. Post time has been that model of consistency, especially over in Maryland at Laurel. First defeat for him, and he was a short price. He was likely to get the job done. Things up against him from a pace standpoint in there, but the post time that we are used to seeing would have still been able to overcome that. Didn't run poorly, but perhaps maybe a sign of things to come with that short rest as well.
We got one more in a very competitive sprint to close things out. Maryland Million Sprint, 6 furlongs in this 12th race coming up, 3-year-olds and up. And back class with Twisted Ride, who's 3-1 right now. But Haley's First Notion, currently the favorite, comes in incredibly sharp form.
Yeah, this one, maybe that up-and-comer for this field where you do see some open competitors between Slam Notion, Haley's First Notion, and Twisted Ride as well that you mentioned. I think it's between one of those three.
And maybe the now horse, 3-year-old Slam Notion, huge couple of races last 2 times on the dirt. Both those courses, though, had a little bit of moisture in it. We'll talk more about that field in a moment. Back here in New York, we do have an inquiry with the 5 and 10 flashing.
Yeah, for those minor placings, 2nd and 3rd between Eldolary and Coach Case. We did see a little bit of shifting in the stretch in there. Ultimately, I think your winner is fully clear of that, but we'll see what they end up deciding to do.
All right, so not involving your winner. Willing to Risk It All goes off at 7-1. We'll let you know what happens as we take a look at what the stewards are taking a look at. So keep your eyes on the 5 and 10 here. Orange Silks, Blue Cap, the 5. 10 about to roll up here on the outside. And those Teal Silks. And right there comes out.
Yeah, definitely some shifting. I mean, you could even argue that it did have an impact on your eventual winner because he had to alter slightly, but it ultimately goes by. So I understand not wanting to have any sort of inquiry or objection against that one, but yeah, worth taking a look at.
We would, now we have it. Let's take a look at the head-on, and this will be more definitive view.
See right there.
Yeah, that's pretty telling, and the fact as well that on the 5, Dylan Davis goes to that left-handed prop.
Stays to the inside.
And then comes out into the 10. Looks like the 5 may be coming down. And
seems
we just
as though
no.
You
apparently not.
Have not predicted that one, but
wow.
All right.
13, 5, 10, 6. So stewards rule otherwise.
I would have been with you for what that doesn't count for.
Okay. But again, did not involve your winner. No change. 13, 5, 10, 6 result stands. Willing to Risk It All to close out this card. And in terms of the pick 6, 31,000 plus. Not bad. We'll have the pick 5 payoffs as well in a minute. Maryland Million Sprint when we return. Twisted Ride. One of quite a few with a big chance. And this finale still to come on a day celebrating Maryland's horse racing heritage. We'll be back with more right after this.
As a 2-time Grade 1 winner with 6 consecutive triple-digit buyers, Liam's Map has taken that success to stud, a proven sire, from the sales ring to the winner's circle, with hundreds of 6-figure yearling sales and multiple Grade 1 winners on dirt and turf, including recent Grade 1 winners Burnham Square and Deterministic. Liam's Map, standing at Lane's End.
The world's premier breeding stock event, the November sale at Fasig-Tipton. A top filly on the West Coast, Tenma won 3 of 4 starts at 2, including a signature win in the Grade 1 Del Mar Debutante.
Tenma has won it.
She finished her juvenile season winning the Grade 2 Starlet, besting graded winner Look Forward. This year at 3, she picked up where she left off. She racked up a 6.5 length score in the Grade 3 Las Virgenes for owner Bayoma Corp and trainer Bob Baffert. From there, she captured the Grade 2 Santa Anita Oaks. Tenma is by champion Nyquist from the strong international family of multiple Group 1 winner Misty For Me, the dam of European champion U.S. Navy Flag, and multiple Group 1 winner Roly Poly. The family also includes French champion Ballydoyle, European champion Fasliev, classic performers Menifee and Desert Wine, and Broodmare of the Year Ann Campbell. Grade 1 winner Tenma, selling this November with Hill and Dale at Elapa.
Back with you on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. 4-win day for that man right there. Manny Franco willing to risk it all to close out this Saturday card. Our winner's circle lead-in brought to you by the Fasig-Tipton November sale, the world's premier breeding stock event. Nominate your star today. And a look at the winning move here. Back of the pack here coming out of the final turn.
Got some pace to close into, as we did see some pressure applied to Kid Creesa, who was able to hold on for 4th ultimately as the pace started to fall apart, and different tactics for El Delary, who did ultimately finish 2nd and was left there after some drifting in the stretch, interfering with Coach Case a bit. But this horse was able to get that nice inside-outside split. Manny Franco, you can see once he's in front here, he's very confident with this horse and just rides him to the wire. A horse that was really let go at way too big of a price drawing in off that also eligible list.
Forgotten, yeah, no question. $17.16 for the win. Pick 4 over $1,300. I believe the pick 5 just over $4,000. We'll see, yeah, $4,683. And a healthy pick 6 if you had this one. Well done. $31,222.04 to close out action here in New York. Again, tomorrow's card canceled because of weather. We got one more to come. Maryland Million Sprint on Maryland Million Day. Competitive group and Slam Notion. 3-1 right now, coming off a huge win in the Mud of Colonial.
The Best 2-Year-Old by legendary sire Quality Road.
Hit back, $1,000,005.
Very, very impressive debut. Cantering home. Could not have been more impressive.
Coast to coast in the American Pharoah. He's the real deal.
Undefeated and unchallenged at 2.
He's just too good. He wins the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. Corniche.
Corniche.
You're never more here than when you're here. Here is more than just a horse race. Here is where you want to be. And here's the horse that's going to make it happen.
They're off in the Breeders' Cup.
Here she is, coming around the final turn.
They're into the stretch.
Making sure that this year, you won't be anywhere else, but here.
They say breed the best of the best and hope for the best.
Vekoma broke well on the outside. And
But you don't expect to get speed like this.
It is Vekoma, the one to catch. Vekoma has a 5-length lead in this Grade 1 corner. Inside, Vekoma continues to battle on down at the rail. It is Vekoma who's going to win the Met Mile.
The grand finale of the yearling sale season. 2 catalogs offering quality yearlings by the nation's top sires. A sale that has produced scary good results with 5 Breeders' Cup wins in the last 3 years. Recent grads include Eclipse Champion and Horse of the Year, Torpedo Anna, Eclipse Champion, Soul of an Angel, and many more of the sport's current stars. The Fasig-Tipton Kentucky October Yearling Sale, October 20th through 23rd in Lexington, Kentucky. Where will you be?
Back with you on our Saturday coverage. America's Day at the Races here on Fox Sports 2. Maryland Million Sprint to close out the card at Laurel Park. Catahoula Moon kicks off the post parade.
Perhaps one that's moving in the right direction, a horse that did finish third in his last start.
Bold Diversion comes in off a win against Restricted Company.
Yeah, was much the best in that field. This is a tougher test.
To the 4. Briefly saw her on the street. Here's Wicked Divine.
Yeah, this one is one that is still lightly raced and has been consistent.
Can make the case Slam Notion the horse to beat, but he's got to prove it on a fast track.
He does, but he does have a race going back a few that was fast enough to be competitive over a fast main track.
Long Shot Freeze the Fire going by at 14-1. The 7 Holy Synchronicity.
Yeah, this one also a big price and did finish 4th last time, but with a figure that's kind of in line with the rest of this field.
Here's the 9-5 favorite, Haley's First Notion, who's been first or second 8 of 10 starts.
Yeah, this one running against How Great Is Nate last time out, just a model of consistency.
And Grade 1 place, Twisted Ride, the back class of the field.
Absolutely, the back class of this field, where we've seen this one show up and Grade 1 placed on multiple occasions and really just has been able to have that consistent form overall still as a 6-year-old.
3 minutes to post to close out this Maryland Million Day card. You can play all the action in this finale. Breeders' Cup and beyond with Nara Bets. Match 200, that code to use and sign up for new members. Fans enjoying this incredibly popular program celebrating Maryland breds, and they have had some great ones over the years. 2-time Horse of the Year Cigar, 2-time Horse of the Year, the great Ghost Native Dancer, Knicks Go, who was Horse of the Year back in 2021, just to name a few.
Yeah, we talked about Caveat earlier on in the program, a horse going way back who was one of that 5-year win streak of Woody Stevens winning the Belmont Stakes, where he was able to do it 5 consecutive years in a row. And I mean, the breeding program there, to have these days wherever you are that really celebrate the horses that are the bread and butter of these local tracks. I mean, it's always nice to see because these horses are so competitive on an open circuit as well. We've seen it with Post Time, even though he didn't run his race necessarily in his prior start. Here, we have seen him show up and be competitive against some of the absolute best. So a fun day, and I'm sure Maggie had a good time checking back in with some locals that she's very familiar with.
Always great to go back home. Let's go back to Maggie as we get set for this sprint.
That's so true. It has been a wonderful homecoming. I haven't been here at Laurel in several years, so it's been great to see several familiar faces. And I mean, look, Barn 18 here on the backside was my second home for a very, very long time. As a Maryland Million Sprint, my dad won this one too back in 2002 with Michael's Pride. Well, we'll start with your favorite. That's Haley's First Notion, as she is going out for Gary Capuano, looking for another win on the card, his third actually. And I'll say this, I do believe the jock stopped riding, which cost him the win in his last start at Delaware. But you look at the numbers, you look at the buyers, you look at the sheet numbers, and this horse is just the fastest. He looks great here. He well conditioned, super coat on him, all the things you want to see from a favorite. But I do believe that there's some other horses that are coming in here off some fast efforts and look the part as well. We'll begin with number 1, Catahoula Moon for Jerry Robb, and his numbers have been gradually improving, though without winning. Here as a 4-year-old, he was chasing last time out, then he dove to the inside, kind of made up some ground late there. JD Factor, kind of a venerable older horse, and this guy just kind of caught my eye. He's that striking son of Golden Lad. You can really see the Medaglia d'Oro bloodline come through with him. Just looks as though he's thriving, and he's a horse that hoping that there's some hitting up front, that he can kind of pick up the pieces late in the game. Number 3, Herd on the Street, that's his MO as well. And he's one that immediately caught my eye when walking into the paddock. You can tell how well this horse is moving, just the extension to his stride at the walk, and it spilled over to the racetrack when he commenced his warm-up. Really looks as though he's thriving. He framed himself up beautifully beneath Jaime Rodriguez, and I thought this guy made an excellent impression on me. Obviously one that can get a bit wound up prior to his races, but he was wearing a hood in the paddock and has maintained his cool. Number 5, Slam Notion. another one with some very fast races coming in here, especially his last 2 dirt efforts, both of which were blowout wins for Robbie Bales. I think he is a horse that does need to be forward in here. So we'll see. Hopefully Javier Toledo does get him forwardly placed here as he needs to mix it up. I don't think he's a horse that necessarily has that many gears. I think he has a nice cruising speed, but not one that's going to be closing and making up that much ground. So he's sitting at 5-2 currently, Greg, as your second choice, and it really feels as though they're hunkering in and honing in on the fastest horses in what will be a likely fast race here in this Maryland Million Sprint.
Yeah, I'm really interested to see what Slam Notion the 5 can do in here, because his last 2 dirt races are just faster than anyone in here, but they came on, again, tracks with moisture in them, and they were at 7 furlongs.
Absolutely. And look, if you go back to a race earlier this year at Laurel where he was able to get the victory with an 87 Beyer speed figure, he was one that actually got past and was still able to continue fighting on for that victory. And he's one that I agree. I think he needs to be forward to be most effective, because when he hasn't been up and on the pace, he just really hasn't done any running whatsoever.
Late scratch, you see the 6 coming out, who probably was not going to be a factor in terms of a win, but does take out some of the early speed in this race. Let's take a look at Slam Notion, 5-2 right now. Second choice on the board. And this was at Colonial back on September 10th. 7 furlongs on that muddy sealed surface. Huge performance.
Absolutely. And look, you can really see everybody fan out here as this pace starts to come together. And he wasn't too far off of things early, but he was able to have more of that trip where he's sitting in behind horses and still able to go on by with sort of this relentless grinding style. And maybe that's not what we have typically seen from this horse, where in some of his other races he's been more forwardly placed, he's been up and on the pace. So perhaps showing a new dimension, and it's been one that's been working out for him, as that was his career best effort on Beyers.
5-2 right now, so can he transfer that Colonial form to Laurel as the public continues to side with the 8 here, Haley's First Notion, who was, quick. Job got a little easier maybe with that 6 coming out just in terms of some pace up front, but Twisted Ride to the outside is going to be, seems like right there with Haley's First Notion.
Yeah, I think it'll be these two wanting that forward position, and maybe Slam Notion will be able to sit just off of them, though drawing towards the inside. I think with this one, Gary Capuano's looking for quite a day so far. He's had plenty of success earlier on in the card. This would be one of the shorter prices to get the job done, if so.
Yeah, most notably that incredible performance from that 2-year-old who completely missed the break. Big Cuddle, and circled the field to still get up and win at odds on. That's one of the performances I think a lot of people are going to take away from what they saw today.
I agree, and especially with Post Time not winning, I think that is one that really stands out on the card. Maybe we see that horse in against some tougher competition next time.
This is going to close out this 40th anniversary of Jim McKay Maryland Million Day 3-2 favorite. It is the 8, Haley's First Notion. 5 for 10 overall, but just to the outside, grade 1 placed. Twisted Ride, the 9 for the Michael Moore barn. Dave Rodman with the Maryland Million Sprint.
Heard on the street. Haley's First Notion is 3-2. Wicked Divine. Twisted Ride. In our Arthur Fairhill Training Center Maryland Million Sprint, Twisted Ride off to a very sharp start. Haley's First Notion, good speed too. So Haley's First Notion and Twisted Ride. Head to head for the opening 16th and Wicked Divine on the chase from third. Heard on the street. Here's Slam Notion getting underway. Slam Notion moves up on the outside and only about 3.5 from the front. There followed by Catahoula Moon, Bold Diversion. The gray in between horses. Holy Synchronicity is in the back. Heading into the fart turn run now. And Haley's First Notion a neck in front from Twisted Ride. The pace is cooking up front. Slam Notion getting closer to the far outside. 3 wide from third, and Herd on the Street is next, and Wicked Divine is in fifth. Another 2 back at Bold Diversion is next, and the inside is Catahoula Moon and Holy Synchronicity out wide of the quarter pole. The top of the stretch, Haley's First Notion, Slam Notion. Slam Notion on the outside up to grab a narrow lead to Twisted Ride. On the inside, Haley's First Notion, Herd on the Street, even pace in fourth, furlong left to go. 3 across the track. Slam Notion, Haley's First Notion is game. So too Twisted Ride in between horses. Slam Notion has to work for it. Slam Notion edging away late to win under Jevion Toledo. To win over Twisted Ride. And then it was Haley's First Notion and Bold Diversion picked up fourth.
Oh, big effort from Slam Notion. Now has won his last 3 starts on the dirt, and Jevion Toledo had to love what he saw setting up in front of him with Haley's First Notion, Twisted Ride battling up front.
If every pace brewed the way that we sort of saw that one on paper, I would be a lot richer and have a lot more winners, because this horse was able to sit just behind those 2 that towards the outside looked to be the speed types. And we did see your favorite at 3-2 ultimately, Haley's First Notion, go on with it. I think that this one was just sitting in the right spot at the right time and just seemed to cruise up towards the outside of horses very comfortably. Didn't have the best of starts as we're taking a look at there, kind of broke outwards, but able to get into position early on and just had the right kind of setup for a horse that's really trending in the right direction.
Looks like Jevion Toledo, Slam Notion slammed into the 7 to their outside out of the gate. But in the end, 3 wins in a row now on dirt for this 3-year-old, Jevion Toledo, for the Robert Bales Barn in the Maryland Million Sprint at Slam Notion. You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets. Back with you on America's Day at the Races on our Saturday coverage here on Fox Sports 2. It's brought to you in part by Gainesway. Power, passion, performance. Reminder to everyone, if you may have missed this live racing on the New York Racing Association circuit for Sunday, canceled because of a powerful coastal storm that is expected to bring high winds and heavy rainfall to the area. Aqueduct Racetrack will be open for simulcasting, but Sunday's card has been canceled for tomorrow. Closing things out on Jim McKay, Maryland Million Day. Slam Notion, now 3 wins his last 3 starts on dirt. Robert Bales and Jevy Toledo.
Able to be forward, but sit just off of your 2 embattled leaders, and here ends up going off at 5-2 to get the victory, and just seemingly getting that sweet trip right behind horses that both maybe had a little bit more battle-tested back class than he did, but he seems to be the now horse coming in off of those victories.
Take a look at the winners on this program. The one that really stands out, Big Cuddle, that 2-year-old, completely missed the break. Squeezed out of position, last early, and still circles the field to win. That was one of 4 on the day, Maggie, for this teenage apprentice. What a day for Yedset Hazelwood.
Absolutely. He was brought here from Puerto Rico, and he really showed that he is an apprentice that has a big future, as he doesn't look like an apprentice, that's for sure. And we've just seen, as Gary Capuano said in that winning interview, with regards to the bug here in Maryland, it's always been a great breeding ground for young riders to get started. I mean, it even goes back to Kent DeSormo, so many jockeys, Rosina Pravnik, for instance, but it was all about the horses, right? Barbadian Runner, and the theme of the day, I think, was 3-year-olds stepping up and taking down older rivals, as this was Barbadian Runner's first step outside of age-restricted company, and he responded warmly to the task, getting up over heavily favored Post Time. And while Post Time has given us many thrills in his career and unfortunately suffered his first defeat here in Maryland, I think that he's a horse that has certainly had a tremendous career and got to showcase what Maryland breds can do, as this 40th anniversary of the Jim McKay Maryland Million Day has just been so special, Greg, and what a beautiful day we had on tap with so many great performances.
Great job by you, Maggie. Live on site, I'm sure it was an incredible treat to be back home again. We saw some great performances. Hope you enjoyed it. No show tomorrow. We're back on Thursday. Check your local listings on Fox Sports. It was Love Cervera. Miguel Clemontbarn continuing to roll in a big day for Manny Franco. He had 4, winning that Glen Cove, Maryland Million Ladies. Tim Keefe, trainer, with a couple of wins on the program, including Worth a Dime, surprise winner. And Barbadian Runner ending the streak of Post Time in the state of Maryland with the upset score in the Classic.
McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds, home to 4-time leading New York sires Central Banker, sire of champion New York bred Bank Frenzy.
Bank Frenzy, a hard-fought winner of the Commentator.
And multiple stakes winner Sunday Girl.
Clear winner in the John Hettinger Sunday Girl.
Also standing into mischief's Grade 1 Son Provocateur. And top young stallion Solomiti, sire of Mike Lee Stakes winner Doc Sullivan. At McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds, celebrating over 50 years of equine excellence.
New York breds. Race them.
Respect them.
Bet them.
Respect them.
Breed them.
Respect them.
Buy them.
Respect them.
Train them for a second career.
Respect them. Join us in respecting thoroughbreds at every stage of life. Learn more at nybreds.com.
Adelphi Racing Club offers the unparalleled excitement of owning thoroughbred racehorses at a fraction of the cost. We're not just a syndicate, and our members aren't just investors. We are partners. Our New York-based high-performing equine athletes, trainers, and jockeys compete and win at the highest level circuits. Contact us online to get a taste of the Adelphi difference, and let's win races together.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.